I know. I've been seeing through damaged glass. I got a feeling my time isn't gonna last. I've been seeing through damaged glass. I got a feeling my time isn't gonna last. What if I tried to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye, Lord. I just wanna be alone. 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 Oh, be alone. You're pulling on my walls down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Since you got me out in the open, now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling Wanna be delivered to the I wanna be delivered to the road. and set me free. Come and set me free. Come and set me free. Give me what I need. Come and set me free. Come and set me free, 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 free. Come and set me free. Give me what I need.
It's such a pain to close my eyes. I'm falling in this deep immerse. Would you ever show me through?
The much-awaited grand finals of the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs and gaming peripheral partner Zebronics, started, and it was indeed one of the best starts to the grand finals, with all teams fighting from the very first match. Let's go back in time and look at what all went underway. The day seemed like a fight to decide the very best from the very start, as all teams fought with all their might and still did not have the results they wanted. With the start of match 1 of the grand finals on Erangel, we saw a flight path from hospital to the military base, highly oriented towards the western edges of the map. This started a very early fight between Entity and WSP, however they disengaged and moved out of Pochinki. XSpark and WINDGOD also have an early clash where XSpark eliminates 2 of WINDGOD's players, and as well, Reckoning ends up punishing 2 players from Dragon to starting a fight by overpowering them. But it doesn't end there, as Reckoning tailed Dragon until they eliminated them from the first match. The fight at Pochinki, which was disengaged, becomes an advantage for WSP as they enter the last zones of the fight at Katka from east, where they end up finishing Entity and AEROBOTZ and enter into the top 4 teams in the last fight. IQOOSOUL, Blind and CS were the other 3 teams, where Soul was stuck in the trenches while grenades were being thrown from Blind and CS to stop them from entering the last zone. It did work in the favor of CS and the zone started to shrink. It forced the players to push up and CS got a chance to wipe their players except for Joker, who stayed in the zone playing for placement points. CS continues to finish Blind only to get stuck in the same trenches as Blind, where they get bombarded by WSP, who indulged in the fight and converted a total of 12 finishes to win the first winner-winner chicken dinner, just like in the semi-finals. The second match of Miramar was crucial for all the teams, especially the ones who were leading the top charts in the semis, and they missed their chances in Erangel. In Miramar, the circle formed towards El Pozo, San Martin and water treatment. As the players were dropping into the map, WINDGOD's Avi started by capitalizing on a free early finish on Ninja Jot from XSpark. Another fight at Cruz del Val breaks out between Reckoning and CHEMIN, where they exchange one finish each, with another big fight out at Impala between WSP and Dragon, where Dragon again gets wiped out early in the game, however did cause a casualty to WSP before going out. As the final zone formed near the bottom ridges of Crater Fields, we were left with Hydra, Medal, Blind, IQOOSOUL and Orangutan. Soul wanted to knock all the players from Blind and even did manage to knock 2 of them, but Hydra had their sights set on Soul and eliminated the last 2 players. This gave a chance for Blind to get back in the game. Blind manages to eliminate 1 player from Hydra, however Orangutan's Jigger from up top knocks Blind's Hirsch. Medal decides to have an uphill battle while throwing grenades and ended up getting eliminated by Orangutan. The last fight comes down to Blind and Orangutan, where Trigger gets knocked by a grenade thrown by Skips, giving Blind a chance to move up. Ash does bring it back to a 1v1 with his flank, but now Skips with a high ground advantage takes Ash down to convert a winner-winner chicken dinner for Blind with 5 finishes. Match 3, Sanhok. The circle forms around the smallest island of Camp Alpha. However, compared to the first 2 maps, fights took their own time to start, but here again XSpark lost Ninja Jod to Team Tamilas in their drop at Hatton. Team Tamilas extended to see if they could find more, and they did, as they picked Shadow as well, leaving XSpark with only 2 players for the rest of the match. As the second zone formed, WSP encountered a fight with Reckoning, who were trying to enter the circle towards the boot camp, in which WSP did win but ended up losing 2 of their players, and immediately get third partied by AEROBOTZ and CS to completely get wiped. Soul kept their position at Camp Alpha Hills, where Joker gets a big chance to wipe out an entire team of AeroBots in one single spray as they try to enter the circle. And the last circle forms around the hills of Camp Alpha, with CHEMIN having 1 player, Soul with 2, WINDGOD with 2, Team Tamilas with all 4. A fight breaks out on top of the hills between Soul and WINDGOD, to which CHEMIN's Venom, as soon as WINDGOD wiped Soul, he threw grenades to eliminate WINDGOD simultaneously. However, Venom did not have the zone in his favor, and therefore Team Tamilas waited for him at the edge of the cliff, as they knew it was a 1v4 with odds in their favor, as they threw a Molotov to him to confirm their winner-winner chicken dinner with 4 finishes. If it is Vikendi, the circle has to form around the regions of Mount Kresnik. So did it in our match 4. And again, before players step their foot on the ground, Dragon Superboy eliminates Team Tamilas Manti in Mowatra. At the cement factory outside the circle, a 3-way brawl between Entity, WSP and Orangutan, where Orangutan picks 2 finishes on Entity, leaving them with a big disadvantage at the start, and Orangutan rotates out towards the hot spring. However, WSP keeps the hunt ongoing and continues the search to find the last 2 players of Entity. In this search, they ended up losing Raiden as they eliminated Entity. Coming to the last fight, the zone forms below Coal Mine region, where we were left with the last 4 teams: CHEMIN, Hydra, Blind and AeroBots. Blind keeps complete control of the eastern edges and denies the last player from AeroBots to enter, as simultaneously Hydra and CHEMIN fight with each other. CHEMIN does manage to eliminate Hydra officials in the fight but falls prey to the hands of Blind, with Kratos getting knocked first. With this advantage, Blind pushes up as they knock out the players, leaving CHEMIN's Toxic in a 1v4, and Blind Jazzy lands the last blow for Blind to get their second winner chicken dinner on day 1 with 8 finishes. To start with match 5, we dive back into Miramar, with a circle forming towards southeast with Impala and encompassing the compounds of Los Leones as well. From the very start, Entity decided to go all out to find as many finishes as possible, which started with them eliminating CHEMIN's Venom. Just like them, XSpark also goes all out as the fight with WINDGOD breaks, where Shadow and Spray God make sure that they wipe WINDGOD completely and revive the two players back to get back into the action. The circle keeps shifting southeast towards Puerto Paraiso, where Entity and Revenant at the southern compounds of Los Leones to eliminate Revenant, continuing their aggression on Miramar. The last fight came down to Soul, Entity, Blind and Medal. Soul had control of the eastern edges of the circle, where Entity had just ended a fight, and they decided to immediately capitalize on the opportunity, with Blind chiming in to wipe Entity. Taking a chance at this, Medal push on Soul for a fight. This pushes the players of Soul to a position with no control, only to be eliminated by Medal. The final fight was between Blind and Medal. It was a 3v4 situation where Medal started pushing players of Blind just like how they did to the Soul by overpowering them with grenades. And as soon as they knocked a player from Blind, Medal pushed from all fronts to win against Blind and secure their winner chicken dinner in Miramar with 7 finishes. By the time we reached the last match, for day 1, there was already a difference between the top 2 teams, Blind and Soul, from the rest. Erangel started with a flight path even for all teams, starting from north at Severny and ending at south military base. However, the circle forms towards the east with the mansion in center. Pochinki being the usual drop clash spot for Entity and WSP, it continues here as well, and they end up eliminating Entity at the very beginning. In Yasnaya as well, XSpark and CHEMIN clash against each other. Even with a lot of heroics from XSpark, it was not easy for them to eliminate CHEMIN, and then they were greeted by WINDGOD for another fight. Here, CHEMIN's players helped XSpark eliminate players of WINDGOD, with XSpark losing Sarang in that fight. As teams rotate, Dragon at Novo Bridge tried to take down players from Medal, only for Medal to cross it and later block Dragon themselves and eliminate 3 of their players, leaving Superboy all alone. The last circle formed just above Farm, and we had 1 from Hydra, 2 from Soul and Revenant, and Orangutan with their full squad. Orangutan's Trigger drops a sweet surprise to the last player of Hydra in the shack as he was hiding and wipes him. Orangutan continues to bombard Revenant to also eliminate their team with the help of 1 grenade from IQOOSOUL. The fight for the last chicken dinner came down to a 2v4 with IQOOSOUL's Joker and S-Power stuck in a tower. However, Joker opens chances in their favor by knocking and eliminating Trigger, and then continues to take WINDGOD down, and as S-Power drops a nade on AKOP, bringing the fight to a 2v1 in favor of IQOOSOUL, only to then eliminate Ash, and IQOOSOUL secure their last winner chicken dinner with 13 finishes. With such a fantastic start to the grand finals, where some teams performed well and came in the top 8 while some still have a lot to work on. IQOOSOUL with their big last winner chicken dinner by IQOOSOUL's Joker and S-Power take the top spot in the overall standings, and with Blind coming in second, and the rest have big points difference to cope up as they start on day 2.
को डाउन करने के बाद एक 1v2 and global esports, the champions of Skyesports Champions Series, global esports. थोड़ा यहाँ पे अपने हाथ में ले चुके एमजेएफ जैसे बाहर आए जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी है वीएसटी की तरफ से लेना चाहते हैं गोल का फायदा भी देखना बीच में ये टीम हमारे सामने बची हुई है फिर भी देखिए देयर इज अनएबल टू फाइंड अ वैल्यू बट फाइनली पुश करेंगे ओमेगा फाइंड्स द फर्स्ट फाइंड्स द सेकंड एंड रेड को कर रहे हैं जरूर लेकिन यहाँ जो डाउन द रिच फायदा मिल रहा है
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs, and our gaming peripherals partner is Zebronics. And that is the precise sound that we have as our players look forward to getting brilliant winner chicken dinners, or even table top the game. But starting things off, my name is Lucifer, and joining me on desk back again is going to be Necros. And Necros, what a day it was to start on day one, and now day two. I'm worried for all the teams because it looks like only two teams are on top and already have a clear big difference from everybody else.
I mean, why not? If you talk about the matches that happened yesterday, Blind, they were pretty confident in the interview as well. They told us that, we had a chance of getting 4 chicken dinners out of all the 6 matches that they played. They had the position, and out of those 4 chances, they got a chance to convert 2 of the matches in a chicken dinner for itself. So that justifies that they had prepared very nicely before the finals, and it seems like they will be going much higher in day number 2 as well. But talking about the plays or the comeback plays that are being done by Blind, there are other teams that I'm keeping in touch, because Reckoning, I was looking forward to, we were all looking forward to, with the brilliant performance that they were putting on in the semi-finals, they were failed to deliver in the first day. So now this raises a lot of question whether Reckoning, they have changed their tactics or they have changed their approach, because yesterday they seemed to be a little off.
I agree with you. I think in the first game we spoke about it, seems like Reckoning want to go all out. They did even try, did get a couple of finishes for themselves, but after that got wiped out. And whenever we have spoken about Reckoning in semi-finals, it is them always having double-digit in finishes. That's how a wonderful game for them felt and converted in their favor. And also they came to the top 2, but seems like, as you rightly said, they've taken it all. But also I think it's a little bit of that mental exhaustion, like there was no gap between the semi-finals and the start of the grand finals, right? And now that you're playing 16 teams on a stretch without even a break, in semis you had your different groups, caused trouble, not just for them. You spoke about Team Tamilas, we even saw Medal, even though they got a winner chicken dinner, their initial games were not that great. And even the chicken dinner that Medal converted, it was just because Blind were overpowered and were stuck between Soul, and Medal decided to push and keep oppressing them with nades, and that worked out really well. And it seems like even though of all these issues that teams have had, Soul, one team which is shown us consistent performance from the first match, and after that Blind as well. Now yes, that IQOOSOUL's last brilliant winner chicken dinner gave them a chance, but I think rather than putting a highlight on them, and yes, because we already spoke, they are the top contenders. Last year 23 also it was Blind and Soul, this time it's Blind and IQOOSOUL. So I want to see what happens over there, but we need to talk about the other teams, NTT especially. Necros, yesterday I think except for Miramar where they had close to 11 or 12 finishes, it doesn't look great for them.
Exactly. I mean, see, they had a good chance of getting getting good points, and they were also looking forward to play a little placement oriented, but we'll talk about that later. For now, we'll focus on the roadmap of Skyesports that we are talking about for a very long time. This is Skyesports Champions Series 2024 edition with a 10 lakh prize pool that we are seeing that will end on the 10th of March. That is just 4 days after today's date. But after that, we will have top 10 teams in the Skyesports leaderboard that will get a direct invite to Skyesports Mobile Open. The registration phases will also start very shortly, and you will be notified it via our Skyesports Instagram page. So make sure you follow that page for the updates, because Mobile Open is going to be very big as well, with also again a 10 lakh rupees prize pool.
Yeah, I think look at the timeline as well. There's not much days left, so I think hit the subscribe here, immediately jump, use the link of the Instagram and go to our Skyesports Instagram page, which is Skyesports Gaming. But for our viewers who's joining us today, and why we were stressing so much on points, not just here for the grand finals, but also when we spoke about the leaderboards. Now, this leaderboard doesn't only comprehend to our 24 Champion Series, it comprehends the 23 Champion Series as well as Championship 5.0, which happened last year. Now, a cumulative of the grand finals overall standings together is called the Skyesports leaderboard, and the grand final overall standing will also be added to the Skyesports leaderboard, and this is a standalone leaderboard where all Skyesports IPs only are being used. Their points are the only ones, and if you want to know where or how many points your favorite teams are standing on, the link was right there, skyesportsgaming.in/skyrankings. But also another thing that you can achieve while you're watching streams, have fun while watching streams, is that you have an additional giveaway happening where you can enhance your game if you help us reach a goal. That is going to be the road to 1 million, yes, but very close to 800k is what we are, Necros. And if we reach there, what do we open up? A big box of 30 Royal Pass giveaways.
I mean, 30 Royal Passes. I mean, for once when I started to play BGMI, it was my dream to, get a Royal Pass, because for me that time to ask my mother or my father, like, give me a Royal Pass, buy a Royal Pass was very difficult.
It's still the same.
I mean, no, it is not that same.
Little?
I mean,
yeah,
I still don't have a Royal Pass. Yeah.
With your stutter, we get an idea about it, and let's tell our viewers that you don't have to ask your parents, right? Because we understand a lot of the pool here. You play, you might be in colleges right now studying, you might have just started your job, but we understand that immediately investing for that, and yeah, we would not tell you to go ahead for that, but there is a chance, when there is a chance as such, that you can get these passes for yourself by a giveaway, by watching a live stream. Make use of it, share it with your friends. 900k, we hit 50 Royal Pass giveaways, and then when we hit 1 million, it's 100. Now, again, you can also enjoy watching your favorite teams, right, playing here, and while you win giveaways like this.
Exactly, you have a brilliant chance. You can be the one among your friends to have the premium outfits, and it's like a one-time investment. You get a Royal Pass for one time, and you can continue till the time you want to play, because every time you get the UC back, so you can buy another season Royal Pass in the next time. So it will be a big opportunity. But talking about the teams, Lucifer, I am expecting a lot from the bottom teams, specifically if you talk about the undergods, Dragon Esports.
Oh yes.
They've got Revenant, XSpark. XSpark, they've got a lot of finishes previously, but not a lot of placement points to make themselves comfortable in the top 5 or top 6.
Now let's, as you mentioned, right, the teams at the bottom, we'll quickly drop a gist on them and discuss about it. We see the top teams as of now. Yes, entity in question, but yesterday's day was not that great. However, because of their last few games, they played out better. They're at the 7th position. We will jump into the overall standings very soon. Team Tamilas as well. Yesterday was not a great day. We even had a chance to speak to Vadiar before this, and don't talk about yesterday. Let's hope today is going to be a better day, and I think that's what tells us, right? Whatever you did in semi-finals is not going to be enough. You have to perform better when the grand finals start, because there might be teams who are hiding themselves or who are not putting or pushing their full potential. And you might just fall prey to it, and that's what I feel like the teams in the bottom 8 have been feeling. Now, for example, let's take Revenant, another team which we did see in the top 8, right, in semi-finals, Necros. Now they're in the bottom, they're at the 13th position. Imagine, this is not the Revenant start that we kind of deciphered or even thought about.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Because if you talk about Revenant, on paper, the team has been exceptional. And when you talk about an IJ like Sensei, who has the knowledge and he has that kind of capability of using his team very precisely on good situations, because he knows when to play aggressive, when to play with a passive approach. But somewhere down the line, I can feel like when you have top-notch assaulters like Fierce, Ponox, Blaze as a good support, and and still you're not making up to the top, there is something that you need to find out. Maybe the lack of strategy or the lack of some flaws in the decision making is costing them the points.
Now let's talk about what happened yesterday, right? The winner chicken dinners, teams such as WSP, Blind, Team Tamilas, and again Blind, Medal, and IQOOSOUL picked up winner chicken dinner on day one. Blind was again looking forward to maybe 4 chicken dinners. We were discussing about that, right? From the start that we saw, where WSP got the chicken dinner, Blind was also there in the fight. But I feel bad there more for CS Esports, because CS Esports were so crucial in making sure IQOOSOUL doesn't push up, and on top of it, Blind players do not get out of the trenches. But CS never assumed that there could have been another team on another edge of the play zone, and as soon as CS jumped towards Blind, WSB also started firing, and that's where a problem happened. And look at that, what happened. IQOOSOUL understood this is going to be the case in the last play zone, and they had a player, Joker, who was playing for placement points already, the survival, right? And I think this is something that I would want to see change for CS Esports today, that they understand what they need to change, because otherwise, if it was not WSB yesterday, it could have been CS Esports' chicken dinner to start.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, CS, they have been doing good, but they need to do a better performance if they want to climb up the ladder a bit quickly. And I really expect today's matches, all the 6 matches, are going to be very crucial. See, for Blind Esports, we were talking about them previously because they made sure that they had the positioning in 4 of the matches. In the match number 1, they almost got trapped between CS and WSB. The second match, it went in their favor in the map of Miramar. The third one of Vikendi also, like, the Sanhok did not went at all, but when it come down to Vikendi, they got the chicken enough with 8 finishes. Miramar, they were also in a position where they could have taken down Medal and maybe got the winner chicken dinner for themselves, but they were too much, I would say, patient or stagnant in one compound that actually caused their demise in that very match. But eventually, when you talk about the other teams, I want to focus on Hydra Official. I mean, the as far as I remember, since coming in and completely changing the pace of Hydra's rotation and the decision making and the fight approaches, has been working very efficient.
Yeah, yesterday the chicken dinner that Blind converted could have been Hydra Officials, right? Hydra Official saved Blind from IQOOSOUL, where we saw Ronnie bombarding them and maybe trying to find an elimination, and Hydra's Duora, he was the reason, along with I think Sins, or it was Persh, I guess. They were playing towards the edge of the play zone, eliminated IQOOSOUL, and then Blind got a chance to recover themselves, but Duora did not know there were another player in that dip. He slams in, he goes down, and it all comes down to Spursh, and then all he had to do was heal battle, because he knew he couldn't move up. Blind was there, better with numbers. There was Orangutan on top and Medal pushing from the right edges of the circle. So completely Hydra Official were kind of surrounded in that chicken dinner situation chance. But again, yesterday we did see a lot of teams, even though they had a chance of a chicken dinner with numbers, they did not get it because they did not have the circle in their favor. Now that is something that we did see in Miramar as well. Medal, what they did, how brilliantly they converted against Blind. That could have been Blind's maybe a third chicken dinner, didn't happen. And why are these teams kind of going so aggressive? It is because of the new point system, right? The first team only gets 10 points, double digits, and every other team has to work with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. And imagine, all the way from 10, you have to drop down to 6. Whereas at least before Necros, in the 15 point system, we had 15, then we had 10. Meaning at least 2 teams get double digits in placement points. But now it's not the case. And that's the reason every team is fighting for finishes and are looking forward to third parties. But nobody is able to do it properly or in a systematic way where they do not have to be worrying about casualties.
I mean, when you talk about third parties, Lucifer, I cannot forget the run that IQOOSOUL had in the semi-finals. I mean, everywhere you're seeing fight, you see IQOOSOUL popping in out of nowhere. They get the finishes and converting them in their favor. And I really believe if somebody says, that taking finishes of other teams, it's not part of the aggression or something. But believe me, I'm going to say this, that even stealing finishes is a kind of skill that not everybody has. So that we have to appreciate for IQOOSOUL.
I think it's a part and parcel of the game, right? You have to be smart, you have to be witty, and if you're not, then what is the use of trying to get points? The only way to get points is deny it for somebody else. Take advantage of the
Exactly.
situation. Now, Circle doesn't give you a free advantage. You have to figure it out. And I think, as you already mentioned, IQOOSOUL have been doing it brilliantly, very consistent from the first game. Whether it be in placement points, survival, finishes, they've done it all compared to even Blind. Blind, however, were very good in their circle rotations, so precise, Necros. We were adoring them yesterday because of how well those rotations were from them, how well they were placing themselves inside the circle. If not for the casualties, or if they did not choke in a couple of positions, they could have, we were discussing, or as they told, they could have gotten 4 chicken dinners. But Orangutan, I'm pretty sure that hurt them yesterday. The last game, Erangel 2v4, unfavorable, stuck in one tower were IQOOSOUL and Orangutan. Drigger falls, AKOP falls, WINDGOD falls, and last Ash also falls down. Done is the game. How did it all happen?
I mean, that was definitely a nightmare, Lucifer. If you are Orangutan, or if you're a fan of Orangutan, you are feeling it at that moment. And everybody, I was watching throughout the internet, everybody was shocked. IQOOSOUL, that was an unbelievable, unimaginable chicken dinner that they took. Even they were in shock, like how did we just do it? How is it possible?
Yeah,
With some
imagine being
nades,
stuck in a tower.
and that too outside of the circle. They needed to get inside of the circle to win the match, but OG pushed it out. They had to come into the central point, but those nades, that did a lot of damage.
On one end, Joker with his nades, and if Joker has run out of his nades, then there's S-Power with a couple of his own. And I think that synergy bounced off really well between them and worked out good for them. But we kept talking about the last page. Quickly again, reminding all the teams: Revenant, Reckoning, the teams on top, Team Tamilas, CHEMIN, Medal, all these teams. Out of the 8 teams here, 6 teams at least were in the top pages at the end of semi-finals, and here they're at the bottom 8. And therefore their start has not been great. Let's talk about the top 5 players, and we already mentioned about IQOOSOUL. So obviously we had to see Joker to start things off. And Joker, where did it all happen? It happened towards the Camp Alpha Hills. You remember, in
Oh
one
my
single
God.
spray, he puts down an entire squad. AEROBOTZ wiped.
I mean, there has been a lot of things, right? I mean, to get all the players down in a single magazine, it's not easy job. But when you can just watch the BTS, it's like he just says, if all the heads got connected. I don't know even how I did that impossible thing with my own hands.
He, when I went back and saw it to check if it was an entire mag being used, it was the entire round or not, it was actually not. I think in 10 to 15 bullets he finished it off from that M4. And I was like, wait, hello, there's still bullets. And he reloads and he's like, I've already gotten 4 finishes. What do I need? He already gets the confirmation. From 1, he jumps into total of 5 finishes in that game for himself. So I think that's what we were seeing, right? On an individual potential, IQOOSOUL are showing us all. But there was a little bit of a spark that we did see from XSpark in Entity and Erangel as well. In the last game, we ended up seeing their battle that they took, which did get prolonged. CHEMIN came in, WINDGOD came in between as a clash. They got scrunched over there, and because of that, finishes came for XSpark, but they also had casualties. CHEMIN had casualties. That fight didn't go underway as they wanted. Now, day 1 has been done, but what is cooking for day 2? We'll see all of it after this short break. We are back after that break and we were cooking up what's going to happen on Erangel. It is day 2 of the Skyesports Champions Series 2024. The story still remains on the top of the table between Blind and IQOOSOUL, just like how it was in 23, how it unfolded. And it seems like players from Blind have moved to IQOOSOUL, and the new Blind which is coming, it's similar to the ex-Blind, and they are trying to topple IQOOSOUL. However, because of the big dinner yesterday, they did take the top spot. So what's your thoughts on that, Necros? Do you think it's going to remain a battle between Blind and IQOOSOUL at the end of day 2? Yes, there is a point difference of 20, or is it going to change?
I don't know. I might be just going a little bit out of track, but I believe it's a day for entity.
Oh.
Maybe. I'm just telling. It might be just a prediction, but I believe it's going to be a day of entity because the way they played, in the previous day, the approach that entity had, Somraj had his own plans, so probably he might have some good stuffs to come up with. But we'll quickly have a look on the map schedule because today the first match it is going to be similar as what we experienced yesterday. We'll start off with Erangel, then we will have Miramar, then we will have the map of Sanhok, Vikendi, again the map of Miramar, and we'll be ending the day with Erangel itself. So 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, 1 Sanhok and 1 Vikendi is what we got in today's matches.
I think we have something new for our viewers today. Let's talk about it when it happens. I'm pretty sure I've already gotten this from my producer. So I think we should be going to that as well. But I think before we start things off, right, let's speak about what happened on the first match of Grand Finals to see if it replicates here on day 2's match 1. Erangel, WSP. Do you think Erangel again is going to be WSPs?
I mean, there is a bit of chance, but I still feel like, when the previous Erangel happened, WSB got a bit lucky. I won't say it's lucky because they were also able to convert one crucial fight with Entity Gaming. If that fight went in the favor of Entity, WSB might have not had the chance to convert that match in their favor with that amount of finishes. But again, it stays with them how they carry this momentum forward in today's matches as well, because I believe WSB, we've seen them in the semifinals itself. They started off pretty well, but they somehow managed to qualify for the finals.
Yeah.
It was not like they had a good run throughout the semifinals and they just comfortably qualified for the finals. They had a tough time. They had a tough phase which they had to go through. So I believe they need to be very determined. They have to be very, very much strategic in the means of decision making. Then only they can make it through.
For me, this first map can swing for different teams as well, because I was just wondering of what maybe we can expect being different, right? I feel like there can be a situation for XSpark also to start things off, because yesterday when things worked out for them was when NinjaJod was alive, right? If he was the first one to be casualized or eliminated very early on, XSpark felt like they did not have enough firepower. But let's see how it goes underway in Erangel as it kicks off right in front of our screens now, and steaming to where the flight path is going to start from.
Yeah, looking forward to see where it is going to start off from. IQOOSOUL Nakul will be playing in the place of S-Power. I mean, I was wishing to see the birthday boy coming up in the very first match, but it seems like he had a good party yesterday night. So probably Nakul will be replacing him, but we'll have to see how IQOOSOUL will be getting some good points. But my pick for this match is definitely going to be IQOOSOUL itself for the chicken dinner.
The way they ended it is what you want to see them starting on. The flight path that we see is from military base that we are end up seeing and moving towards shelter, mansion, and I think towards a little bit of those edges on the north and Kameshki. I think it ends up giving teams high favor on eastern edges, but still it's not so further eastern favored, and I think teams should have a chance to go towards Gatka, Ruins and Pochinki as well. There can be drop clashes that we see because teams would have to get down, get into vehicles and immediately run up. But yesterday there was one early elimination that we did see which happened in Pochinki, right, Necros? Entity and WSP. WSP won at that time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have been neighbors for a very long time. Entity, I don't know, in the map of Miramar, they have Blind as their neighbors. In the map of Erangel, they have WSB as their neighbors. And it seems like they're a family-friendly kind of team who wants to stay close with other teams itself, and they want to take some engagements. And in that way, even it's sometimes vice versa. Sometimes WSB wipes out Entity, sometimes Entity wipes out WSB, and the storyline continues throughout. But we'll have to see how it goes this time, because this is the starting match. This does give a little bit of momentum to your entire day. We have seen how WSB got the momentum from the very first match. In the previous day, they disengaged from the area of Pochinki, but later down the line, they got again engaged with Entity, and that time they managed to wipe them out.
Look at this. This time, Entity seems like they want to take the compounds out of Pochinki at the edges and leaving WSP on its own at that place. Interesting, something that I did not think about. I thought Entity would actually go head on and take a clash and make sure that this time it doesn't end up happening. But the fight that we did speak about, Yasnaya, it is underway, and XSpark, they immediately start off on CHEMIN. But is there WINDGOD to also greet them this time? I think yes, close,
No.
but WINDGOD have gone towards Mansion. They can come in for a third party if they want, but yeah, they're not right at Yasnaya as of now. Therefore, XSpark and CHEMIN, they should have a fight on their own, and there should be no disturbance for at least this early start.
I mean, Kevin probably wanted to go around those petrol pump areas to collect those vehicles and go towards the direction of their Georgopol northern city, because the circle has already prevailed over that area itself. So being in Georgopol will give you a lot of benefits, but I feel very bad for Venom. I mean, you just start a match and within a span of like 2 minutes, you're already out of the game. So that does give a lot of impact on CHEMIN Esports, but they had a decent run, right? Previously, we saw them, even after having early casualties, they did not face a lot of backlashes in the end circle. They managed to survive till a long time, and they did got the results what they wanted. But at this moment, we'll have to see what comes up next. IQOOSOUL, they do have their own loot done and dusted, and they want to go for a quick rotation, it seems.
I want to talk about the circle here, Necros. Even though we saw an eastern flight path, right? The circle seemed to have moved a little western, little with north as well, towards Jojo and Hospital or the Everest that we are seeing. It's going to be interesting of how teams maneuver around this. As you did also see and already mentioned, right, that the birthday boy today is not playing S-Power, taking a chill pill at the start here in day 2 of the grand finals. But again, come on, IQOOSOUL, they have such a fierce lineup that any player that you switch between, it doesn't feel like there's a big change. It seems like everybody resonates the same energy. However, Entity, they need to resonate a different one today. Day 1, not the greatest of the starts. However, they did manage to crawl into the top 8 as we ended, and we saw in the overall standings they were at the 7th spot. But today I'm pretty sure they're looking forward to gearing up and gaming on. And if you do want to do it, it is with the LG UltraGear monitors for the best viewing experiences that you would want. Links you will find in the description, and if you do get it, I'm pretty sure you're going to thank us at the later stages. But right as now, I'm pretty sure Revenant want to thank their teammates, their decisions of how they make sure that they convert something here. Otherwise, it seems like Revenant will not be thanking anybody.
And even this moment, if you talk about for the other things, like when you have a good monitor and when you have a good setup, you also need a powerful processor, right, Lucifer? When you are playing the games, and even if you're streaming, this time even every house or every other person is going and coming into streaming, so you need a powerful processor, and for that AMD has got you covered up with the beautiful new and powerful processors. You can add them in your PC, and with that your PC just goes one level up higher. So make sure to check them out as well.
If we are already talking about all our sponsors that we are thankful to, I think we have to be thankful to Elitehubs as well, because they are the ones right now, as the players are looting, right? For our players who are watching on stream, the way you can loot is go to elitehubs.com for all your computer needs. It's a one-stop destination. You do not even have to look at anywhere else. And for people who are worried about what headphones do we need, because in BGMI it is super crucial, especially towards the final fights, right? To kind of even gauge where your opponents are coming from. It's better that you would want to look forward to the Zebronics headphones, because it comes with a Type-C connector. But this is the new thing that we spoke about. Cast a prediction right on your screen. Look at that Hindi desk today, which has been with Maisie. Yesterday we did Anki Bot, we did have today Maisie, and he's the guest for the Hindi desk. What is your thoughts on the Hindi desk's caster predictions here, Necros?
I mean, if you want me to be a little sarcastic this moment, Hydra won't be happy with this prediction for sure.
Oh.
I mean,
hey man,
but
see,
nevertheless,
we were having this discussion, right? When Maisie was there,
Yeah.
we were all talking on Discord and mentioning that, hey, come on. it is nice. I hands down second and would always support Messi because it is always fun, and I think caster prediction should remain that way. But now let's see. It seems like a lot of people are supporting IQOOSOUL. We saw two people from the Hindi desk here. Vadi are also coming in as IQOOSOUL. But then there are the other three casters, right? Sharp, Shri, and SJ. All of them rooting for Entity.
Well, you want to know my prediction, Lucifer?
It's gonna come up on the screen. I don't want to know anymore
Yeah.
because our producers are there. They're covered it up. It's no more of a secret, Necros, that we have it. But I think you easily should also go for IQOOSOUL. I don't think you have changed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
See, as simple as that.
I mean, it surprises. Like, okay, so Raider decided to open up with OG. Yeah, we'll have a talk on that afterwards when we have on a break. But eventually, Lucifer, you're supporting XSpark, and I'm not surprised because definitely XSpark, they had a good run. They had a lot of finishes in the previous day. In all 6 matches, they converted a lot of points for themselves. Yeah, not a chicken dinner, it seems, but sometimes that doesn't matter. And the pure example of it, it's Orangutan, because without a single chicken, they qualified for the finals, and still now they are in the top 5 teams after the day 1 ended. They placed themselves in the 3rd spot without a single chicken dinner with 30 finishes and 16 placement points. So that does justify the kind of game the teams are up to.
I'm surprised of all us casters here. We are around 10 casters. And none of us even predicted blind when they were close to 4 chicken dinners yesterday. So, is it that blind might not get much today? I'm not too sure. Because again, we spoke about this when we started. We have to give benefit of the doubt on day 1 because a lot of the teams wouldn't have done their best on semi-finals, so they would want to have a fantastic start. Blind had that. But continuing that run is going to be difficult. But look at what Entity have strategized here. They decided not to go for a Pochinki start. They move out, look forward to loot, gear up, and now look at this. They're back towards the Pochinki compounds, and now they would want to eliminate WSB as a whole. No casualties dealt, and they're ready for them. And WSB have no clue. They're moving uphill. This is the chance. Pukar and Gamla Boy together, and the other two also playing on another 2-2 split. Zaref coming right in front of them, and now he's going to be beaten up, and as well as dropped to a knock, and yes, they do it. And now the other players have to stay away. Somraj is also joining up with Gamla Boy and Pukar, and Zaref going out. WSB now know who's knocking at their door.
I mean, this is one way or the other. Either it's an entire team wipe or it's at least one damage that you're denting on the side of WSB. That's the job that Entity wanted to do. And it seems like they are going to push this time. But yeah, when we are talking about these kind of approaches, so kind of this does give intel that, completing your loot on an early basis is better than instantly taking a drop clash, because in drop clash you don't even get proper loot, you don't even get proper ammunition and the guns at this times to take the fight on a head-on fight with any other team. So it's a good decision, I would say, by Somraj, that to go and complete the loot from different compounds and coming and waiting for WSB to move out of Pochinki and then grabbing them in their blind spot. So yeah, that was definitely a good move. But eventually, given a chance, Reckoning, on the other hand, who didn't had a great day on day number 1, will be looking forward to convert some good matches for themselves today.
Let's see if Reckoning can do. Yesterday, we did see and even speak about them having a great start, right? Where they wiped Dragon Esports right out of the gate. And Dragon back-to-back initial 2 games, they were completely wiped. And later, they did recover. But yeah, at the end of the day, they were still at the bottom. So that's something that they will for sure look forward to working on. We spoke to those young lads. They were like, we don't look at the name that are there in the lobby. We try to give our best game. And they did in the semi-finals. But again, a new storyline brews every time we spruce up the next stage of BGMI, right? And here, after semi-finals, it is always the grand finals, and it has always had a different start. Take Team Tamilas, for example. From, I think, day 1 was okayish and good on semi-finals, but from day 2, outright Team Tamilas had control in every game till day 6. They were top of the charts. Yes, towards the end it was Entity taking back again with 200 total points, but how Team Tamilas played, everybody was riled up because of them. So let's see if Team Tamilas do it again here at the start of day 2. But one thing that you can do for us is participate in the massive giveaway. And how can you do it? Is by sharing the stream with your friends. If you have already subscribed, get more people to subscribe, and then you'll be opened for a chance to have a royal giveaway pass. Let's see who gets it.
40k subscribers, we are just away from that milestone of 800k subscribers. But for now, it doesn't seem that Revenant are quite far from blind, and Adi wants to go with a stealthy approach. Not to give a lot of sound cue to the players of Team Revenant, but he has definitely got a lot of info about that position. And Potato Hill has always been that one spot that works as a vital point, but those nade exchanges now, Fierce has to back off. The nade was almost on point, but Fierce managed to change his position as Revenant. They will be engaging themselves with Team Blind at this point.
Yes, right behind the rock, a couple of grenades being thrown, no damage, but Adi immediately receives a knock. That was the opening here. Fierce, if he continues, he does have 5 more grenades to play with. Sensei, along with his teammates, they're still driving by, looking for the position, and Sensei finishes of Adi with the vehicle itself, and Blind decide to call it quits. I think so. They've backed off, given some space around the Potato Hills. Maybe looking forward to an opportunity where they can turn the fight around. Maybe if somebody overextends it. Yeah, it is. They're waiting for an wouldn't but I think Revenant wouldn't want to do that, because yesterday's day, whenever they wanted to not even just enter the circle, it was not even an extension, they were getting eliminated. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want to make such a mistake today. Circle, we did speak about it. It was towards Hospital, Georgipul, Everest, Ruins is what we can see. Let's see how it works out when we see a shift. But as the flight path was eastern, right? Seems to be a lot more eastern clustered teams, but Aquinox, he gets knocked. Now Revenant, if they keep treading the same path, difficulty might come in their faces. And Skips, he wants to lead charge. Jazzy is also there, driving the vehicles around. 2 players, one from Blind as well as Revenant, crash at each other, and it's going to be Fierce taking on Jazzy, but Hirsch immediately finishes off. Wait, he drops an Aquinox again, and it's come down to Skips all alone, and it doesn't work out. Blaze clutches it. It was almost chaotic, but Hydra official, they're here for a third party. Entity also want to jump in for a third party. Duora finishes of Sensei and Fierce. Look at the magic that's happening here in terms of Magic Lander finishes. Aquinox, the last player here. Hydra, I think they don't have the idea, but now Sin should be able to spot him and call to finish that player as well. And Blaze calls it quits, tucks himself up. And Hydra, good decision that they have also decided after getting those finishes to back off. Otherwise, third party to a third party, Hydra official could have also been wiped, because Entity looked to be super strategic and precise in their execution.
For 1 second, I really thought that was go-kart racing going on between all the teams. I mean, what was that? Almost like 8 to 10 players in cars, 8 to 10 different vehicles. They were traveling in the very same spot. I don't know what they were up to. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, you're bringing up the nostalgic part. Oh, okay. Now you're raising that kind of inner child in me that wants to go to the amusement park and again play those dashing cars.
I mean, we should hit up and then replicate making up a reel where we exactly clip this part, and then the outro to us also using dashing car later. It'll be fun.
Content team be ready.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would want to do it. But here, there's a new record from IQOOSOUL, the first team to reach 70 total points in the finals. Are you kidding me? It's day 1, and if they've reached already close to 70 plus points, that's insane.
6 matches, 70. You can almost consider it at least like 10 or 10 plus points in every match that they have accumulated. It's almost close to that. And when you talk about Hydra, I mean, they had a good chance. Oh my god, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, they got taken down from the back, and this is a situation where you need to revive your teammate. I mean, we have seen it being done from IQOOSOUL and all the teams, but this seems like Dragon Esports, they doesn't want to give them a chance, and Hydra loses their first.
Again, this is Dragon moving out of from the Noah Ripnoy bridge ahead towards the eastern edges of the circle, and they find a player, take it off. But XSpark, they're close with AEROBOTZ. However, AEROBOTZ are in a compound. Spread as well as AeroBots' player, as they're hearing maybe a couple of vehicles that XSpark were driving around earlier. But Shadow, he spotted an airdrop. He's moving in that direction, maybe calling in his other teammates as well. But Blaze, and I'm pretty sure the entire team of Revenant, they were feeling so happy that they were about to finish and did also get an entire team wipe on Blind. never expected a third party, and this is why we say taking clashes when there is the circle about to close in, or the play zone especially closing in. Circle is still fine, but the play zone, when it's moving in, you would have to call it moves, otherwise you will get stuck in a lot of third party fights, and that's what happened for Revenant. Thankful to Blaze that the team will still survive. There's no early elimination that they have faced, except for Blind, that Revenant themselves did, the first team to be eliminated. Now how well can Blaze fight for survival?
That's a big question because, when it comes down to surviving, Blaze, I wouldn't say he is bad at it. He has done it multiple times in his previous teams as well, so I really expect him to step up this time as well. But when we just talk about the top 10 category in Medal Esports, Entity, Reckoning, they are just outside, just on the edge of qualifying or making themselves comfortable in the top 10 category. So we can see the gap. It's like almost like a 40 or 34 points of difference that they need to cover for Medal, and it's like Reckoning and all, they have to still manage a lot of points throughout the grand finals. When you have 36 match on your chart, I don't think it's very difficult for any team to make it up and secure their top 10 spots, because you're getting ample amount of time, ample amount of opportunities to score points.
Yeah, and the other teams which were there, VST and Insane, are not playing, so this is the opportunity to capitalize on top of that. Circle about to shrink. Entity now fighting with players from Reckoning. You already did mention about them, but it seems like the circle shift. This takes a little bit of a northern eastern turn from that western edge, giving teams a little bit of a chance to move southern. Earlier, before this, a cluster of teams were towards eastern. Now it can be a southern cluster. But however, the north edges are completely clear. But look at Hydra Official, the long rotation that they have taken, right? They were towards the eastern where we didn't see Blaze and around the Potato Hills, and from there on, they've gone completely towards the northeastern edge to enter inside the circle. Dragon in the meantime still travelling their way towards the southern eastern edges. Not much of a problem for them, but Reckoning, good decision. As the circle shift, they also shifted it right inside the circle, but close to them. IQOOSOUL. Punk, does he have the idea? I think he should have heard the vehicle coming closer. Right across the bridge is going to be the players from IQOOSOUL. In the meantime, Team Tamilas as well, they're still rotating around the bridges. I think they should also not have much problem.
I mean, when you talk about the circle shift that has happened, it's gonna make a lot of trouble for teams. I mean, IQOOSOUL, they might be facing a lot of consequences, because if you see the southern side of the circle, they have to face a lot of teams, not only one or two, more than like 3 teams or 4 teams they need to face, like CS, OG, Tamilas. From the behind, Dragon Esports will be also might be opting for that same bridge rotation. But as long as they are in the water city, I believe they should be fine. But when the circle shifts on the shooting range side island, they need to go for that. And if they want to go it, there are 2 other ways. Firstly, you rotate directly from the bridge, where you might just face a lot of backlashes, and you might be facing a lot of gatekeeping from the teams like WINDGOD, who were already sitting at that point. But otherwise, if they want to go for a different approach, that's gonna be a big story, because they either way have to rotate from outside of the circle, taking the blue zone damage.
Entity now know with this circle shift, as you rightly said, it's a tough circle to play around with. That's the reason they're outside the play zone, because if they enter now, they know they're going to be stuck in a lot of third party fights. WSP already have had a casualty with Zerif going down because of Entity, of how smartly they played. However, in the position that they're rotating very close to them seems to be Medal now. Medal can cause some trouble. However, they're outside the circle, and therefore they're unable to hear what and how WSP's players are rotating. Closer to an airdrop again, so I think Medal player might go to the airdrop, look forward to getting some ammo, getting level 3 helmets and vest in case they don't have. Looks like Encore doesn't, but we'll see if they do get it. In the meantime, slowly entering the circle after waiting out on the eastern edges. Now they should know that they can easily enter, because if it's been such a long time and they've not spotted a player, they should get easy access. But as soon as Encore was moving up, he sees the haze of that smoke grenade and tells his teammates to slow down, knowing that somebody is up close, and this is a chance that they have to be worried about, or a chance to look forward to finishes.
WSB's position seems to be very promising. I mean, if there's no backstab coming in, they should be pretty fine. But on the other hand, I would like to point out one thing. I just saw one skin on Adasia. I mean, it looks super cool. I mean, I don't know whether they had nitros or not in a usual note, but yeah, I kind of liked it.
Interesting. Among all the fights, the interesting thing for you is the skin on a vehicle.
I mean, yeah, I'm into cars sometimes.
now I'm worried on how I should talk about this. Now, a Dacia, and you're thinking about a car in real life, and you're saying you like cars. I don't know where the comparison is, but our viewers can compare themselves and to see what updates are coming in as and when it follows by following us on WhatsApp. The QR code is there to join, and as soon as any new updates, especially with Skyesports Mobile Open, again a 10 lakh prize pool happening, and already Mobile Open, there is that open word should give you the idea that the next upcoming chance should be again open for all the teams. And with that, we've also mentioned that no more invites for semis or direct grand finals, only to the quarterfinals and before that. Otherwise, no. Top 10 from the leaderboards get a chance to qualify into the quarterfinals. Right as now, who's going to qualify to get a chicken dinner here? Team Tamilas and Orangutan in the middle of a tussle. Ash up close. Team Tamilas get back in the vehicles to create some distance among themselves and drive around. Oh, nice position to be found. Ash has been knocked. WINDGOD right behind the vehicle, but another player from a distance. Trigger spots. Maxi down. Trigger now would want to convert on the other players. IGL and Fox up close. There's a grenade that Fox is cooking. Grenade falls right in Trigger's lap. That's the big one. Now Fox as well as IGL needs to push up. However, they've lost Maxi and Manti. If they don't convert this fight, this is a done deal. Team Tamilas might lose everybody that they know. But still, Orangutan's WINDGOD right behind the tree. From afar, it is going to be Fox. He's downed him a lot, but right through the smokes, a ghost appears of IGL and he puts him down. And Team Tamilas are going to survive as they wipe Orangutan with 2 casualties.
Oh, this is going to be very hefty. The circle has also shifted in the meantime. But now Team Tamilas, as they've got 4 finishes, what they wanted, they have to focus on what will be coming up next. As we just talked about, IQOOSOUL also involves with a lot of fight alongside XSpark on the other hand. So a lot of fights are going on because the circle has shifted, but Joker's needs are annoying Reckoning, and it seems to me that Reckoning might be out of the equation because they were facing a lot of difficulties. They had a lot of frags coming up, but Team XSpark, they're also concluding the players of Hydra one after the other. Hydra were also facing a lot of difficulties because early on they had lost one of their players, but now as we just talk about, we just move forward to those fights as well because SprayGod also seems to be confirmed. There are a lot of fights happening on the northern end because the circle for you ladies and gentlemen has shifted towards the southeastern side, and that means it still keeps the squatters of the Water City intact where the position it was. But Ronnie, he has been compromised, while IQOOSOUL, they have completely eradicated the players of Reckoning, it seems.
More and more records. They reached 74 points yesterday, and again IQOOSOUL's Joker 20 finishes in the final, the first to reach. And we have seen, I think, at the end of semi-finals day 1 it was around 15, not 20, but here to get to that mark of 20 is just brilliant. Now IQOOSOUL, however, have lost Ronnie already in a fight. Manya, Joker and Nakula are still going to be fighting. And as we mentioned, it is S-Power's birthday today. The birthday boy is not playing in the first game, but I'm pretty sure with all the wishes that you guys will be wishing on the chat, so make sure you spam happy birthday S-Power. And let's see what magic that man brings in maybe the later matches. For now, I'm pretty sure he's been receiving a lot of phone calls. But right now, entity dialing numbers to look forward to finishes.
Oh, Team XSpark, they're into the radars, but it seems like CS, those were coming out from the western areas, will be facing a lot of backlashes, but IQOOSOUL, from a distance, they want to capitalize on those knockouts that were done by the players of Team CS. And it's this look at those plays, trying to make those connections, still converting and still getting the knockouts from this long distance, because the circle, it has also moved away from the heads of IQOOSOUL, and now they also need to rotate towards that side. So they have to be a little quicker, but before they rotate, they want to make sure that their paths are completely cleared off.
CHEMIN get eliminated with 0 finishes, and that's not a great sight for them. AEROBOTZ, they've lost 2 players. XSpark have all their 4. They have 4 finishes in their name as well. They're moving in the compound where the players have been knocked, but more grenades being cooked. If it goes towards Evil as well as Afu, they might find one. But before that happens, they drop Sarang and immediately convert a finish on him, making sure they did not give a chance. But however, exchange of a knock and a knock coming through. It's down to one last player from both the ends. On one end, Evil, on another end, SprayGod. Mistakes being done from XSpark where they did have numbers, and now just to make sure that they oppress the sides of AEROBOTZ, that slamming is not working for them. And look at Evil, what he's doing. He's taking on all the players, finishing them off, and this is not a great sight. Now SprayGod is one last player surviving, where all the players from AEROBOTZ were knocked. None of the finishes being converted. Now SprayGod finally is doing the same amount of damage as Evil was doing.
Oh, look at this position at this point. SprayGod needs to be just very, very intact. but also has to make sure that evil from behind does not affect his game. But it seems like Medley Esports, who were just surviving, barely surviving on the edges, now are almost on the verge of getting eliminated, because from them we see them completely separated. We see Paradox knocked out. He won't be getting the revival quite fast, and Top Dog, he's exactly in front of Team Entity. So now it's a very tough job that they need to do. But look at IQOOSOUL. They've given a long rotation and they have paved their paths towards the western side of the circle. But this time Team XSpark, Spray God, he wants to go up close and personal. His need has definitely impacted Evil and completed him off. But Afu, he has to play a big game. It's a 1v1 situation against Spray God. He needs to take this head-on fight. The one who wins it will have the control. But IQOOSOUL also interferes. So the one who wins have to face IQOOSOUL after this. But Afu goes exactly in the above route. But it might be flooded up with the nades and mollies in just a bit time. But now there's his Spray God who's barely surviving on a pixel SP. And the fan shot connects as XSpark takes an exit.
Afu, what a game changer this man became all of a sudden. Otherwise, it could have been XSpark winning it. IQOOSOUL, however, where they wanted to push, it seems a slam-in coming in from WINDGOD. Joker trying to stop that from happening, but he's taking the DBS shot from the other end as well. And they are giving their best. However, it seems like WINDGOD finds Knuckle, finishes him off. Joker tries, jumps out, but there's a molly on him right now. He's moving left, right, and center. Doesn't work. And eventually, WINDGOD wipe out IQOOSOUL. In the meantime, Hydra Official also get up eliminated with just 2 finishes. WINDGOD's Rex on the other end comes up as Domination because he was crucial. If not for him, IQOOSOUL would have survived.
Exactly, at this moment, this was definitely something that they never expected. But 2 finishes after having so many knockouts, only 2 finishes is what IQOOSOUL gets out of this match. And when you talk about Afu as well, he's just surviving. He's just playing on those placement points. WINDGOD have got 7 finishes in their name. Rex and Max definitely survives, and they have to focus on getting some more finishes in their side, in their favor. Because if we just talk about, I still think that yes, Reckoning Spunk is there. He's still surviving to get those placement points. Afu, he is the main problem for them, but WSB seems to be backstabbing Entity from the behind areas on the northern side, and this seems a little troubling because Dragon Esports in the meantime have gained the control of Circle.
This is going to be bad for Entity. They're stuck in a compound. Already a player has been knocked. Grenades are being riddled down, but wait, Gods? He tried to push up it because of which he gets knocked. Now this is a chance for Entity to turn it back against, and yes, Arman falls, and it's round to Raiden. I don't think he has a chance. He's just going to run away and try to fight for survival. But as you rightly mentioned, Dragon, they've got themselves the circle control, and Raiden out in the open gets spotted, and with that, WSB should be completely wiped.
Oh, that was a big blunder, and Dragon Esports took the entirety of this advantage. In between all these fights, even Medley Esports Top Dog is somehow surviving, but WINDGOD at this moment decides to push the compound. Max cooking up a nade. Looking forward to see where it can get exploded, but no, it won't give a lot of damage to Afu at this moment. By this time, if we talk about WINDGOD Max, he's surviving with the position he's in. It's not going to be very much beneficial for his side. He needs to go inside of the circle, which is not that far though, but Afu steps outside. Rex is there for the heal pattern schemes, but Afu wants to clear off this game and gets Max down, and that's WINDGOD's last hope that will be going down, but Rex is still going for the heal battle with 16 first aids in his bag.
Entity still have all their 4 players. Dragon, however, even if they got the circle control, they're losing players. They've already had 2 casualties. There was one more about to happen, if not for Blaze getting wiped out, because Jimjam, you saw, he did get knocked. Now Entity Somraj finds the last player from AEROBOTZ, as we saw on the feed. Now Entity have Circle's edge control completely in their favor. One team that they have to look forward on the left edge is going to be Dragon. However, their numbers are not great. Reckoning on the other end, the last surviving player is going to be Punk, and WINDGOD, they're outside in the play zone, which is going to be trouble again. So I think WINDGOD already are looking forward to maybe a heal battle, but there seems to be a vehicle being driven around from a player from Entity to find the players. Punk in the meantime out in the open got prone and got spotted as well. Dragon finished them off, and now Entity knows right in the circle right next to them is a squad of Dragon, but they know because of the numbers right on top of your left screen, right, remaining 7, they are the team with 4 numbers, and the other teams who are there, they're barely surviving with any, and this should be a chance to capitalize. Superboy, he gets spotted. Gamla Boy puts him down. Now it comes to Jim Jam George, the assaulter of their team. But Jim Jam seems like he's not going back to revive because he knows there could be a flank, and that flank itself pounds Superboy. That was Gamla Boy. And now Jim Jam trying his best, but he finally decides to drop hill. go for a revive and might just try to bring this game back. But Rex, how long will he go for the heal battle? I'm not too sure how many aids he has, but if he has those first aids enough, I think he should be able to fight till the end, maybe even find some finishes if it's possible, but hiding in the compounds, it's not going to be easy. Superboy has brought back to his feet. Jim Jam holding aggression. Grenade doesn't manage to do damage, but Superboy needs to be worried about the play zone that's closing in. Jim Jam does damage to Gumla Boy, but doesn't find a knock. Can he find something on Somraj? He does do damage to the vehicle, but not a knock comes in. It's going to be Superboy who pounds one, but Superboy's position is not. But still, Superboy fights. He brings this fight to a 1v2 situation. It comes down to Pukar and Somraj.
Oh, this nade has to make a lot of impact. Rex can spoil the game for Entity. He was almost that close, but Puka shuts him down. The position has been revealed. If Somraj went down, Superboy might have got a little bit of chance, but this nade will give a little bit of splash damage. But if it was a little bit on the right hand side, one knock or one finish was definitely confirmed. We can see Troy and Somraj barely breathing. Superboy and Dragon Esports have already accumulated 10 finish points for themselves. They have to look forward for a lot more.
Look at this push.
This grenade has to make a lot of impact, but it won't. Superboy, he gets one, but no, he's just good for that one knockout itself, and it's NTT Gaming who takes the winner chicken dinner of this very first match.
Seems like our Tamil desk completely got it right, except for Vadyar over there. Everybody else predicted Entity, and Entity, they start off strong as they intended to. That's how they convert in the very start of day 2. Chicken dinner back on track. I'm looking forward to where this pushes Entity in the overall standings. I think they should be close to the top. It was not a full of finishes winner chicken dinner for them, but it was a full of control chicken dinner coming in from them. I think they had close to maybe 5 to 8 finishes as a whole, but again, good stuff being done here, Necros, from Entity. And I think this strategy, once I saw them playing, I figured it out, right? When they did not drop to Pochinki, they moved back, made sure they gave space for WSP, do whatever they want, we'll go to a different position. They looted, got back closer to Pochinki, dropped a player from WSP, and once the circle moved out, Entity also decided, what's the use of keeping this fight ongoing? Let's move into the circles. But one thing they did really good was not entering the circle, but moving along the lines of the circle as it was shifting, making sure that in case there's a big hard shift, or even if there's a time where they have to push into the circle, they're close by, and that worked out. Now they convert a winner chicken dinner. Brilliant play coming in from the team.
I mean, I don't know. I was predicting today's day is gonna be entities. Okay, I won't take this kind of credits, but yeah, they started it off. They kind of started like, yeah, we're gonna make this thing happen.
IQOOSOUL pops up in your caster prediction. Don't rewind back in time and think that nobody knows about it.
I mean, see, I told you you can also rewind and check. I also talked about entity, so yeah, that does give you a
but you
brief
still made a prediction, and that is going to stand as a statement, Necros. Forget it. I'm just trying to keep you a hold on that. Don't worry about it. But yeah, man, that's how it is, right? I think it was really wonderful to see how Entity corrected what was not working yesterday to figure out what needs to be done today. But with that, we'll take a short break, and right on the other side, we'll come back to break it down further and with the points.
I've been seeing through damaged glass. I got a feeling my time isn't gonna last. What if I tried to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. Oh, be alone. I just wanna be alone. Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be.
After a brilliant comeback match from NTT Gaming as what people expected, as well as I would say our Tamil desk predicted, it happened to be quite true. I mean, the majority of the prediction were for IQOOSOUL. They also did a brilliant rotation, but they were caught off guard by the players of WINDGOD. But throughout all of these fights and coverages, one team evolved in a very drastic way. That is going to be the undergods, that is Dragon Esports. They popped off so well that they managed to get 10 plus finishes in their board.
Let's talk about the MVP as well. It ends up being Afu. We clearly remember that fight with XSpark, where it looked like XSpark would completely eliminate, right? AEROBOTZ or 4 players were down, with the grinder also being knocked. But that slam and mistake coming in from XSpark, where they couldn't hold their horses, Afu capitalized. Afu wiped all their players, leaving one last Spray God there. And once Afu entered the compound where Spray God was hiding, he eventually ended up punishing Spray God as well. That was a mistake being done from XSpark. Something that they have to work on. But there was not only this fight that I want to talk about, Necros. Many fights similar as to this turned out in a different manner. CS started off with WINDGOD, and WINDGOD immediately bounced back, eliminated CS. Now while this was happening, IQOOSOUL, they tried to take down WINDGOD, and again WINDGOD jump upon IQOOSOUL and completely eliminate them. And you can see the best companion for that goes to Avi from WINDGOD, with 3 rescues coming in, 1 assist. But the final elimination goes to Somraj from NTT.
It was brilliant. I mean, when you talk about Somraj popping off, he every time you see at this time NTT, at first it was like Somraj was playing on support, providing like Pukar, Gamla Boy. and try to push up and take those head-on fights and providing a good backup from his end. But this time even Somraj is stepping in, finding the values, and it's working so nicely for the team. So that kind of gives us an info of how an Igil stepping up also actually matters a lot. So you need to be focusing on your own game as well with all the team performances, and that's what they are doing. Even Gamla Boy, the decision of keeping him in a different off-angle position helped them a lot with those finishes in the end fight.
Let's talk about what happened in our standings. Here in the standings, as you can clearly see, it is going to be Entity on top. We mentioned there were somewhere around 5 to 8 finishes. They get 7 finishes in total, a total of 17 points. Dragon, however, as you really mentioned, that they came back big time, right? The position that they were in, rotated out of Nova Bridge. From there, they troubled all teams that they did spot. This did not end up being a casualty like the last game yesterday in Erangel, where they wanted to fight on medal. It ended up becoming a casualty on their own. However, WINDGOD also, a wonderful show coming in. Now, these are all the teams who are in the second page. AEROBOTZ as well in the second page, 7 finishes in their name. Revenant as well, good one. Blaze tried till the end as he fighted for survival. However, it did not work through, could only obtain 2 placement points. However, XSpark, I thought they had a lot more going on. Unfortunate fight where they risk calculated very low that maybe they'll be able to eliminate AEROBOTZ as a whole. Did not wonder about an individual prowess, and Afu stole the show there.
Afu was like, nope, it's not gonna happen. But more or less, we just talk about it was a very good match coming up from all the ends, all the perspective of the teams. They started off well, but not lucky one for Revenant, it seems, because Revenant, even after having, like, I would say a good start or a decent one, they got completely swarmed by teams. They managed to wipe out a team. Blaze was exceptional in that fight, but little did they expect that Hydra as well as Entity will be coming in the question and will spoil their game. But quickly talking about the highest team finishes, yes, it's Dragon, best rating will be Entity, but AEROBOTZ, they have to now get a chicken dinner to, put some toppings on the cake, it seems, because if they want to be a little in a higher position in the overall standings, that is the finishing touch that they need at this point.
Match summary here clearly states that it was an average of 4 to 3 finishes per team and a 50% contribution as well. Highest finishers have been 7 except for Dragon with 10. Best rating all around 3 points, 3.7, 3.3, 3.5 is what we were seeing. Let's jump to the overall ranking. IQOOSOUL still stand on top with 77 total points, and thankful to Blind, I'm pretty sure they're going to be. IQOOSOUL did manage to get 3 more finishes, that's where they're at 77. However, Blind did not get much in this game. They got completely wiped off very early on, and that was all kudos to Revenant, and that's the reason they're still stuck at 67. But look at where Entity have jumped immediately to the 3rd spot, and where the difference was of 20 points. It is cut a little small, 3 points minus, down to 17, but still a long way to go here for Entity to get close to the top spot. Then coming in is going to be XSpark as well. Yesterday they were towards the end of the page. Today they're at the 6th spot. They're still lacking placement points, but their finish is 36.
More or less, it was definitely a good game. But when we talk about teams, there's a little bit of drop down in after first match. It's definitely going to be CS. They had a good positioning but could not convert a lot of points. They had elimination points, if we see 26, but have only 8 placement points. So that does justify a chicken dinner or a good placement point match is what they need to bounce back again in the top 8. Reckoning still seems to be in that 16th spot. Dragon Esports, in spite of having a good match, previous 6 matches were very, very bad. That's why even after having a good match, they're still in the 15th spot. So they need at least a consecutive matches like this, finishing top 8 or top 5 at least, to get going, or maybe climbing up the ladder quickly.
Let's see, there are still 5 more games for the day. We did speak about 36 games as a whole. Let's see how teams manage to make do of it. But now talking about also the top 5 fraggers, the top 5 players, it still is Joker on top. 1 finish extra that he takes here in the first game, 21. Skips, however, nothing much, stuck at 15. S-Power did not play, is going to be at 14. Spray God at 13. But Gamla Boy is at 12. Along with Spray God, he also makes his entry. But I think Gamla Boy was here, but in a different, better spot. But I think Spray God's entry does tell us that XSpark in aggression still are continuing it. But I think they have to convert fights a little seamlessly, right? The trouble that they had while they were trying to convert a fight as such with the AEROBOTZ, I wouldn't call it risky that they pushed over there, but it was, I felt like too uncalculated and just a outright bold move that they thought, hey, come on, we can take them down. Majority of the players are knocked, and I think they did not risk the factor of their Afu being like a madman and taking everybody down. But now we'll quickly jump for a short break before we kick things off and take the flight on Miramar. After NTT strategized map 1, we are now going to be kicking things off on Miramar, and I've brought Raider back here to ask him of what he thought about Erangel Raider.
First of all, Dragons, AEROBOTZ Esports. I'm way happy to see the performance that these two teams are trying to build into the picture. Of course, NTT came sure and made sure that they're going to bring in that carnage into the game. But then again, when you talk about teams like AeroBots and eventually teams like Dragons, specifically talking about Team Dragon, 10 finishes in the previous matchup. Being there in the second position, third position, being there in the top 3, that really shows that they are here with a comeback, with a storyline to talk about. And of course, love the performance that these guys was able to show. But now, talking about the schedule, of course, after taking the first map in the favor, NTT has made sure that today they're going to start a little bit stronger. On the other corner, the next map is going to be Miramar, which will be full of some long range and maybe some late rotational clashes as well.
It might be, or it might be early clashes as we dive right into Miramar. Without any delay, our flight is up with the flag of Skyesports Champions Series by UltraGear, powered by AMD. Let's see where this kicks off. It seems like again we are seeing an eastern flight path, as we did see on Erangel, towards Puerto Paraiso, and it should go all the way towards Torre Ahumada as it pierces through Minas Generalis.
The flight path definitely looks intriguing, and for that reason, I do believe that a lot of teams are going to get their access. But what about Monte region? El Pozo? Yeah, that's a little bit far away, and of course, for that, teams might have trouble. So, Lucifer, I guess you were asking for an initial clash. I think maybe we are going to get it because of the thing that a lot of teams are going to seek some vehicles so that they can rotate, and meanwhile doing that, maybe there is going to be a contestment coming in. Eliminations leader for the map of Miramar is definitely going to be Gamla Boy with 7 amazing finishes, and his average is 2.33 finishes per match. That's good, man. That's absolutely huge. But of course, there are a lot of contenders coming in from IQOOSOUL, coming in from teams like Medal, and also Team XSpark, like Spraygout sitting there at the 5th position. These guys can easily snatch that position if Gamla Boy is not, should I say, precise enough in this particular map. And of course, whenever Miramar comes in, there are a lot more challenges. Death Race, should we continue with that topic, Lucifer?
Let's do it if there is a situation as that props up, because yesterday we didn't. It seemed like yesterday everybody went to the driving schools, took their license, and they were cleared. I think it should not be the case today, but who's to say that we might be wrong today? Because I'm pretty sure the BGMI gods as well as the players want to prove us wrong as well as themselves, and maybe even prove themselves better. But right as now, it seems like no drop clashes. Hydra completely at Portaparai, so Eastern Edge being taken over by WSP because Godsden did not manage to qualify, so they should not have any trouble over there. Los Leones always having a cluster. Revenant is going to be there. Team Tamilas is going to be there. 8-bit did not qualify, otherwise maybe we would have seen 8-bit as well. Sometimes we have seen CS as well making their way there, but as of now, a big falter. XSpark, they are looking forward to eliminating the whole WINDGOD squad. WINDGOD recovered really well. They had good finishes and position, but now down to one last player. Ninja Jod on top of the building.
Amazing.
Tried his best, but then the cover coming from XSpark. This is quite happening for me from yesterday.
Yesterday you were like
are mixing
XSpark.
up. I'm really sorry, guys. But XSpark, this time they do not have any casualties, Raider. All 4 man standing, and they convert an entire team wipe.
Ninja Jod was about to do some Parker moves, but eventually got taken down. But at the same moment, we got to see the cover coming in. That really shows that XSpark is here to make sure that they don't lose any player, meanwhile taking a particular fight. And that early losing some players could have been very devastating for the team. But they have got 4 finishes and without any single loss. Although I do see that there is another team coming in, and that might be one of those seasons where the casualties could actually rise. So let's see if that clash is going to bring something else or not. But talking about the circle as well, talking about the next particular play zone, it's Team Dragons, which is right there in the center. They have got the Valadilmar region that they can access. They've got Chumasa region that they are currently holding up to. Medal is also trying to rotate. A lot of teams that are there in the eastern vicinities, they're also trying to switch up. But unfortunately, XSpark does not have any healing mids, or should I say utilities at this point. That might be one of those regions where they can lose some players. So for that reason, Shadow is already backed out and he is hunting for some vehicles or utilities. At the same point, Lucifer, we have got the caster predictions.
This time coming in from the Hindi desk is going to be Prize on Blind. Maisie going in for CHEMIN, and Spiro going in with Entity. Entity have already gotten their winner chicken dinner to start things off. Let's see if it is going to be the same thing. This Blind's winner chicken dinner is, I think, thought through because of yesterday's chicken dinner. Let's see if Blind again capitalize. But Punk calling in for a fight. I thought Punk will only scope up and then decide to move out. Seems like he's calling in his squad here to fight towards Graveyard and maybe eliminate the entire squad of XSpark if a chance is there. Mac from an off angle, but I'm pretty sure they should have heard that buggy. But wait, it looks like XSpark, after that fight has happened, they've not yet patched themselves up. As you can see, so many of their players are still damaged. I think they did not even get a chance to loot, and now they're worried of exiting from that place. And Punk has done a good job. Hunters is also moving in. We saw Hunters doing a brilliant throw of Grenade Parade. But now let's talk about the English prediction. Lucifer, me, is gone for Reckoning, Blind for Necros, and IQOOSOUL for Raider. You chose Orangutan in the first map, IQOOSOUL in the second. What are your thoughts here, Raider?
Man, after seeing the previous matchup, like the last match of day number 1, I was like, I had a lot of hopes from OG, specifically AK, OP, and Trigger is also there. The combination. Yeah, I was like, yeah, this particular team is going to come and eventually fight back even harder in the next particular day. But that didn't happen. Just 2 finishes in the first match, if I'm not wrong. That's all they got. That's all the number of points that they were able to acquire. Meanwhile, in this particular match, why I said IQOOSOUL? Because, yeah, I am pretty confident about this particular team. The way they perform, the type of control that they have. And also, even after looking at the flight path in the play zone, I can clearly see that they have been to La Cobreria region. They'll rotate from the extreme western paths from like El Pozo and Monte region. So their rotations are also going to be a little bit safer. But coming to caster predictions from Tamil Desk, we have Vadi predicting Blind might be able to secure it, exactly like what individuals from Hindi Desk are trying to do. If I'm not wrong, that was Captain. And eventually we have Sharp choosing the same team that I have got, and Team Tamilas from Sri NSJ.
Okay, this time it seems like there's been a little bit of a difference over there, but however, a difference trying to be caused towards XSpark. Ninja Jod is down. Man hasn't gotten any finishes yet. Sarang being overpowered from another angle. He's heard the sound. Now he's also taken the damage. Now this is the chance here to move in. Hunters in the meantime gets taken down by Shadow. Sarang prone down and ready. Max Kush moved in. This is a chance. Shadow, if he takes down Punk as well, this might work in the favor of XSpark, and it does. Shadow coming in from the shadows, especially with a Vector. Imagine this man goes all out. Wait, he had a UMP as well, a Vector. Wait, was he changing guns in between?
He was doing everything that's possible to save his team. So they were able to survive. Look at this. They didn't have the HP. Shadow coming in with the Kupaji completely changed the tone of this particular fight. Yeah, initially we got to see that one individual from Team Reckoning got taken down, but after that it was kind of a situation which was 3 versus 3, where the 3 guys from Team Reckoning had the HPs, had the weaponry, had the vehicles. They could have gotten this particular fight very easily in their favor. But what happened? This guy, the behemoth Shadow in the US, he swings in with the Kupaji. He's like, Hong Kong, I'm here. And you can't really survive from my wrath, and that's exactly what happened over there. The way he crashed in and eventually was able to take one individual down just by his vehicle, and another spray comes in. Yeah, he initially had Vector, then switched on to UMP, then finally got the M4. Multiple switches coming in, but at the end, one thing that was quite evident and quite clear, it is Team XSpark is going to survive. It is that they're not going to leave any man behind, and they're going to thrive till the end. Of course, this kind of momentum brings in the best effort for the team. I once again want to remind all of you guys what happened in the last match of day number 1. The momentum that completely changed the whole game.
But you can change your game to turning it on and completely gearing up with the LG UltraGear monitors, 240Hz, 144, whatever you want. Anything better than 60Hz, you have it with the LG UltraGear. And come on, viewing it on bigger screens in such amazing tournaments, why would you want that? Try out with the links in description. But I'm pretty sure Revenant do want to try their chances on a chicken dinner again. It is not working out yet. The start on Erangel, wonderful. But after that, immediate third party, Hydra as well as Entity. This time, what do they do? The circle, yes, is not come in eastern, it's moved western, but this time southwestern compared to how Erangel circle was. But for now, I think shouldn't be much of a trouble for them in their looting phase, where they are looking forward to a destination where they can get everything, such as you guys can get it on Elitehubs. Anything that you need for your computer, Elitehubs is the destination.
Exactly. If you're thinking of upgrading your gaming setup, Elitehubs.com is your go-to, ensuring you are always battle ready for tournaments like the Skyesports Champions Series. Moving forward, when we talk about some beautiful moments in this particular game, currently those moments are going to take a toll because, yeah, the fights are going to get slowed up. It's the first play zone which is slowly shrinking down. The initial clashes are went down, and we got to see that 2 teams have already been closed in, and eventually those 2 teams were taken down by none other than Team XSpark. But you can actually get a lot from this particular team, a lot from Skyesports by subscribing to the channel. If you hit 800k subscribers mark, you will be getting 30 RP giveaway, and then eventually at 900k 50 RP giveaway is also there, and at 1 million subscribers the family will be so enormous that there will be a giveaway of 100 RPs. So make sure to share the stream, subscribe the channel if you haven't done it yet, and make sure to tell your buddies as well that keep on subscribing, because you never know guys, the IPs are just going to flood the ecosystem.
I think one more player that we would want to mention in that XSpark's fight is Sarang as well. Shadow came in from the outlines and he managed to control the aggression outside, but it was due to Sarang who kept calm, composed, and found the initial knocks as the players from Reckoning were slamming in. So if not for him, XSpark could have also completely been eliminated, even with the efforts of Shadow coming through. Let's talk about IQOOSOUL. It looked like IQOOSOUL right now with in front of his screens of how they played in the previous game, right? They did have control. They were ready for finishes. However, they did not complete fights and therefore gave chance for WINDGOD to move in, and that's where WINDGOD completely eliminated IQOOSOUL, and they were not prepared for it. Let's hope they're prepared for it better this time, just like Blind as well, because Blind as well, Revenant were the team that they took on a head-on fight with, where they were not prepared, meaning they were not designed to live the game. But you guys can be with the AMD powered line of laptops, all that you can check out on the links in description.
Make sure to go for it guys, because you get the best in line. Moving forward, it's Hydra. Spray God is spraying the people down, and it's WSB's Raiden which is getting all of that damage. Although he tanks it up, he survives and he falls back. The Mirado is already in flames, already in smokes. But Raiden is going to first of all initially patch himself. Zeref also falls back a bit because he has also received some serious damage by Team Hydra. And of course, after seeing what Hydra is capable of in past few matches, nobody really wants to mess with them, and that too in a proper 4v4 fight. When the third parties comes in, when the third or fourth play zones are there, at that point you might actually have an edge onto the particular teams. But for now, taking a 4v4 fight is just not going to be easy. Let's have a look at what Ronnie has got when it comes to his stats. 40 finishes altogether. Maximum in a particular match is going to be 8, and finish per match is going to be there with 1.25 ratio, and his role is Assaulter. But to be honest, yesterday we got to see Joker doing phenomenal thing, S-Power doing absolutely amazing thing. That means the scope of Manya, the scope of Ronnie doing something amazing, and today Nakul being the part of the team as well. I do believe that there are going to be some new faces which will be outshining Team IQOOSOUL even more. And of course, IQOOSOUL is already towering when it comes to the leaderboard. They are already on the top. They have got 77 points, and they won't be afraid to like take that marker to 100.
And these Mustangs, and look at how clean parking's coming in from middle. I think we were right on that all of
No
them went
pocketing
to the
tickets.
driving school, and looks like they're precise in their driving skill. So wonderful to see that. But I'm pretty sure AEROBOTZ this time, after what Afu did, they would want to make sure as a whole squad they do a lot more. And this is something that I did even mention in Championship 5.0. It was Afu. If he went down early, then AEROBOTZ had trouble. Otherwise, Afu was there to make sure his team survives. We spoke about the circle Southwestern it being, and therefore Entity also this time did not go to El Pozo at the very start. Blind also we did not see them. As you can see, Blind took out the prison drop this time as the circle did change, but the circle keeps moving southern. This time not completely favoring western, meaning there can be a lot of pierces from the north, but seems like teams are only moving in from the eastern or the western edges and keeping the north edges of the circle clear.
Look at the champs of the previous match. Entity is entering from the northwestern flanks, and they might be able to bring in the clash between Team IQOOSOUL, Medal, and themselves. So if the clash comes in, if that Bermuda Triangle gets to brew up, then we will get to see some interesting fight as well. Manya, the scout guy, the IGL, he's moving forward, trying to get all the information for the team so that their teammates can outshine every other guy in this particular lobby. Meanwhile, even Medal is also on the same format. They're just taking the roads, hitting the roads, and going and seeking some beautiful compounds. It might be the Baladalmar region, it might be the prison region, it might be Los Egos region, depending on their preferences. A red drop is also available, so they can easily hunt for the drops as well. Looking forward to see what happens. The Mustangs, the Lambos, the buggies, every single vehicle and utility has been pretty much available for this particular team, and it's always good to have more than one vehicle for your team because you can avoid so many mishaps. So that's why everybody has got their own vehicle. They're rotating, they're trying to figure out at this moment. But Sayam, this giant, he has got the maximum of 3 finishes and a total of 33 from semi-finale to this particular stage to this day in the 7th match. Again, the performance has to go a little bit higher, to be honest, because there has been some moments where Team Medal Esports has outperformed the lobby, but then again there has been even more moments where this particular team has struggled a lot. So for that reason, a consistency part is kind of missing for Team Medal Esports, and that's where they had to work on.
Entity today who do want to be consistent, but let's see if it happens. Troy took up the top highest finishes position at the end of semi-finals, and with total of 43 right now, both as you already mentioned, semi-finals as well as grand final finishes. Doesn't seem to be the greatest because Joker is also come into contention, right? And therefore I'm pretty sure now in the end of grand finals they would want to change something. But Kamla boy, right at the edge of where Medal were, he drives his vehicle to the lower ridge, spots the whole team, and this can be lining up of 2 players and instantly knocking them up, but the shots not connecting greatly on Paradox, and immediately counterfire coming in from Top Dog, and Kamla boy has been knocked.
I was thinking that maybe IQOOSOUL, Medal, and eventually Entity is going to fight, but look at this. Things are taking a very different change. CHESports all of a sudden, it's Sarthak, if I'm not wrong, who hits one guy from Team Entity. It was Pokar, if I'm not wrong, who has been taken down. Of course, revival is something which is quite possible, but then again, at these moments where you're trying to take a duel, when you're trying to fight a proper 4v4 fight, a third party comes in, and that too from an open space, your survivability lags behind. Pokar, he is not going to get any revivals at this point. However, he is going to, of course, give the information cues or eventually give the idea if CS is going to push from that particular corner or not. But then again, losing one buddy and that to Pokar from a particular game is going to be a very big setback for the champs of previous map. Look at Sarthak, this guy, that's the champ who was able to knock out his opponent. But for now, yes, they are going to be enjoying that particular first finish that Team Esports has got, because yeah, Team Esports struggled a bit yesterday. Today they have to again bringing as many points as possible through the leaderboard.
Nice one to find for Entity. In the meantime, what CS and Medal also have a fight, and 2 players from CS get knocked, one by the hands of Medal, one by the hands of Entity, and as Somraj, who is going to revive Pokar, goes ahead, punishes him completely. Now Somraj, does he push ahead even further to take players from CS, but Troy seems like he doesn't want to give space for Medal to move up. Troy does take his tap shots, but not with any DMRs, but with the M4. Let's see if it does find value. I think Mini 14 would have been better, but as of now we have seen the recent times, right? It is an assault rifle as well as shotguns that players play with, and that's the reason he has an SK12 rather than a DMR or anything other than. the weapons that we would see rather than it all being close ranged. I hope I get to see a lot more scoped weapons, especially snipers coming back into the game. But you can get back in the game to follow our all updates by scanning this and joining and following us on WhatsApp.
I know people are like, we don't want to open Facebook, we don't want to open Instagram because we are stuck with the reels and stuff like that. Because of course there are so many memorable moments coming in from SCS. They are like scoring reels after reels and after reels, like they are checking out how their favorite players are performing. But then again, if you just want to get a notification about the upcoming updates, upcoming IPs coming in from Skyesports, what you can really do is scan that particular QR that was there, and of course it is going to be there for a little bit more longer time period, and you can go ahead and scan it so that you can join the group. But meanwhile, this fight that was starting to brew like 3-4 minutes earlier is still going on. There is a Cold War type of situation coming in. Shots are flying. People are getting tagged. They're trying to back out. Next play zone is going to come, and then maybe Team Entity is going to back out, because trust me, Entity for no means is at a very good spot. It's Medal who has got that good spot. It's Medal who has got the 4-man power. They have got the compound. They have got the good arsenal as well, and they're ready with the backup. What if Entity is going to get knocked? Like what if a situation like Pucar happens again? Then I do believe that revival is not going to be easy. But since look at him sitting in the vehicle, patiently waiting for the apes to cross his line. And once that happens, he's going to shoot them down. But of course, as we do see in the minimap, that the other guys from Team Entity, oh sorry, not Team Entity, Team Hydra, are a little bit far away. Why I mistakenly took the name of Entity is basically Troy falling and getting himself knocked out. So that's kind of interesting.
I think that's a
Oh, he
desperate
himself
situation.
fall down, not from the vehicle, I believe. What?
Don't know, but wait.
Wow.
Say? Hello? Overcook of a nade? He thought he could throw it and he didn't realize the timer was going, and therefore now he's knocked. Now his teammates need to come closer, and Orangutan know that somebody is behind them. But Orangutan first want to clear the sights ahead. AEROBOTZ, one player, has already been finished. Shadow right now hiding in the compound, but WINDGOD has the idea. He's throwing grenades. Molly is making sure Shadow is forced of the building or the room that he's stuck in. But unfortunately, WINDGOD's Molly lands in the stairs, therefore unable to push up. Shadow, however, cooking up his own nade, waiting for the right timing. Tries to drop it, but it doesn't find anybody for now.
Oh! Ash, he's going to get picked. There you go. Shadow instantly sweeps that political player, because now that is going to put a lot of pressure on Team OG. Orangutan, they are now going to be in a bit trouble, of course, but you can get everything that you need. It's a one-stop destination that I'm talking about for your computer needs. It is going to be Elitehubs.com, but now currently what we want to see is some beautiful finishes lying here and there. Shadow finds another valuable one. Oh, a flashbang being used. That's interesting. A stun grenade being utilized. WINDGOD goes down. Ash, Trigger, these are the only two individuals which are remaining right now. A team which was looking so dominant initially when they entered this compound is now in a very big trouble. Oh my god, Spray God shoots down Ash as well. So now it's a crossfire where Trigger is stuck at. In front of him, it's AEROBOTZ. From the back end, we do see even Team Hydra coming in. It's going to be a big trouble. But Revenant starts off another battle with Team WSP.
Trigger does find a grenade connection, drops Shadow, but AEROBOTZ have their players surviving. They'll be able to easily recover. Spy will guard the door waiting for Trigger, and Trigger knows he cannot move out because Hydra official are covering all these buildings. And Trigger either has to convert the fight or has to somehow find a way to cut sound. Spy throws a grenade but gets spotted from Spray God afar. However, a grenade right in Trigger's lap, and Trigger knew that he couldn't run away anywhere. And that's Orangutan being completely wiped. AeroBots getting 3 finishes in their name. As Ash was taken away by Hydra officials, they do not get the 4th. However, AeroBots also have a casualty to work with. IQOOSOUL in the meantime, Entity Troy he'd fall down to a knock, and now the side of IQOOSOUL, they're here to fight, and Gamla Boy tried to help, and Gamla Boy also gets swept by the vehicle. However, Somraj, they did not see right behind enemy lines, and Somraj right behind them drops Knuckle. That's an instant knock and a finish coming through, and now it's all up to Troy and Somraj. Troy did not go down. I thought Troy was the first one to go. Now IQOOSOUL in a little bit of trouble, but AeroBots, who were trying to convert against the sides of AeroBots, did drop or knock a player, and as you can see, Sins has been finished off. However, Duora OP, this guy is a madman, gets 2 finishes. He sees one player right ahead him, switches 180, sees another, both of them knocked and finished by his hands.
Lovely performance coming in, of course. He's getting all those finishes that he was seeking for. 3 good finishes for Team Hydra, of course, at the cost of Sins. On the other corner, when it comes to Kratos from CHEMIN Esports, he's also ripping apart the players of Team XSpark, who initially were looking so dominant, but for now, struggling. Somraj, the IGL, the Behemoth, In the previous matchup was able to carry his team all the way to a victory. But for this particular matchup, yes, they are in a big trouble because they've already lost Pucar initially. Now it's Gamla Boy who went by the hands of Team IQOOSOUL. Of course, Somraj retaliated and takes down Nakul as well, which was again a very big setback for Team IQOOSOUL. But for now, it does feel like that Somraj is going to hold himself very cozy in this small shack. He has got some crates to loot. He has got a gas can that he can utilize so that whoever pushes in, he can be bursted out. But middle, I feel they are pretty focused on this particular lineup, and eventually they are shooting down the vehicle tires because we got to see some shots being adhered on this particular shack. Troy is stuck in this water body. This is not the first time when Troy is going to be stuck in a situation like that, because initially we got to see him getting knocked out by himself by a fall damage. He took a fall damage, to be honest. So that kind of situation is once again going to come if he's going to stuck on that particular corner. Also, the zone is going to go a little bit far away. So actually, at this point, I have to say that Troy is in a very tough situation, to be honest.
Manya has his sights set. Mane is like, okay,
Yeah.
Somraj is in IGL, took one of ours, and we will try to take another from you. Gamla Boy already been taken from IQOOSOUL. Now they're looking forward to Troy. Look at Ronnie. Along with Joker, both of them moving ahead. Medal are also close by quarters with the circle shift, giving Dragon a chance at the center of the circle along the sides of CS. CS also have a casualty to work with. IQOOSOUL have a casualty to work with. Entity have 2 casualties to work with. But Medal, towards the southern edges of this circle, have no casualties at all. And they should look forward to taking advantage of this. However, taking advantage right now towards the edges of the map is Revenant against WSB.
So at this point, Joker is sitting right behind the ledges, and eventually he's getting all the information that his teammates are trying to get him so that he can shoot down the opponent. It's not working out, but Sarang, that behemoth is not stopping. What a play coming in from his corner, because he's geared up, his game is on, because he has got the LG Ultra Gear. So does you can also get it, because of course all the details are given right there in the description. But Mr. Igel, well, he was on the cross fire coming in from Sarang, but eventually he survives. Mr. Igel fights back, and Shadow now has been taken down. Sarang has already got 6 finishes. He's hunting for the 7th one. Is it possible? It is. But then again, he has to make sure that his teammates also survive, because that, my friend, is going to be another big challenge. Unfortunately, Shadow won't make the day. Ninja Jordisms are going to go down because, yeah, there is no such revival coming in. And Manti gets that valuable frag for Team Tamilas. But instantly, in a blink of an eye, we get to see a trade also coming in.
The position of the spread from XSpark not that great, and that's the reason they're having this difficulty towards the north of the circle at Minas del Val. Team Tamilas trying to take advantage. Manti is down, and Team Tamilas know they do also want a winner chicken dinner to get back on track. Yesterday they did get one, but it was not enough because Team Tamilas play balanced. They are never overwhelmed with finishes or placement points. They take both of them together, and that therefore they sometimes have trouble when they want to take it to the tabletop, and that's the reason they didn't end up on the table first position in semi-finals, and now they are not at the top even after the chicken dinner. XSpark in the meantime, after losing 2 players, they're trying to see if the high ridges they can spot some other team. But Team Tamilas, they are looking forward to an uphill battle. They are pushing up with their vehicles. Immediately Stray God calls that it's time to rotate out as Sarang receives damage, but Sarang knows he has nowhere to go. Stray God knows he has nowhere to go. He's been surrounded, and Fox OP, a drop shot coming towards him along with Sarang. He also gets wiped. That XSpark being eliminated here in Miramar, but the damage coming in from a different position. That's Blind and Team Tamilas. No, wait, I think it's CHEMIN, or maybe it's 2 different teams itself. Hydra as well facing damage from
CHEMIN.
Blind.
Yeah. It is CHEMIN, which is definitely trying to put a lot of pressure at this point onto the individuals, but I do love to see how Team Blind is fighting, because Blind versus Hydra is another beautiful battle that is brewing up, and we can clearly see on the edges of this particular circle it's Team Hydra which is trying to gatekeep Team Blind, and they're doing a phenomenal job at it, because for Team Blind they have to come out from those ridges and then eventually try to make sure that they are in the circle, which is again going to be a very big challenge. But our beloved Dragons, they are breathing heavy, they are breathing fire at this point, because Jim Jam finds a valuable pick right there on the edges of the circle. Of course, it's not going to be that easy, because their destination is winner chicken dinner, but your destination can be Elitehubs.com if you want to get anything for your computer needs.
IQOOSOUL spotted out in the open. They did not predict Medal being there, and Medal was the silent heroes, or the silent killers if you want to call them, because now as they see teams rotating out from that southern edge shoreline, they are punishing them. IQOOSOUL already lost one. I think it's down to Ronnie right now. We didn't even see Mania, but I'm not too sure if he's still surviving. But Medal have all their 4 players. They just get the first finish right as of now, so they know they have a long way to go. They get closer to the compounds, making sure that they clear the edges of the compound that they're in, because they are also worried of who else can cause trouble. I think there is still Manya as well as Ronnie that were surviving. Maybe I think Joker was the one who was wiped and the finish was taken by Medal. Team Tamilas, they end up losing majority of the players to CHEMIN during that fight, and they get third partied, and now it's down to last player, and he was just healing himself up. As you did see, he barely had any utils also left. Maxi is their crucial assaulter, and now coming down to the last player, I'm pretty sure it hurts for Team Tamilas.
Even for IQOOSOUL at this point, Ronnie is the only individual which is surviving. And in order to dominate with precise audio, Zebronics with C gaming headphones can be the best choice that you can really make. But for now, the best choices are being made by Team CHEMIN, because they are engulfing with putting some nades and also some beautiful ADS fires on Sarthak, and now MVP07 has been taken down. Leo YT, the Leo is not going to roar anymore because he gets shot down instantly with a DBS. Kratos, the God of War, is definitely performing from Team CHEMIN. And the way he's performing is absolutely amazing, getting all those finishes, putting all the opponents down. With that, CHEMIN has now got the full 4-man power, and they have made their entry, yes, right back into the circle.
Down to IQOOSOUL, NTT and Team Tamilas of their last players, Maxi, Somraj as well as Ronnie. Hydra have 2 of their players, where Spray God has been knocked. Duora is so further away from him. Blind, in the meantime, they start taking on Revenant, as Dragon also chip in, causing trouble for the players of Revenant, and this can put down the players of Revenant and fight them as well. In the meantime, Medal, they'd lost top dog to CHEMIN itself, and they're trying to exchange that value in their favor. But CHEMIN, the distance is a little too much, and CHEMIN looks like they have better ridges. Tap again coming in from Sayam. Damage is being done, but still to wait for a knock. In the meantime, Blind and Dragon finally meet each other, with Duora in between, trying to do damage, and he does. He takes down Choke God, and Dragon might have had a lot of casualties with this fight.
I mean, they are getting any finishes that they are possible to get at this point. Dora, being the last individual, has got 5 already. He's trying to put up a very beautiful nade right on the face of Team Blind. Let's see if he's going to find something valuable out of it. Harsh on the other corner gets a little bit damaged, but not enough to completely put him down. Another nade goes in. This might be able to find the player down. Oh, he does, but eventually, even before that, we got to see a beautiful D-base connecting right on the face of Hydra's last individual. And with that, even the dragons are now being slayed. Not the literal dragons, guys. The Dragons Esports is there in the game, but eventually if we talk about Hydra's dragons, yeah, they are not going to breathe heavy anymore. Medal on the other corner, they are in the top 7, but the way they were fighting with Team IQOOSOUL, the way they were fighting with Team Entity, we were thinking, I personally was thinking, that they might have at least 3 to 4 finishes. But look at them, they got a lot of knockouts, but all those knockouts were stolen by somebody else. Be it Team IQOOSOUL's knockout, be it Team Entity's knockout, because currently, if you see, they have got just one particular finish, which is not a very good sign, because even if you are able to get a winner chicken dinner and don't have those finishes, it's not going to look good in terms of leaderboard. Dragons, unfortunately, has been eliminated. Now we all trickle down to the top 6 teams.
CHEMIN with all their 4 players, Medal with 3, and now Medal trying to push up. Yesterday as well, this is what they were doing, but this was against Orangutan. However, numbers were 2v2 and they still weren't able to convert. Now can they do it? Encore immediately goes prone, tries his best to recover from those shots, puts Redox to a reload, and then a grenade coming in from Sayam. That is going to be brilliant. That is an opening. Now Sayam ready with his spray, but Kratos trying to zigzag his way out of it. Does yes it, but he has to still make sure that there is no vision given. In the meantime, Encore makes sure that the finish comes his way, but Sayam cooking up a grenade. It might find the value, and if it does, that knock is going to be crucial. However, a knock gets exchanged on Paradox, and now it becomes a 2v1 situation, or maybe a 2v3 situation that we have to wait and watch. But Medals, their backlines are completely open, and yes, it does become to a 2v1 situation, as IQOOSOUL's Ronnie is also deciding to chime in, and with that, it looks like side of CHEMIN gets wiped, as Blind also assists.
Oh, Blind is coming heavy at this point. Let's see what Blind is going to do, how they're going to dominate in this particular perspective. But Skips is going to get a nade right on his face very soon. But the nade goes in, there goes another nade from Venom. And with that, yes, Skips has been taken down. Plenty of other nades are going to come. They're going to follow through. Let's see if there is going to be some survivability coming in. But look at Ronnie going all in for those survival points. He's trying to survive. Meanwhile, getting some good frags would be a good option. But of course, he's struggling at this moment because the smoke is going to get dissipated. And at this moment, he is going to be vulnerable. Has good DBS in the hand, trying to hunt down the players of Team Blind, but it's just not going to be easy. Goes in the vehicle, sits behind, and he is patiently waiting to see what the lobby is going to give him in the next few moments. But Somraj, also being an individual, surviving the lone wolf from the Team Entity, he gets one more, but now his HP is looking way too bleak, and I do believe that in few more minutes he is going to get taken down for sure. There goes.
Last 5 teams, they will try their best, but it doesn't go further long. But look at this, all the teams have been clustered at the northern edge of the circle. As Somraj, as you did mention, they go out, they do have 3 finishes and come to the top 5, meaning they should at least get close to 3 placement points, which is going to be good on the leaderboards for them. But Blind, having all their 4 players, Ronnie unfortunate, the circle moved away from him, does have 4 first hits to play with, and also has an M4. Once it is done, he can go in for and swing for a heal or an immediate fight. But now Medal in a 2v4 situation. Siam is the first to go down. Now it's all down to Encore, and Encore's position is completely known by the players of Blind. Grenades, yes, ready. Adi immediately starts cooking it up. Does it throw it towards the knock player or towards Encore? It goes towards Encore. It should find the connection, and with that, Medal gets swept off. It comes down to Ronnie. He does do damage to Skips. That's not being found, but he needs to pull off a 1v3 outside the play zone, and Ronnie goes down without giving that finish. However, that is going to be a winner-winner chicken dinner for Blind Esports. They did it yesterday. They do it again.
This team was fighting for the top tier position in the leaderboard, and now I do believe that they're going to be way too close to it, because Blind, they've got their third one, as you said. What a performance, what a play, what an intricacy in the particular fight, and the way they were able to synergize their attack was even more interesting, to be honest. But yeah, with this particular matchup, Blind is going to climb a lot. They're going to leave behind a very big gap between themselves and Team Entity, or maybe Team Hydra as well, along with teams like Orangutan, because all these teams were trying to put a very good match in this particular scenario. Entity struggled from the start. When initially fighting against Team Metal, they faced off a very big loss of Pokar. That was done by, if I'm not wrong, Esports. Although Esports was seen at that moment, but after that, when Esports was also trying to be in the zone, they got contested immediately. So yeah, they had to time out their attacks. They didn't do that, and eventually it costed them a lot.
I think well played for Medal as well, if you want to say, because Medal coming to the last few circles, the way they were holding the southern edge of the circle from the very start worked good for them. But unfortunately, that uphill battle that they had to take with CHEMIN immediately dropping one of their players, right? If that didn't happen, if the numbers were in favor of Medal, maybe they could have had a better fight in that last one, because they were able to finish off CHEMIN, right? Blind did assist them. There was Ronnie also who tried to do damage, and therefore CHEMIN got crunched in that ridges towards the top. However, Medal did not have enough players. I think Paradox was there, but Paradox was knocked, and then it came down to Siam and Encore, and immediately Siam gets knocked, and it's all down to Encore. There was a decision making where they would throw the grenade somewhere else, but you saw the last grenade rightly drops near the laps or the legs of Encore, and that puts an end to Medal's thoughts as well. But Blind, again, the top teams taking a lot of points, but along with the top teams taking points here, Raider, we are able to see the other teams still are coping up, especially the teams in the second page.
Yeah.
Now, this will bring us to a small break before we try to break down of how many points teams got and where did they put themselves on the overall standings, all after this break.
this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye, Lord.
We did need a break to understand what all went underway, Raider, because I think after the first game till how the games are now proceeding, there's been a big change, right? Now with Entity coming back, Blind getting their third winner chicken dinner of the grand finals, they're clearly contesting for the top spot over there. They want to make sure that the mistakes that happened yesterday, they do not replicate today. And even if they replicate, right, the maps that they won on, they make sure that they win it again today here and may secure the winner chicken dinner. But however, from my end, I think CHEMIN should have had a chance over there for a winner chicken dinner. But I think an unfortunate positioning fight with multiple teams firing upon them, they couldn't do much.
Happens, man, but eventually still somehow there are some other teams who are still on the top of the leaderboard which are finding their way back on that top position. Meanwhile, when we talk about the most valuable one in this particular matchup, it's going to be Sarang. I do truly remember the fight initially initiated by Team Reckoning over there, and also even before that we got to see another team falling short of breath by Sarang and his teammate Shadow swinging in with this vehicle. What a play coming in from Team XSpark, but after that this team started to falter down. Shadow went down, eventually Spraygott went down, then Sarang was the last one which was surviving. He also got compromised. But going all out is going to be Blind Skips, this individual who was trying to be on the top of the leaderboard when it comes to the top performing players. But maybe that position is going to get snatched away by players like Sarang, by players like Somraj, by players like Joker and his power coming in from IQOOSOUL, because these individuals are hunting for the big names.
I mean, at all times we end up seeing Skips. This man has been super crucial, right, for Blind yesterday as well, today again. However, I'm pretty sure after how XSpark opened up, we did feel bad for them of how they got eliminated, and mistakes all around, right? What more can you speak about it? And there was a mistake even from Orangutan in this game, right? Where they decided to go on AEROBOTZ, and it seems like anybody who tried to fight with AEROBOTZ are now getting cursed. AEROBOTZ previously XSpark tried, they got eliminated within a jiffy, and this time Orangutan tried, they also get eliminated, and this time that too a third party coming in from Hydra Official. Anyway, Hydra Official, a better game they did have here, but topping the charts here in the match standings, it is going to be none other than Blind, as we did speak about them with the winner chicken dinner that they have. But coming in second is going to be CHEMIN with 6 finishes and 4 placement points. And XSpark, look at this again, in the previous game they had total of 7 finishes, no placement points. Again here on the top 3 with 9 finishes and no placement points. They at all time are taking finishes, because of which in the overall standings they are looking good. However, the fight with Blind Esports and IQOOSOUL will still continue, because IQOOSOUL still were able to stay in the top 2, getting themselves total of 6 placement points and a total of 8 points.
Ronnie was always on the edge of getting eliminated, but the way he survived, the way they orchestrated their play, sitting in the vehicles and sitting behind that bursted vehicle, that Lamborghini, was absolutely amazing. And also, his initiation on the nades, he was able to also put down one player from Team CHEMIN, because it was a battle between CHEMIN and OG was also right there. So, IQOOSOUL's Ronnie was actually all alone. He did a lot of stuff over there. Same goes for Entity Somraj as well, because he was also one of those individuals which was remaining all alone. He was trying to take some good fights, and eventually in the later part, he got one frag, but instantly got retaliated by Encore coming in from Middle Esports. That's how even Team Entity faltered down. Dragon Esports in the previous matchup was absolutely amazing. In this one, they kind of slipped their spot, went down a little bit early. Meanwhile, when it comes to match summary, let's have a look at the highest finishes. Of course, it's going to be Sarang. Right behind him, we have Skips. And eventually when it comes to Dora OP from Team Hydra, he has also got 5 amazing finishes. And Kratos also did some amazing stuff onto that particular game. But yeah, as you said, CHEMIN could have actually got the spot of having a winner chicken dinner in this particular matchup. But then again, their players were not that orchestrated as compared to Medal, as compared to Blind.
Match summary does give us the idea that except for Blind, nobody has better rating, and it seems like Blind just took good fights. Coming to the other teams in terms of contribution, you can see Somraj, yes, 100%. We clearly saw him trying to fight, went for revive, went then for trying to help Pukar, but by that time CS fought with him, and then he made sure that CS has a casualty. And after that, he comes back again when IQOOSOUL decided to push upon. Somraj again finds one on the players of IQOOSOUL. So again, had to see 100% contribution coming in from his end. Now we will be seeing the overall standings. And yes, Blind with 3 chicken dinners take down IQOOSOUL from the first spot for now after Miramar with 88 points for themselves. But Entity, the difference that we did speak about of 17 points now has gone a little north up. It has come to 29 points
22.
because they did not have a good game.
I mean, Entity is stuck at 56 points. That's what I was even trying to talk about. Like, Blind Esports now have climbed a jump and eventually they've got 88 points. So from there to a Team Entity, there's a massive buffer now. It's about somewhere around 22 points, 26 points. So it's definitely something that Team Entity is going to be scared of now. But we have seen how powerful this team is. We have seen how fierce of a comeback this team is able to bring in. And just the previous matchup, like in the map of Erangel, we got to see how chaotic this team can be. So hoping that they are going to perform in the next few matches. Orangutan on the other corner. Yes, they were kind of good when it comes to their finishes. But for now, whenever they're trying to take those finishes, they're also losing their own bunch of players. And that is something they have to work on. Meanwhile, XSpark also struggling, but they've got the same number of points, 49-49. In this particular matchup, got 9 amazing finishes, but where are the placement points? I feel that's a big zero for them in this particular match. But maybe in the next few matches, Team XSpark is also going to build some beautiful strategies along with the placement point type of orientation for the game. Because if the placement points are not going to come, teams are not going to be that favorable, to be honest. Because if you are there, surviving till the top 5, surviving till the top 3, maybe you're going to Well, guys, get ready for an electrifying esports journey with the LG UltraGear Skyesports Champions Series powered by AMD. A special shout out to our e-commerce ally, Elitehubs.com, and our gaming peripherals guide, Zebronics, enhancing our gaming experience. The stage is set for high-octane matches and unparalleled skills. Necros, now you are here with me, buddy. What's your opinion regarding the previous matchup?
I mean, see, I don't know whether you're gonna believe me or not, but my prediction was Blind taking the chicken in the previous match of Miramar, and yeah, it was like 11 finishes. So you know what? At first, it was like Lucifer was trolling me about that I was predicting Soul, but it turned out to be Entity taking the chicken dinner. But now this time, you know, my prediction did not went wrong, and I am the one who win this time. But the Sanhok map is a weight of my prediction. in this map, you will see it on the screen.
Waiting for it, man, because again you are going to rub it on my face if that prediction goes right, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah,
Sanhok,
obviously,
a
why
beautiful
not?
map. Man, that's absolutely amazing. But yeah, coming back to the map of Sanhok, after seeing an 8 into 8 kilometers of a map, after seeing those beautiful barren lands and eventually the fights that goes on in the long range, now we are going to travel right there in the heart of Sanhok, where it's a 4 into 4 kilometer map, and it's basically the map of 3 islands. We have Camp Alpha, where the previous map of Sanhok went down in day number 1. We got to see all the fights happening in the ridges of Camp Alpha. Eventually, IQOOSOUL getting a lot of interesting frags. Joker, a 1v4 moment for him, and eventually other teams also struggled a bit. But then again, after that, if we talk about Venom performing like a champ as well from Team CHEMIN Esports. But moving forward, we have got a very interesting lineup of matches coming in, because up next we have Vikendi, then Miramar is going to come, then Erangel is going to come. But now let's cue in the Sanhok, let's cue in the beautiful map filled of carnage, beautiful map filled of all those noisy gun sounds coming in. And it is going to be Team XSpark who are our pilots at this point. Sanhok, it's day number 2, match number 3. Finale is already on the way, guys, as you can see. Spray God starting the flight path, and it is looking like Hatin all the way towards areas like Lakavi.
Yeah, already this flight path does show us the way. Whether, in Sanhok, it does not make or does not impact a lot according to the flight path, whether it's northern oriented or any side, because you can literally glide and reach a drop location, because it's a very small map, so you don't have to face a lot of consequences. But I'm looking forward to those early drop clashes that we might be seeing from a lot of teams, and I'm anticipating the split compound loots might be the cause of hamper of a lot of teams. Maybe it can be WSB, it can be Medal, it can be any other team like Reckoning or CHEMIN Esports. They might have a good chance. We have also seen Entity facing some consequences, and look at that, Reckoning, they are taking the drop in the areas of Lakavi or maybe in the outskirts of Camp Bravo, but Punk seems to be going in a different direction. I don't know for what or for what purpose, maybe for any survival planning, but if Punk gets caught off guard by the players of Entity, the entire strategy that the Reckoning they are building up can be put to vain.
Of course, like Entity, 2 individuals of them, Gamla Boy and Troy, are there in Kampong region. Other 2 guys are pretty close to Cave region, where they can easily shut down players like Punk, who are the individuals. But then again, Punk has got a vehicle. He's going to rotate back to his teammates. And even Team Reckoning has got a very big fight on their hand, because just north of them, there is another team waiting for the loots. Let's talk about Sarang once again. Has got the number of 46 finishes through the semi-finale till the finale. This is the 9th match that we are talking about. And of course, the number of finishes shows that how carnage filled this guy is. He is good with the finishes, he's good with the aggression, and I'm looking forward to see how far he is going to go. Spray God with 5 maximum finishes in one particular match. His buddy Sarang has got 6 just in the previous game, so I'm looking forward to see how he's going to compete with his own teammate. Meanwhile, IQOOSOUL, Ronnie, the champ of the previous match. Of course, the chicken dinner went in the favor of some other team. It was Team Blind, if I'm not wrong, but then again, Ronnie, the way he survived from like 8th position to the 2nd position, the way he was surviving, the way he was tackling all those nerve-wracking moments for us, that was amazing. That's why this guy is definitely here with a lot of hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie has been always that one player who knows how to survive. I mean, it's not the first time we are seeing him. It has been a lot of times, numerous amount of times he has done wonders, like just staying inside the vehicle, silently not giving a single sound and surviving and getting those placement points, and also not the placement, but also taking a lot of finishes when he has got the chance. But for now, there's still no fights, no eliminations as of now as what we see, but Blind, slowly and gradually, the points that they're making, they've crossed the 500 marker in the leaderboard of Skyesports, so we have to see what happens next. But for now, IQOOSOUL has made another new record of reaching 50 plus finishes in the final, so we're just down or around like what, one day is completed. The second day it's just the 3rd map that we're seeing, so like out of 8 matches they have already accumulated 50 plus finishes for themselves, which is definitely a very, very, I would say, aggressive kind of format or aggressive kind of play that they're showcasing us.
Yeah, definitely that team is absolutely geared up and their game is on. Of course, you can also have the same kind of capability by choosing the LG UltraGear, because you get the 240 Hz and also a latency of 1 millisecond, which is absolutely amazing being a gamer. And also, if you are actually a guy who loves to consume the multimedia, nothing better than that. But Raiden, where he is moving? Oh, even when you have a close combat beast known as Uzi, you can't really deny the fact that the opponent had A beautiful TPS in his hand. And with that, there you go. Raiden gets the first frag. And if I'm not wrong, this was the first pick of the lobby as well, the first blood.
I mean, that shot actually blowed some good air, and I can feel it by sitting on my chair itself. And I really wonder what Mac will be feeling at that moment. But Reckoning seems to lose one of their players, Punk. He's there on a very long distance. I mean, there is no chance that he can come back or maybe provide some support to his teammates, because the position that they are in, it's completely impossible. But when you talk about this approach, WSP, they've got a good start. They're looking forward to get some more finishes in their bag, which is very important, I believe, because when you see teams like WSB, who has a lot of potential, when you have players like Raiden, Zeref, who are stepping up big time and finding you the frags that you need to score points, it's very necessary that you also get the placement points for yourself in order to climb up the ladder, because after end of day 1, we saw them around in the top 5 or maybe in the top 8. They have able to finish themselves up, but to finish in top 8 after day 2, it's going to be a tough job for WSB if they don't perform. But when you talk about the performance radar, we've got the AMD laptops coming up. I mean, these laptops are literally some pocket PCs that we can call. You can just carry them everywhere and anywhere where you want, and you can have your gaming experience maybe in a train while you're traveling, or maybe in some place where you cannot take your PC.
Definitely, guys. Eventually, you can check all the details right there given in the description. But talking about Team Medal Esports, in the previous game, they started off way too well. They were puncturing down all the hopes of Team Entity, and then eventually IQOOSOUL also came into their crosshairs. But unfortunately, they didn't had those many finishes that I was really expecting. Knockouts were there. They were putting the players down, but then again, not completely down and dusted. So that is something where Team Medal Esports was lacking in the previous game. But in this game, I do believe Medal Esports and teams like that are definitely going to fight back. But a big hopes from Cam Bravo coming in by the team known as CHEMIN Esports. Venom, a guy who has carried forward his team, and eventually, just like Ronnie coming in from IQOOSOUL, this guy also knows how to survive. This guy also knows how to make sure that his teammates gets the best out of that particular matchup. So I'm looking forward to see if Venom is going to bring in that kind of play again or not. Because if I truly remember the first game of day number 2, in that particular matchup, again, Venom was the first casualty. So he's kind of a note where he's getting early casualties. And if that is going to be persistent, this guy, or should I say the whole team, is going to be in a big trouble.
I mean, CHEMIN Esports, they so far now, I mean, they have faced a lot of consequences. I mean, they are getting the finishes, but not as much as they want. So they will be looking forward to see what happens next. But, in this map of Sanhok, it's something like if you think you're far from the other teams, it's never too far. It's very small. So you even come up with any shots or even a single bullet shot sound if you are giving, it's going to be in the anybody or everybody can just hear it. But if you talk about the caster's prediction from Hindi Desk, Captain Price has decided to go with AEROBOTZ. Mizi is definitely going with Revenant, which I believe Revenant won't be liking it. But again, Spiro, he goes with Team Tamilas. So we have to see what kind of actual results it might happen, because I know my prediction, which will be coming up shortly, but we talk about NT Somra. He's doing pretty good, and maybe a decent, a wonderful, a miraculous spray.
Just 5 or 6 bullets and he gets a player down. That's absolutely amazing. But talking about the castle prediction coming in from our own English desk, we have Lucifer going for Team Revenant, and Necros and Raider. Both of them are on Entity. So Necros, this might be a 2-1 situation
we are
if Entity wins.
We are on the same track. We are on the same track. No problem.
Yeah. So there's nothing to really rub on, right?
Yeah.
Lovely.
We both
blind
play,
on the
but
other corner.
Now we rob against Lucifer. Yeah, that's the best part.
Yeah. We are going to do that for sure. But if Revenant is going to win, then then there is something different to really talk about. But Entity, after getting that knockout, yeah, man. But let's dive into the game once again, because the action might just be getting started very soon, as we do see Adis just roaming around with a vehicle. Dragons on the other corner has got the upper hill advantage. Manya, the Igil, what he's trying to do? He's trying to gear up. He's trying to get all the information, because you can also get all the information, or should I say all the requirements for your computer needs, from our one-stop destination, that is elitehubs.com. Make sure to check it out. For now, it's Dragons who has got the eagle perspective at this moment. They can pinpoint IQOOSOUL rotating. They can pinpoint any other team rotating behind the bootcamp region. That will be very interesting to watch how this whole informational queue unfolds in terms of leaderboard.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be sure. I mean, Dragon Esports, they do have a beautiful height advantage. They have the topographic advantage for themselves, but you can see the swarm of teams around the central area. WSP, like, look at how many fights can just start in a blink of an eye. You start a fight with one single team, there will be another one coming up with a third party, and maybe another team maybe doing another third party in that fight particularly. So there are n number of fights that can happen in that central area. But when you talk about some slight strategic rotations coming up from XSpark, because they usually take the drop on the areas of Hathit. Now when you see them rotating from their side, they do have a little bit of circle advantage for themselves. So they will be waiting on those compounds probably. They want to focus more on those placement points, particularly in the map of Sanhok, because when you see XSpark's gameplay style, they're doing pretty good with the finishes, because they're converting the fights pretty nicely. So they will not be overextending as much. But Jimjam's position, nobody knows about it, and I can see the players of IQOOSOUL. It's Manya crawling up close and personal. If he gets spotted down, Team IQOOSOUL might have a first loss, because it's not just one player. There are 3 players around the close proximity.
But he has spotted Superboy at this point. He can put him down. But if he does that, yeah, the other guys are going to get all the information. But Manya was like, yeah, I'm going to put him down. But instantly the guy rotated. Superboy is back. But with this information being relayed, I kind of want to see if IQOOSOUL is going to follow up the footprints of Manya. But on the other corner, Punk starts to perform. It's Venom who has been taken down, completely shut down. And again, a similar storyline where Venom from CHEMIN Esports goes down a little early. But now, the hill advantage will be there for IQOOSOUL to really cherish with. Meanwhile, we get to see even Entity wreaking some havoc in the lobby.
Oh my god, Kamla boy is getting a lot of frags though, but he instantly gets taken, and that's what I was talking about. You engage with one team, there will be another team coming up from your backyards that you need to keep a check on. If you don't, you will definitely be backstabbed. But it seems like the timing was pretty nice. IQOOSOUL, as soon as they arrived to this sniper tower, their players of Dragon Esports have already made a fallback. NDT Gaming, they've got one finish as of now. Gamla boy needs a very immediate revival. That I think he might be getting it, but it would be tough. He's trying to make a fallback though. Troy is there to support him, and he's going towards that direction. And lucky for him that Fields doesn't have any kind of utils. If he had a one nade, he could have finished Gamla boy right here, right now. But this is going to be a little troubling. Revenant, they've also faced some backlashes, and we have seen Revenant, they do struggle a lot with all those single picks. I mean, one after one, another player gets taken down, and that causes the demise of Revenant in every map that we see them performing. So they have to look forward to not lose any single player from this fight, otherwise it can be very, very much problematic for them.
Yeah, it definitely can be a big problem, and that problem won't be able to get resolved that easily, because again, that whole performance is going to impact on the leaderboard. But Team Dragons, they lose one more crucial guy, and that's going to be Munna. On the other corner, Kratos, the God of War, finds Reckoning Smash Kush and is going to shut him down instantly as soon as he gets a knockout done and dusted. But Punk retaliates. There you go. Toxic gets taken down. Venom finds Punk as well. Oh my god, what a beautiful fight that is. Jim from the other corner from Team Dragons, he's getting hunted by the players of OG. It's AKOP who gets it done. WizGod retaliates and takes one more down. Choke God goes down. WSB Arm Extinction is also getting picked off by Metal and Core. So many fights happening at this moment. Endgame trying to establish some good connections at this point. It was a knockout from his other guy, but eventually he finished it off. In the bootcamp region, the only guy that we are left with from Team Dragon Esports is going to be Superboy. That guy on which Mane was kind of logged at. But I'm looking forward to see if he's going to come up with a 1v4. Has got a DPS. It's possible. Should I say that? Yeah, indeed. He gets a 1v1. Wanted to finish him off. Oh, he gets a 1v2. Is he going to take another one down? Switches the positioning. And he gets a 1v3. What a brilliant play coming in. Superboy, he has to go for a heal. Should go for a heal, otherwise he's going to lose the whole HP. But Orangutan, what is happening to them, man? The way they are losing the players. Finishes are getting now collected by Manya. What a slam coming in. Manya heard all those ODQs. And now he's going to push in. WizGod also goes down. Manya and the other guys are also going to rotate back. But Superboy finds Manya, puts him down, going to cook a nade. Maybe going to find Joker and Nicole as well. Let's see if the nade connection is going to be positive, or Superboy is going to have a fight against OG's last member. I think that's the possibility. DBS versus DBS. There goes the last fight. Let's see if he's going to get that connection. And he does. And he does, I believe. What a play. Almost a 1v4 if I'm not wrong, Necros, right? Although the finishes were collected by IQOOSOUL, but it was a 1v4.
It was definitely a 1v4 that did. Superboy was literally super, but Ronnie They will be looking forward to convert this frags in their favor. They will be hunting down the last player surviving. Look at IQOOSOUL. They're hungry for that one finish point that they're looking forward, and Ronnie gets it for his name. Manya Slammin was definitely something that was worth watching. But IQOOSOUL with 4 finishes will have the boot camp control for themselves until and unless the circle shifts towards a different side. But if the circle shifts, I really wonder where it's gonna turn out, because it's definitely not staying in boot camp, that's for sure, because you can see there's just like 40% or 60% of the area of bootcamp is still inside the circle. So either way, Team Soul has to move towards a triple barn house or triple warehouse or something like that, or move towards the shoreline, which might be a good decision. But it seems like NTT Gaming might still not have, as you know, actually concluded the fight with Revenant, so they have to look forward to what they can do better in this map of Sanhok.
Entity versus Revenant, that fight has been prolonged enough. Would love to see what the result is, because Entity has to back out of the play zone, and if they decide to fight over there, I do think that both the teams are going to have their own set of casualties. Even if one is going to capitalize on another, they're still going to lose a bunch of players. But Team Tamilas, they could have easily gatekeep Team IQOOSOUL, but right now they have a different set of worries, different set of pressure to deal with, and that is going to be another interesting team coming from Paradise region, and they are now finding their space in that particular territory of Team Tamilas. And if Team Tamilas loses their grip, they might just lose the game as well. WINDGOD on the other corner has got the Paradise region in their favor. Medal Sayam, he finds a crucial pick, and with that now code being delivered, I do believe that Medal Esports can easily capitalize onto their opponents.
This is going to be very important. I mean, XSpark are also looking forward for a slow and steady start, I would say, because I wouldn't say it's more like aggressive start or something, because they're looking very passive. They're looking forward to get some finishes for sure, but in a late instance, maybe they will be waiting for some more time, because they know that placement points are making a huge impact in their overall standings, so they have to be very, very much cautious. But when you talk about this kind of situation, Spray God is just taking the shots, trying to figure out something. But we see Team Tamilas, they have been silent for a long time. They're also playing in their old format, that is playing for the position points, and I really wonder if they can manage to get a lot more points in that way, because it's going to be tough. It's not going to be that easy at all. So they are looking forward to grab those points in that way. But CS, I'm looking forward to see whether they can do some wonderful stuff in this map of Sanhok.
Esports, from the get-go of this finale stage, they have been struggling. I would love to see like Dream Dragons or AEROBOTZ, this team is also going to outshine others in one particular match or not, because still now their performance has been kind of diminishing. But Medal Esports' Encore has got his eyes right there set on Spray God and the other guy that is there from Team Hydra, so of course he might be able to put him down. Zora coming in from the back end, trying to get the right cover for the team, and they're trying to regroup so that they can either put down Sayam or Encore, because if they do that, they're going to put a serious amount of pressure on the Team Medal Esports. But let's just name those teams once again who are already out of the equation. It is going to be Team Dragons, Orangutan and Reckoning. Meanwhile, we have Sins down, seeking for a revival.
Oh, look at Paradox. He's getting a lot of knockouts on Hydra. Now this is going to be troubling for Hydra, because they need to enter this. They are in a good position. I won't say a good position, because they're being surrounded by a lot of teams, but the rocky covers won't be helping them out to stay alive for a longer period of time. Medal Esports, they want to convert those all finishes in their name, and they have to just quickly do it, otherwise it's going to be WSB capitalizing on that. Duo OP comes as a savior, but if that vehicle has also been bursted out, it can be very, very much problematic. Medal Esports, they want to dump those nades towards that direction, but this is going to be very hectic for Hydra to just go out of that location, because when you have 2 to 3 people just staring and pointing to your direction, that was be more troubling. But it seems like WSB, they've taken some more interest, and they will be getting all the knockouts and the finishes that they were looking forward to, and those finishes will be converted of WSB, while Hydra has got just only one player, that is Sparsh, alive in this competition, who will be opting for some placement points indeed.
Now, this map is known to be a Dr. Octo type of scenario map, where of course now Sparsh is going to go for the heal battle, because there is no other such choice left. Meanwhile, even Team Entity is getting tagged a lot while they're trying to enter the particular play zone. Troy goes down, and that's exactly one of those storylines where Team Entity might falter on the later part as well, because in the previous game of Miramar, we got to see Pokar going down way too early outside the zone, and in this particular matchup, Pokar and Somraj are there, but then again they have lost Gamla Boy and Troy. Have got only one finish to talk about, so from 57 to 58, that's the type of journey these guys have come up with. And currently, if you talk about Somraj, he is also tagging up the opponent, but Pokar and Somraj have to be in the zone, and the zone is 400 meters away. But that's a big chunk of distance that these guys have to travel on foot. So I feel it's done and dusted type of situation for Team Entity. They have to time their attack, they have to time their rotation, then only they will be able to be in the zone. And even after being in the zone, their survival, yeah, that's kind of tricky.
Look at the positioning of Team Tamilas at this point. They have got the advantage of the height, but for Team IQOOSOUL to even get inside the circle will be very difficult, because if you just look into their position, to go and slam in a compound directly will be very risky, and that too when Team Tamilas are holding on to the ridge. If the ridge was vacant, there would have been no issues, but for them to reach to that point, they might have to rotate from the shorelines, which will be a very big gamble, because this is a 50-50 situation either way. And IQOOSOUL, as far as we all know, they will be looking forward to take this fight on a head-on way, maybe trying to find some good finishes. But Manya, his HP was very low, and he will be completed, taken down by the players of Team Tamilas itself. And the push will be coming up. A lot of shots being taken. Joker gets knocked out, and eventually we talk about Knuckle falls apart as well. So 3 of the players have been taken down. So it seems like Ronnie is the only solo survivor surviving for the side of Team IQOOSOUL, and in a blink of an eye, the dreams of this match has been crushed by the opponents. As Team Tamilas, they have the height advantage, they have the numbers advantage, while Team IQOOSOUL, they fail to have a successful spot inside this circle.
Now comes the mollies, the utilities, the barrage of them are going to be there. Even Ronnie is trying to cook up a good nade. Let's see if this nade is going to find any kind of connection or not. Goes in with the nade, might find Manti. Oh, does a serious amount of damage, like it's 80% depleted. His HP is already down to pretty much bare minimum HP that he was left with. Ronnie going to cook up another one. But the molly, yes, it is going to pressurize him a lot. These are the final few moments for Ronnie, that's for sure, because from the back end we have Team XSpark already shooting him down, and from the front we have Team Tamilas, where Manti is falling down. In the FPS mode, this guy is looking like a behemoth, but Manti swings in with a peek and crouch movement, and he takes down the last guy from Team IQOOSOUL. With that, the hopes of the rockets flying up high, soaring in the stratosphere, is not going to be possible anymore. Of course, Team IQOOSOUL is going to go down. They had 4 finishes, so from 85 points to 89, that's the only journey that they're going to get. Meanwhile, remember, the table toppers whom they were trying to dethrone, they're still there in the game. But even before that talk, I want to see what WINDGOD is capable of against a team known as CHEMIN Esports.
It's going to be tough for CHEMIN as well, because if you talk about, they have a good position, but while WINDGOD will be tough, but Venom's cover fire is doing a brilliant job. Toxic might be knocked out, and he will be confirmed by Rex as well. There is nothing more that CHEMIN boys can do at this move, at this kind of position. But when you just decide to rotate up front and take a better place in the circle to find and maybe gatekeep them while they are entering the circle, that can be a wise decision that CHEMIN Esports will be opting forward. For now, if it seems Revenant, they have been eliminated with 1 finish point, so yeah, that concerns and alarms, I would say, the side of Revenant. And at least by the end of today's day, if they are not able to perform or not able to provide them or themselves alone with those points with the placement and the total of finishes, if they cannot accumulate as what they required, it will be very tough for them to come back on day 3 or day 4.
Oh, Leo gets hunted just like the previous one. Gets taken down. CHESports is done and dusted. WINDGOD is having a tough time while being in the zone. Entity trying to swing in. But the fact is, they are also left with the last 2 individuals, and they are getting damaged immensely by the play zone as well. So it's going to be a tough set of match for Team Entity at this point, because in the previous one, they were like stuck in a similar parallel situation. And in this game as well, they were trying to be in the circle, but it won't be an easy task. Look at this. Abhi gets taken down. Somraj can go and collect all those first seconds so that he gets the advantage of doing a heal battle, if that's possibility. Pukar on the other corner finds one, and that is going to be Sayam. Is it going to be the total team elimination for Team Metal? I want to see that. And Core finds a crucial one. It's Pukar who has been taken down. Adi, meanwhile, has got a very beautiful edge to play with. Somraj also goes down with that. He has the hopes of Entity soaring high in this particular game is already done and dusted. But you can gear up. You can bring your game up by choosing the LG UltraGear monitors, because you get the OLED screen, you get the 240 ms 240 hertz type of refresh rate, and at the same point 1 ms or 1 millisecond of latency, which is again a paradise for gamers.
Yeah, just about we talk about the paradise. You can also get, and if you want to buy everything or build a complete new PC, you can go to Elitehubs and get all what you want, all the data. You want an entire PC build, you can get it. If you want some components to upgrade your PC, you can also get it. But for now, if we just talk about the game, Team XSpark seems to be troubling Team Blind a lot. And now this is going to be interesting. I mean, Blind getting taken down one after another by the players of Team XSpark will be ringing a lot of bells in their ears, because Team XSpark, they were waiting for a lot longer period of time to get some output like this, for getting some results like this. But Team Tamilas' position seems to be exceptionally well, and they can convert a lot more fights. But it seems like Mr. Igil, he gets shadowed down alongside Ninja Shot, gets battled down. It seems like CHEMIN Esports, they're in some serious trouble.
Team Tamilas still fighting back. 8 amazing finishes. This team's were looking kind of dominant in the previous few games, but in this particular match, Team Tamilas, Team XSpark, they are definitely trying to outperform each other. Shadow on the other corner has been taken down, is not going to get any kind of revival or any kind of chance of getting that revival. Sarang peaks a little bit much higher, but this nade, wow, a one bounce nade on that boulder, and after that, both the individuals are pretty much knocked out at this moment. Ninja Jod was seeking for a revival, is not going to get anything. Kratos on the other corner is also going up a nade. Let's see if that is going to be a possibility. Switches to the DBS, goes one, and eventually Manti gets taken down. Exactly like a situation when Ronnie was trying to put this player down. Fox versus Kratos. Let's see what happens. It's a beautiful 1v1 coming in, but Fox finds a sweet spot to hit on. And with that, it's a 2v4 situation where Team XSpark is left with Sarang. Oh no, Sarang was on the verge of getting that revival, but that nade completely gets that elimination done and dusted, and it all trickles down to the last individual. Who have predicted Team Tamilas? So congratulations.
I mean, I don't see anybody. I don't remember anybody taking Team Tamilas though. But yeah, the kind of performance that they have put in already.
It was
Tamil
Desk.
Sanhok, it was quite close. Big odd. Before even getting one pick, he was taken down, and it's Team Tamilas who takes this beautiful 13 finishes, winner chicken dinner in the very map of Sanhok. It was a very close cut game of Sanhok that we got to see, but little did we expect Team Tamilas to pop off like this aggressive way with this amount of finishes. That was something that I did not see coming up, but the position they holded and the teams that they eliminated did give them this amount of points. So 13 plus 10 did mean 23 points Team Tamilas will be walking away with.
Big chunk of points coming in their favor. Definitely, it's a much needed match for Team Tamilas, because as you said initially as well, that they are back on their old format. They are trying to go for the placements, meanwhile getting all those finishes, if that's a possibility. And that's exactly what they were trying to do initially in this map of Sanhok as well. We got to see that they were holding the back-end regions of Sanhok, the northern regions to be honest, and they were holding the hill while the fight was going on between IQOOSOUL and some other teams like Orangutan that was there in this particular bootcamp region. But then again, Team Tamilas did not decide to push into that region. They knew that they had to hold off, they knew that they had to aim for a larger picture, and that's exactly what they did in the later part. They were able to get all those finishes, be it from IQOOSOUL, be it from XSpark, be it from any other team in the lobby. So a brilliant match indeed from Team Tamilas.
Yeah, exactly. Team Tamilas, the way they have played is really well, and I believe if they just continue playing like this throughout the day, or at least the next 3 matches, that's going to be Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel, they can also accumulate good number of points to make themselves comfortable and maybe keep themselves in the top 5 after the end of day number 2. There is a big probability, but we'll see if that happens or not. But on the other hand, if we just talk about the teams like NTT Gaming, they face some backlashes, they face some casualties against Revenant, but also they had a vivid rotation towards the eastern side, because I don't know whether it was a good decision or not, but yeah, they got trapped out. All of the majority of the teams, if we even talk about XSpark, they were a little late comers inside the circle, and it did benefit them. I mean, they did find finishes, they did find the placement points that they were seeking for, but now it matters like they did not manage to get the chicken in their home with themselves due to the less number of players alive for their side. So they have to keep that thing alive, that how Team Tamilas managed to keep all the 4 players alive in the very end circle. They also need to focus on how to keep all the 4 players intact till the very end circle, so that we can get a lot of finishes, as well as might be able to get a chicken as well.
Honestly, talking about Team XSpark, I do feel that the angles that they had in the particular play zone was not that favorable. Because if you see, Team Tamilas has had their 3 compounds to play with, there were multiple boulders to play along with, and they had their utils as well along with it. But on the other corner, Team XSpark had to come from an open space, and that's why they lost Shadow. That's why in the end they lost Praygod and Sarang in place like that as well. But for now, we'll continue this conversation after a quick short break.
After a bombastic match, we are again back with this SCS 2024. But now it's the second day of Grand Finals that we're witnessing. 50% of the day has been completed with the map of Sanhok. But now it's time when we move down to the next map. But before that, we will be breaking down this map of Sanhok because it has been full of roller coaster rides. Not only Team Tamilas dominating with 13 finishes in their bag, but also on the other hand, we were seeing a lot of fights being taken by the other teams. NDD got some good finishes. There are other teams like Blind or CHEMIN also surviving for a very longer period of time. Team XSpark coming into the late question. But I want to ask you, Raider, what was the best play or best kind of fight that you want to portray in this entire match?
To be honest, the later part of the fights was absolutely amazing for me. Initially, yes, there were some tussles going on. We got to see some early clashes, but the best part for me, as you asked, was the fight between Team Tamilas and Team XSpark. The way that fight particularly orchestrated was absolutely amazing. On the hindsight, one can say that actually I was saying initially when we were not on the break that Team Tamilas had some different rages to place. They had some different covers to play along with. Team XSpark had to come out of the open spots. But then again, it was the kind of rotation that Team Tamilas decided from the get-go. It was the kind of play. It's not like Team Tamilas dropped out the same exact location. They played along with it. They were able to take down Team IQOOSOUL. They were able to take down teams like CHEMIN. And that's how they were able to take their control. So kudos to their performance. But coming back to the fact what Maxey did, well, he has become the most valuable player of this day number 2, match number 3. As he was able to get 6 finishes. Of course, his MVP ranking is a little low, but I believe kind of the reason of that is basically because Team Tamilas was kind of a little bit dormant and they were aiming for those placement points. But this time, they have switched up a gear.
Yeah, they have switched up the gear and they have made it like a full throttle push in to get those finishes done and dusted. You can see the best companion will be Toxic, having 3 revivals on his own. He did I would say, very good job for his side. He definitely had a good output from his end to gain a lot of points for CHEMIN Esports. But final elimination and going all out, it's going to be Maxey from Team Tamilas. He's got 6 finishes with a 501 damage. That means not equal to the 6 finishes, but it isn't bad stealing finishes or from the other fight. So yeah, it all comes down to just securing those total points for yourself and to add in the overall standings. And with that being said, Team Tamilas will be adding 23 in the bag, while XSpark, they had 6 finishes in their name. They will add 12 in total in the board, while CHEMIN, they also come in the top 3 with total of 9 points in total with 4 finishes that they have accumulated. It was a good game, but I would still say that WINDGOD, Hydra, Reckoning, they have a lot more work to do. Reckoning, I don't know what happened, but at this very start, I would say the split drop they took from the very beginning in the map of Sanhok, I did not like it from the very start, and that actually costed them the game.
I remember you focusing your concern on Punk like dropping way too far away and he was kind of close to Team Entity. So things like that are of course going to be a big trouble. Given that this map is Sanhok, it's not Miramar or Erangel where this small distance in the map could be a big distance in the real time, and when it comes to game, like there was not even a distance of 100 or 200 meters. That's how close Punk was dropping to Team Entity. So it could have already costed them initially, and then eventually in the later part when we got to see Punk trying to rotate back to his teammate, even before that Team Reckoning had already lost some players due to overextension, and that overextension came on players of WSB. Truly remember how Makoke also was trying to fight back but instantly got compromised. He had that Uzi in his favor, but instantly he was taken down even when he was ready with the pre-fire. But yeah, that was all about the previous match. Now let's talk about the match summary as well, so that we have a brief idea of how said number of achievements were taken down by players. Highest finishes, of course, is Maxey. Highest team finish is also going to go in the favor of Team Tamilas, and that, my friend, is going to tie up the record of Team IQOOSOUL that was established yesterday of highest points in a winner chicken dinner type of match. So 23 points for them in the match number 6 and 23 points for Team Tamilas in match number 9, or should I say day number 2, match number 3. So a brilliant play, to be honest. Best contribution will be coming in from Afu for the team. He has done and given 100% of the contribution to the team. But in the overall standing, we have Team Blind just shy of 4 points to 100.
Yeah, I mean, they're just closing towards the 100-point marker, but it seems like this match could have been their game, but yeah, they face some difficulties though. We have to see what happens in the next match because it's Vikendi. Before that, we say Team Tamilas, they had a very good climb in the third spot with a total of 63 points on the board. They've got already 2 chicken dinners, but Team XSpark, look at them, they're in the fourth spot as well with 0 chicken dinners, but a total of 61 points on the board. So the competition between the third, fourth, fifth is still quite close, but IQOOSOUL versus Blind is on another level. You can see around like 7-point difference that they have between themselves. One good match of IQOOSOUL, one bad match of Blind. Again, the positions will be swapped. But if you talk about XSpark, if they only take another 20-pointer game of XSpark or Tamilas or Entity, if they take a 20-pointer game, then only they will be climbing up the ladder. But on the second chart, Hydra Official, WSB, they are just dropping down. After the end of day 1, they were in the top 3, in the top 5. But after that, they just dropping down position after position, and even CS, you can see them in the 13th spot. It's not working out for them. They need to figure out how to again build back their momentum in order to climb up or maybe finish in the top 8 by the end of day number 2.
Like, I do remember that after the day number 1 ended, we got to see Team Dragon sitting right there at the bottom. But look at them, they're trying to climb back. They're trying to fight their way back on the top of the leaderboard. Of course, the journey is not going to be that easy. One team is sitting at 96 points. That is, of course, Team Blind, and another one like Team Dragon Esports or Reckoning. They're sitting at 26 points. So there is a massive gap. But then that gap is only going to get compensated in the next few days because it's a 6-day long journey. We have a total 36 matches, out of which 9 matches are now done and dusted. So expectations are quite high at this point, and eventually if you talk about the opportunities, it is again quite high. Of course, the other teams are also trying to get as many points as possible. Meanwhile, teams like Reckoning and Dragon Esports are also going to fight back. But let's have a look at our top 5 players. Skips is back on the forte, and he has got 23 amazing finishes. Joker today has yet to perform way too well because he has not got a lot of finishes today. In the first match or in the second match or in the third match, finishes were coming, but that were coming from Manya or Ronnie or Knuckle. Joker on the other corner is a little bit on the lower corner. His power has not yet joined the first 3 games today, so for that reason he's still there at the 5th position. XSpark's Spray God and AEROBOTZ Afu. These 2 individuals are also there in the 3rd and 4th position respectively, fighting their way to the glory of being the top 5 players.
Well, we'll see what happens next because the top 5 players we are looking forward to has made a lot of changes though. We see Spray God coming in is definitely something that shows us a sign that XSpark, they're looking forward to grab some more finishes and more points for themselves. But what awaits is the next match, which will be played in the map of Vikendi. And Vikendi has always been surprising. I mean, not with I won't say with the circle ships or something, because we haven't seen those vivid circle ships as what we have seen in the past tournaments in like 5.0 or maybe in the previous SCS we did not have Vikendi, I believe. But yeah, the Vikendi circle has always been a troubling factor for a lot of teams, but this map has turned out to be pretty good for the teams like Dragon Esports, for the side for the likes of even Blind, even because they took the chicken in the previous day, so they will be looking forward to grab another one, but will be looking forward to the map. But before it, we'll have the roadmap in front of us. So as you all know, this is the Skyesports Champions Series 2024 going on with a 10 lakh INR prize pool. It will end on 10th of March, but after that, from 20th March, our Skyesports Mobile Open is also starting with again another 10 lakh prize pool on stake. But the twist is, Raider, the third IP, it's our Skyesports Championship 6.0. The prize pool has not been revealed, but the location has been revealed. That is going to be Chennai, and when a location is revealed, you know it's not an online event.
Yeah, it's the land that we're going to talk about. The vibe is going to be absolutely immense. Of course, the performance is going to be immense enough. Really have to see how that happens. But remember guys, there's another thing to talk about. Is the Skyesports leaderboard. The top 10 teams from Skyesports leaderboard post SCS 2024 will be invited directly to the quarterfinale qualifiers, and that's why this big banner in bold letters of dark and white is shown to you.
Exactly, those 10 teams, they're fighting. I mean, all the 16 teams, those are competing for the glory, for the bragging rights, for the prize pool. Just not only fighting for the SCS target, but also they're fighting for that invitational slot for themselves in Skyesports Mobile Open, because that will be very, very much crucial, beneficial for them, because if they manage to be in top 10, they will get the reward for themselves. But if you also want your reward, make sure to subscribe to our channel of Sky Esports, because on 800k subscribers, we will be giving away 30 royal passes. So if you want to be lucky as well, because new season has just started, why not get your hands on new royal passes? We're not very far from 800k, so make sure you like the stream, you also subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon.
Definitely go for it, guys. Your support is going to mean a lot, but at the same point, we are also going to give away a lot. As you can see, a clear Royal Pass giveaway of 180 RPs. The Royal Passes gives you the shimmering skins of BGMI, and of course, I do believe everybody really wants to go for that. Meanwhile, talking about the game, coming back to the game, Vikendi. The Chile map is definitely going to be full of a lot of surprises. Goroka places like those are going to be full of clashes. But I want to have your insight on the map of Vikendi, Necros. What do you think? What is going to happen today?
Let's go. An end circle of Villa. We will be having
Okay.
Medal, Blind, Entity as well. Fighting against an IQOOSOUL as well. They will be in there fighting against each other, and we might be looking forward for a better result on what? I mean, I will be looking forward to see what happens, because my prediction is already given. But before that, we jump into the map of Vikendi. We will be taking a short break, and on the other side, we will see you with the match. We have already seen a lot of greenery in the maps and a lot of grenades being popping off, but now I have got back Lucifer with me to go towards the winterlands of this BGMI world. That is going to be the map of Vikendi that will be starting shortly. It's almost the time that we will be getting inside the map, but Lucifer, what do you have to say about this map?
Yesterday we ended up seeing Blind again capitalizing, but I think one team that could have an advantage here. Yes, Dragon is still there, something that we keep discussing about, but for me I think CHEMIN, because yesterday CHEMIN were closer, right? But how Team Tamilas, Entity, all these teams have showed up, and even XSpark getting closer in the last one. I'm looking forward to what they can do, because there have been no breaks for all these teams. 3 maps continuously. This is the 4th one starting. The flight path right in front of the screen, the flight has taken off, and again it seems to be that teams will have a lot of trouble as we end up seeing again an eastern edged flight path.
Oh, now this is going to be interesting. I mean, yeah, teams will be able to reach to their drop location, but they might have to glide a little bit as compared to if it was in a centralized flight path. But yeah, teams who are going towards the areas of Dobromestro, Krichas, or Port might have to face some consequences. But if you talk about the elimination leaders in the map of Vikendi, Venom has done a fantabulous job, followed by Harsh, Jazzy. They are on the top charts because they had finished a very good game in the map of Vikendi on a previous day. If you talk about the day number 1 of Grand Finals, let's see what happens next. Because if you talk about the areas of Winery, it will be occupied by the players of IQOOSOUL. It will remain uncontested, but Orangutan, they won't be making any mistakes of what they did previously. But the circle, it's still favoring my predictions, Lucifer. I mean, I wanted to see an end circle on Villa, and it is a centralized circle, it seems.
See, if the game is on Vikendi, hardly Mount Kresnich has ever been out of it, right? So Mount Kresnich Villa is something that we end up seeing. Goroka as well, as you can see some compounds of it. Expected, but I do want to see if there's any drop clashes as we initially mentioned, right? Because of this eastern edge, you did mention they all have to glide. Medal is still gliding, Team Tamilas is still gliding, and a Dragon as well. And we have seen Movatra being a place where Team Tamilas and Dragon have a little bit of a fight, where Team Tamilas I think previously found one finish against them, and then eventually it got exchanged. But here a big trouble clash happened where Entity, WSP and Orangutan did also take against each other. It happened towards the cement factory, but this time Entity are not there. They've gone all the way towards north. They're about to maybe fight above coal mine with Reckoning, but if that happens, XSpark also can look forward to a third party.
Exactly. I mean, XSpark, again, Vikendi is also a very small map. Like, if you compare it to Sanhok as well, it's almost the same. If you take some shots, if you fire some, if you engage yourselves in some fights, there is a big chance that yes, there will be some third parties coming in. But the previous day, Entity focused that there was there's a chance of Orangutan coming up close and taking fights, and that's why Entity faced an early elimination against them. That's why they've changed the drop in today's game, it seems. But Reckoning, they've also decided to go towards that area because Godlike is not there, so you won't be facing any kind of drop clashes in the areas of Cosmodrome. But Team Tamilas, with a beautiful flow and beautiful start that they had in the map of Sanhok, the way they capitalized it, the way they have got the points registered for themselves, they will be looking forward more to have in this map itself.
Can they, though? Right as now, I'm pretty sure Entity would want Mac. Okay, driving right in front of Gamla Boy, the iron sight with a barrel. He finds an instant knock and a finish coming through. Now Reckoning, they thought they were clear of the compounds because when we initially spoke about it, we'd even mentioned it was cement factory where we did end up seeing Entity and WSP, and it's been quite often. While this fight is yet underway, wait, Hunters, he immediately does it on Somras. The IGL is out. We'll quickly talk about the caster prediction as well. Here IQOOSOUL coming in from Captain Price. Macy goes for XSpark, and Hydra coming in from Spiro, but Grenades coming in from Doom finds Troy, and Entity again facing casualties here on Vikendi, just like yesterday. And Troy, I'm pretty sure there's no way to go, but Doom, look at it, overextension, and he's not stopping. Will only stop once he finds that finish on Troy. He does, and now it's up down to Gamla Boy and Pukar. Maxkash was spotted, but Pukar, what is this? He's running out in the open, and Hunters, he was ready for him. Immediately Punishes, takes him down, and it's all down to one last player, Gamla Boy. He is trying to run, and it's the same case last time on Vikendi Necros. It is again Gamla Boy, previously with Nades, now with just some other team finding, that is XSpark. We spoke about them, and Ninja Jod says, hello, I'm here, not just for them, but to Reckoning as well.
The early elimination curse is not just going away from the heads of Entity Gaming. It seems they changed their drop for this cause. I mean, they did it because last time it was Orangutan. They thought that Cosmodrome might be empty. There won't be any team, so they can get the loot done for themselves. But not the case. Definitely not the case that they were looking forward to an early elimination. But our prediction is still yet to come. But casters prediction from Tamil Desk, majority of the teams they have gone with Dragon Esports, while Sharp thinks it can be Revenant.
I think this clearly states of the statements made by Dragon on Vikendi of 2 of the 4 matches played in semi-finals they won, but the one match that we did start off yesterday, Dragon, yes, were good. I mean, you saw them completely pouncing upon IQOOSOUL, then tried their way to fight along with Reckoning, but it did not work out. Eventually they were taken on, and that's the reason the same prediction comes from my end as well, Dragon. But Necros, you went for CHEMIN, and Raider goes for Medal. Raider's not here. I do want to ask you, why CHEMIN though?
I mean, the consistent performance did actually make me take this decision, but looks like Aerobots are also having some kind of fights with the players of Reckoning, and it seems like Reckoning, who was silent for a very long period of time, now wants to go all in, and they want to go with all those finishes. Afu is just running away because he knows he doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, but one devious shot can cause a lot of trouble. And Max Kosh, it's a very poor decision if you going up against the D-base and solely you don't have a cover fire to take a trade-off. Reckoning loses their second. This was the opportunity that they were looking forward to. D-base is such a weapon. Even on a pixel HP, one player can clutch it out, and it all lies on the shoulder of Hunter to clutch this situation and keep the hopes of Reckoning alive.
Afu has been detrimental as a player, and look at this one grenade pops both the players off, and that is Reckoning being eliminated right at the gate after Entity. And this is going to be devastating. Entity and Reckoning. Entity had a great start, though somewhere that they recovered, but Reckoning not at all a good time that they're having here on day 2. And now XSpark, like just how Reckoning decided to trail away, they followed their footsteps, or I would say trails of their vehicle, and they have ended up towards coal mine where AEROBOTZ just finished them up. XSpark, I'm pretty sure they saw that on the feed, and no, it was the Reckoning team that they were trailing, and they would like to convert on them, but a grenade right behind them from Shadow drops, and now they are worried. They might be surrounded. They might be now taken down in various angles that they were not ready to challenge. Evil on another off angle, and now XSpark stuck out in the open.
XSpark have to look forward to grab those finishes, but AeroBots, the way they're hungry for those finishes, does seem like they might have a good opportunity. Shadow might be looking forward to grab a lot of defenses. He gets one, he gets the second one. AeroBots just shutting everything out, but SprayGod takes a trade-off. Keeps the hopes alive for the side of Team XSpark in this contention, but AeroBots, Evil, he's on a distant hill. He has to take a fight. Spots up another player. SprayGod is completely doomed. Nothing more that he can do, but still he goes down. There was a close contention, but Shadow is the solo survivor, and being said that, AeroBots wipe another team, and this time it is XSpark.
You saw SprayGod over there in between his teammate who was knocked. What a spray that he did. Unfortunately, he did not get a knock, but now they've been spotted from the side of Medal. Raider did predict if Medal can get a winner chicken dinner. Now they've tried to stop Team Tamilas from getting ahead. However, Team Tamilas did not overextend, so they were able to back off, but it looks like even Dragon are here in the mix, and it is going to be interesting of what happens, of how Medal are going to stop Team Tamilas as well as Team Dragon simultaneously. And if there is a slam-in, it is going to be Medal who's going to be sandwiched.
They have to do something pretty good. I mean, if they can just get one team eliminated, which might be Dragon, it can be beneficial for them. But Dragon Esports, they will be looking forward to grab a good hold. They know that Circle is a centralized one, so they have a lot of room to play along with. This is just a stage 1 as what we are seeing. They're getting a lot of intel. They know where Team Tamilas is, so they don't have to worry. They don't want to overextend and push towards that compound. The only thing I really believe, Lucifer, at this point is slamming in or taking the risk in the map of Vikendi or any map. If you're pushing a compound or a team or a player, you have to be very aware that everybody's using DBS. It's not easy. Even you know that he's barely surviving on a single HP. You are not sure that you can get him down on a single spray, because one DBS shot can just take you down.
But I'm pretty sure Max, you wouldn't want to go down to that, and that's the reason he's gearing up to make sure his game is on, just like the LG UltraGear monitors. 240Hz, 144Hz, we've got you covered. All you have to do is experience that gaming on those monitors, which is going to be out loud. But right as now, just like how we saw Maxi with maximum of 7 finishes, taking one ahead or a step in the right direction to make sure that he breaks a record of that. With 8 finish, it's going to be Joker at max, and he is looking super strong. I think after yesterday and how IQOOSOUL have been performing, even in the previous games, you see them always grabbing points. Yes, Blind still in the overall standings after game 2 have been on that top seat. But for how long? We have seen yesterday also it was the similar case, Necros. But the last game, IQOOSOUL came back and they take the top.
Yeah, I mean, the last and every game matters at this point, Lucifer. And the way we are seeing, the only competition in the top spot is like IQOOSOUL and Blind. The other teams also in this 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they have their own contention. They have their own fight within themselves because they are in those 60s marker. But now it seems like Dragon Esports, they want to take those fights. They want to take those tap shots if there is any chance of getting 1 or 2 picks if possible. Aquanox, He's just there on a distance, having a little bit of rich cover, and yeah, he was spotted by Jim Jam. That doesn't matter. But Dragon Esports, they're playing on a very passive approach, I would say, because the kind of pump that they need, or the kind of spark that they need, they haven't got it yet in the grand finals, and it has continued for a longer period of time. But as we just talk about the spark and the game, you can also collect all your needed peripherals from one single page, from one single home that you can get is from Elitehubs. You want to build a PC, you have got there the components, or you want to upgrade your PC any part, you can get it right there in Elitehubs. So make sure to check out their website.
Jim Jam was checking out if he could find somebody, but he gets dished by bullets from Medal. As a medkit, will be able to full heal, nothing much to be worried about, has boosters also to play with. But now he's called in his teammate, a reliable assaulter, Choke God. But how far can they continue that assault? In the meantime, an assault of AEROBOTZ versus Hydra officials can happen all the way top towards port. Let's see how it works out. I'm not too sure in whose favor it goes. But in the meantime, WSB as well as Blind towards the eastern edges, right after the bridges of the cement factory, they are having a trouble and problem as players are getting knocked, especially from the side of Blind. And now it skips down. It is going to cause a lot of trouble. It should be easy finishes that WSB should be able to pick. I think there's still one last player surviving, and yes, it is Jazzy. He's taken a lot of damage. He's trying to patch himself up, but Zerif does not want to give him a chance with the DBS trying to push up, and they also even take the vehicle right inside the water to find where that player is. It's going to be only one player who's knocked right now, Skips, because Jazzy, he's swimming his way further and he's hidden behind a boat. Maybe a wise decision, but if he gets spotted, it is going to be tough for him, and looks like WSB are on the hunt. They're going to fish for Jazzy and will not let him be cleared or run away. And wait, Raiden, I think he already spotted him, and he's letting gods get closer. And look at the damage coming in. The boom, boat goes, and now Jazzy, he's caught out in the open. And Raiden, wait, I think maybe he doesn't actually. He just decided to burst that boat, but with a grenade going in, there's nothing he could have done over there. A nice grenade to be tossed, and with that, WSP sweep Blind completely. And Blind, who had a chance to get to century points at the end of day 2 of the grand finals itself, right now in Vikendi, their dreams are going to be taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, they have to wait for another 2 matches to reach the 100 mark, and it seems they haven't got a single point, and they won't be getting any position point again. So they will be taken down. But yeah, good start for WSB, I would say. They wanted a good start for a longer period of time in a match, and they want to convert some good fights for their side as well. For now, Reckoning, they had a good one, but still they could not manage and keep up with the pace. I would say that was a bad call. The match was going all in, but Orangutan, they're facing backlash against WSB, who are on a finishing spree at this moment. Ash Baby and AKOP managed to jump out of that place, but Trigger OP will be confirmed, and all those finishes will be getting converted on the favors of WSB, while Ash, he's back in the compounds, but AKOP is in water, so they have to be very, very cautious about every next move that they're going to take up. But Ash is just taking the shots and giving away his position that can be very vital for the side of Orangutan.
Orangutan previously in Miramar faced an early on casualty. Yesterday towards the end they had the probability of getting themselves a chicken dinner. Flubbed on both of it. Can they change something this time? WSB setup spots Ash Baby as he's going in the snowmobile, but wait, can he find a way to do damage? He's still able to spot him, but Ash Baby is driving like crazy, like there's nitros on that machine, and somehow manages to dodge all of it. But however, his teammates nowhere close, dropped already 2 players. AKOP has to know where he is, or maybe a chance later down the line to regroup. But for now, it is a gone case scenario where he has to just run away, because WSB are designed to live the game here on Vikendi, and you guys can also be with the AMD line of laptops that you can check out with the links in description. But AKOP now has to jump. He's at the edges of the circle, he's entered, but with that jump I think Arman spotted him, already gives the call and should be easily able to put him down. But still, as long as he survives AKOP on the back lines, it can always be trouble here for WSP, and Raiden along with Gods does not want that happening, and now they're treading the same bridge where he's hiding under, and soon should be able to put him down.
Oh, don't tell me that you're going to jump into the waters to find out, because it can be a very bad move, because the position you see AKOP is standing in, yeah, they might be getting those footstep sounds and those cues in the map, but if they just drop, AKOP will have the advantage to finish them off. So that's going to be a bad decision if they are going forward to it. But when WSB have got a brilliant start, you can see AEROBOTZ, WSB, they have got 7-6 finishes respectively. So they will be looking forward to convert this game in a much more bigger scale. And why not? When you have the chance to get this game on a different level and you can score a lot of points, you should be looking forward to it. But yeah, they have splitted the players of Orangutan. That's the biggest, I would say, achievement that they can just get at this point, because Orangutan, the momentum that they were creating has been broken down. But for now, Medal Esports, they will be just holding a single compound for themselves, playing very passively, looking forward for the next circle shifts to happen, because we are in stage 3 and they have definitely spotted the players rotating from the side of CHEMIN Esports. But Team Tamilas, oh my god, they have the intel, and that's the nade going in to engage and start the fight with CHEMIN Esports.
Dragon have taken away a player from Team Tamilas. That's the reason they are having a casualty. But them starting off a battle with a disadvantage, not knowing players' position, can be troublesome. However, it is Team Tamilas. We know for them to do a lot more in terms of action. How does it work in their favor? Something that we have to wait out for. But also we did mention for Team Tamilas also to get to the leaderboard ranking, they have to pick up, I think, close to 200 points, somewhere around 190, 180 points as a whole in the grand finals. And then only they make it to the top 10. Otherwise, they'll be left out. Even if they make their way to the 24 positions that we have in the leaderboard, they'll not be invited to the quarterfinals. And I'm pretty sure Team Tamilas don't want that. And Team Tamilas were the team in the second position. And now Team Tamilas are trying to make sure they get back to the second position. But the race is already further away. The finish line has been taken away from these teams who are there in the third position and so on. So I think if any team wants to get back into the game, they have to first stop denying points to IQOOSOUL and Blind. One of it has been done. That tick box on Blind has been done. IQOOSOUL is still surviving. But on the other end, what you can survive for and look forward to is winning the giveaway of Royal Passes. And all you have to do is subscribe, make your friends also subscribe who watch and enjoy BGMI, and spread the word. And if you are able to do it at 800, 900 or maybe 1 million, that's what we are aiming for, there will be 100 Royal Passes giveaway depending on whether you do 800, 900 or 1 million. But if you want updates of the upcoming tournaments, where you would want to participate and what's going to happen later down the line in Skyesports, whether it's going to be IPs of mobile or maybe even PC esports, follow us on WhatsApp. The scan code is right in front of your screens. But right now, scanning for Team Tamilas is CHEMIN Esports. But in the meantime, we are going to see the circle shift and let's see who picks the advantage for now. But AEROBOTZ and Hydra official, the fight which was about to happen at Zabawa, things looks like it didn't happen and both the teams have moved towards Villa. AEROBOTZ do have their players. Circle shifts. It is encompassing castle for now.
I mean, at this point, when you talk about Castle, has been that one, I would say, dominant position where you can find a lot more value. But also, CHEMIN Esports, the way they're rotating, yeah, slowly, gradually taking up the pace, taking the time, trying to find a good spot for themselves, a comfortable, cozy spot inside the circle. But for how long? Because 12 teams are surviving, 45 players are there, so you need to be very cautious with every move that you're making. Team Tamilas, they're traveling in a single Zima. We have seen what happened to AeroBots in the previous match of Sanhok that happened in the day number 1, and it was IQOOSOUL Joker who put a rest to them in a single spray. And in the Zima, it's not even about the vehicle. It's not even about the team. It's about the vehicle that you can just burst in down with a single mag. That's so much less damage intake that it can take. But CHEMIN Esports, they're giving a way too tough time for the side of Medal. They're having a lot of intel from this compound that they're holding afar from that place. But still, if you just talk about if you can get a lot of knockouts, there might be some opportunities. But Fierce, in the meantime, he has a lot more intel as compared to what we are seeing, because he's so close. He's so close. If you can just anyhow manage to get one need tossed up to the side of CHEMIN Esports, and if he can find 2 frags at least, there might be a good opportunity for the side of Revenant boys to step up and close the distance and maybe wipe out CHEMIN Esports as well. There is a big opportunity that we are looking forward to.
Opportunity is WSB's name. They have been picking up every team that they've been seeing, and look at it again. Orangutan, the last few players, I think Ash was taken up. I'm not too sure if AK is being cleared. I think he still should be surviving, but as of now, Dragon, a very good position that they have towards Toar, and let's see if they'll be able to convert both, as you already mentioned, against Medal as well as CHEMIN, because they have a good compound control and vision to all these teams. Revenant, I'm not too sure how far they're going to pull up, because they've been trying their best, Necros, and we have still seen them that they've fallen short of what they wanted to achieve as a goal, and it still seems to be the same case here on day 2. However, WINDGOD, they did have a spectacular game, I think, in Miramar as well as Erangel when we started things off, but after that, no wait, not on Miramar, but Erangel, they did have a really good game where they ended up managing getting good finishes, ended at the top, but Miramar, it was an instant shutdown coming in from XSpark. So let's see what they do. However, team IQOOSOUL, with blind out of their way, this is the time for them to create a big difference.
This is the time that they need to make some good calls as well. Even if you talk about, the rotations are being taken, but it seems like Medal Esports, we were looking forward to this push happen, and it's CHEMIN Esports who have finally decided, let's not just wait or push this fight back, and now let's go all in. Yeah, there was knockouts that we are seeing, but it seems like they don't want to push again. Okay, I really thought that, CHEMIN Esports might be pushing up, but it seems like that was a different fight. But Revenant fears the position he is holding. He might be able to put down at least 1 or 2 players from the side of CHEMIN Esports. That's the opportunity. Kratos, he gets into the cover, but Venom instantly spots him down, comes up with a retaliation fire, and prevents Fierce from taking any more shots. But Kratos, he will definitely be compromised.
Yeah, the position is not that great for CHEMIN. They're surrounded by the players of Revenant. They thought it's only Fierce on up top, but look at Sensei, look at Blaze, where their positions are. Aquanox is moving in very close. In the meantime, all their sights are set on only on Fierce. Now, it is the responsibility of Sensei and Blaze to help him out. Otherwise, the grenades being thrown towards Fierce, it might end up doing damage, and Fierce might also end up going to a knock and a finish as well. But it is going to be Paradox who's going to be finished off, as Aquanox was waiting on the other side of the window, and that's going to be Medal completely wiped out.
That's very unfortunate. I mean, these kind of eliminations do, kind of annoy you. But you can't be doing anything. This is the map. This is a small map. Third parties are bound to happen when teams are hungry for the finishes. Revenant, they're also looking forward. They've got 1 out of many finishes that they're looking forward to. But Fierce, look at the position he is in. But Kratos had a very good read with that nade. Instantly spots down and gets Fierce out of this equation. He has been knocked out, and there is no chance of him getting the revival done. But there are a lot of teams in the backyard that they are coming up with. Kratos will be taken down by Hydra. Dragon Esports are also in the close compounds in close proximity, but it seems like both of the players of CHEMIN, they have been taken down and out. Dragon Esports, the height advantage might be helping them a lot, but CS Esports, they are on the back lines.
And here CS end up getting casualized by the side of Revenant. They were keeping a watch on them, and now Dragon, it should be easy pickings for them. Leo YT up close, trying his best. MVP as well. 2 players have been knocked already. Grenades going down. Sarthak will be confirmed by Hydra's push, and now it's down to MVP as well as Leo YT. However, Ranadeep still trying to crawl his way closer to his teammates. Leo patching himself up, might go for a heal or a revive, but in the meantime, from the backlines, I think it is Hydra that is trying to spray down CS Esports. It's not looking good for them. However, in the meantime, we see AKOP along with the sides of WSB finish off AEROBOTZ.
This is going to be a very tragic exit for Aerobots, that's for sure. They won't be happy with it, Lucifer, because they had got a very beautiful start, but now getting eliminated, like at this point, not a single placement point that they have got so far. They will be looking forward to only 9 finishes, 7 finishes, that they've got only 7 points in this very match. But the MVPs need, they were already precise, but Dragon Esports, they've already made a fallback. So yeah, that position, those nades won't make any damage to the side of the players of Dragon Esports. 2 of the finishes have been registered. CHEMIN Esports down to 2. Sensei gets taken down. Kratos is just being that nade machine with all those nades. He's popping off so many players.
This is Revenant doing the mistake, right? When they had the opportunity and when Fierce was calling for help, none of them looked like they were about to help Fierce over there, and CHEMIN took advantage, finished off Fierce. Yes, they have been casualed, but it was not completely Revenant's end of things. It was the push coming in from CS on one end, Dragon on another. It looks like CS, after recovering, they're gearing up for another fight, but Munna was ready, spots him out. MVP also gets spotted, but not with a rifle on hand. And now Munna finally with the call that there's a player towards the dip. He's trying to move in, but not not without cooking up a grenade. Throws his second grenade. Now still has one to play with. Does that find a connection? In the meantime, Red Dogs gets found from Blaze. Now at least for that retaliation sakes, can they find something? Leo gets knocked. Now it comes down to only MVP. Oh wait, before going down, he got back Ranadeep. Therefore a chance can be there. MVP, he's dropped down to super low health. Choke God has pushed up with the smoke screen. He's not giving him vision.
They're just barely surviving in some barely cover. Showgot coming up close. Some shots might be getting taken out. But now it seems like CS, they're back on the foot. They will be looking forward to push away the players of Team Dragon Esports from this proximity. But it's not easy. Not at all. Barely surviving on smokes. And the last smoke that he has got, I don't think for how long they can survive. But IQOOSOUL, they're also in bounds of this area. And it seems like Joker is the only survivor from his team. And it's not just the first time we're seeing IQOOSOUL. Every matches are in day number 2. They face this kind of consequences. But Dragon Esports are also making a fallback from this position, it seems.
WSP and IQOOSOUL get in a tussle. IQOOSOUL, 2 players survive and move into the circle. But it's not going to be that great. They did not have a lot to work with. Dragon still not letting the sides of CS get closer. In the meantime, CHEMIN in that mix also get wiped off. Hydra officials who were initially doing damage seemed like they did not get any vision for the side of other players of CS and eventually are direct north of the circle. Should be easier to enter because the big cluster is towards the southern. But now Dragon, the push coming in from CS, it's not working. Munna alone keeps guard of it, takes 2 players down, and Showgot repositions him right as of now to make sure that the entire side of CS's squad is going to get wiped. However, the last player from CS is still in hiding, as we can see his healing coming up. MVP. No finishes here for CS. Will be spotted from another team. Oh, I thought it was another, but it was fires coming in from above. And they do a jumping finish on CS with them getting wiped. And in the meantime, WINDGOD looking forward to wiping IQOOSOUL over there. I think they did get both of them because of the grenade that Rex threw with 3 finishes. And the team has total of 5. Every team, especially the teams in the second page, they're giving it their all here, Necros, and looking forward to finding a way to the top page.
Definitely. And the top G's, I would say, in the overall standings have faced a lot of backlashes. IQOOSOUL, they might have got some placement points for themselves, but it's Team Tamilas now in the question. Dragon Esports, they want to enter the circle, but it's that rock solid defense from Team Tamilas that they are preventing them from taking any entry which is possible. But if they get diverted by the teams like Revenant and WINDGOD, that might just open the chance for Dragon Esports to come inside the circle where they want. They have lost one of the players. They have to look forward how can they survive or make a little late rotation. You can see the position of Aquanox. Nobody knows about it. He has got a very big chance of finding a lot more finishes, but Ideal burns with the Molotov, but Aquanox gets finally taken down. Faust goes up close and personal. He's burning, but that doesn't matter. He still finds the value. As Revenant, they're left with the last one player, and Fox is just going all merry-go-round and confusing Blaze. Where is he going to take that entry from?
Blaze here will be put down is something that he's worried about. He has a first aid to play with. On the other end, Team Tamilas have 2 players. WINDGOD as well as Hydra official in a battle along with Dragon chiming in. A big grenade comes in from Avi. It puts Dora OP down. Another grenade being cooked from Max. It goes towards the side of Dragon. In the meantime, Hydra will be swept off by Avi's rain of grenades, and now Hydra official out of the game. Rex in the meantime already Jim Jam is down. They're looking forward to finding one, but Chokot from the bottom low, he's dropping in, I think smokes over there, but the spray coming in from Rex is not stopping on his M4. Drops Superboy down and he's looking forward to his finish. He should get it, and yes, confirms the finish for himself. WINDGOD going big. They already have 10 finishes in their name. Dragon also went big, but now dropped to a lost player whose position is known. They have total of 8, but Chokot, he has 2 for himself, but can he do anything? No, the Molotov denies, and a nice throw of that Molotov, trying to patch himself up, but might just get burnt. But wait, almost about to patch himself up, but a follow-up grenade seals the deal and sends WINDGOD back home.
Team Tamilas are also facing the consequences. Blaze is fighting for the life for the sake of his team, and Team Revenant, they're just hoping that Blaze anyhow manages to clutch it out. He goes all up close, but still there is nothing more that he can do. Blaze has to be very patient. He has to make the patience game work for him. Team Tamilas Fox is just surviving at the last moments. He's just breathing. But for now, top 3 teams, WINGOD, for the first time, I would say they have got a big chance to get their chicken in a home for themselves, and that too in the biggest stage of this tournament where they can make and write their own comeback story. WINGOD Avi's beautiful nades are definitely hampering the players of Revenant and Team Tamilas, but Fox, he has to take the decisions. He's being surrounded by a lot of Molotovs and nades, so he has to make a move either outside or push Blaze outside of the compound.
The play zone is closing at their end. Blaze and Fox don't have anywhere space to move around. A grenade goes. Fox receives damage not just by the grenade but also the play zone. They're trying to play the heal battle right as now. A grenade drops close to Blaze. He gets wiped out. Avi, this grenadier has been phenomenal, and the 5th finish also for Avi coming in as he jumps to seal that for himself. What a winner chicken dinner game coming here for WINGOD. One of the most phenomenal ones. They started, I think, all the way when initial fight happened with WSP as well as IQOOSOUL, and eventually managed to wipe out IQOOSOUL and get control of the map, and from there on they've been bombarding, grenading every team, especially the amount of grenades that Avi kept throwing to clear out Hydra officials. That gave the WINGOD the chance to move up ahead. Dragon also started faltering apart because Playzone again started crumbling at their end, and Necros, what a winner chicken dinner we ended up seeing coming in. This is Vikendi. We spoke about Dragon might having a chance. Dragon was wiped. And WINGOD, I think nobody predicted WINGOD because this team was the last team to qualify in our semi-finals, and they barely managed to make it with just extra of 3 points. If they didn't get that, they would have been wiped out. And now look at this, their redemption of showing why they qualified to the grand finals with this chicken dinner will give them the boost that needs for the next upcoming games.
Yeah, that's for sure. This boost is definitely going to help them a lot. I mean, look at the kind of potential that they have. WINGOD, we saw them throughout the semifinals having some good flow. They were taking those finishes but not converting them very nicely. They were not getting the placement points. They were not getting the chicken dinners for themselves. So that actually made a lot of impact, I would say, that costed them barely managing to qualify for the grand finals. But now, in day number 2, they seal the deal in the map of Vikendi, which does show us that WINGOD, now they're prepared. Avi stepping up big time, that helped a lot to its team.
I think, yeah, the big man stepped up when needed. We have seen Savitar being the grenadier once in semi-finals where he wiped the entire squad of IQOOSOUL, but here how well it was being played, and I think Avi just went on looking out for creates wherever he found. But there were other fights also I think we have to talk about of how XSpark initially start things off and then try to third party. It did not work through completely, but WSP, I think their aggression was phenomenal to watch. But we'll try to break this down even further with points as well after a short break.
My time is gonna last. What if I try to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye. I just wanna be alone. 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 Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know.
Welcome back after the fantastic Vikendi game. It was not icy. I think it was a lot more sharpnel because of the grenades that we ended up seeing coming in from Avi. But welcome back to the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series 2024, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs, and our gaming peripheral partner Zebronics. We are back to decode or decipher what went underway on Vikendi. But before we tell you more about it, we'll jump to the MVP, which was none other than Avi, the man who just kept throwing grenades. Looked like he had an infinite glitch of grenades.
Yeah, I mean, we had almost like, I don't know how many frag grenades in total he had, but like he was just going all in, pouring in the compounds one after another. It was like Blaze, first then Team Tamilas, then every other team, Dragon Esports, everybody. He was just going throwing nades and converting those finishes for his favor. So that actually justified that he played a big time game. 5 finishes in his name, and out of which I am quite sure 4 of the finishes were taken by frag grenades only.
Yeah.
The last one was taken by the DBS.
Hey man, even when IQOOSOUL's player rotated and moved towards a building, he threw a grenade and he finished that player as well. And he went for that crate, picked more grenades, walked out of it, started throwing the grenades to Hydra Official, moved to Hydra Official after they finished off, grabbed grenades there, finished off Dragon, grabbed the grenades there, then moved towards the last, towards Thor, and we ended up seeing throwing grenades towards Blaze as well as the last player, Fox from Team Tamilas. Coming to the overall summary or the stars of the match, that we see Siam coming in as the best companion, but final elimination, as we spoke, it was Avi, and then going all out was also Avi. So it is Avi everywhere, and I think now WINDGOD, which is going to step up and call him the Grenadier or the Bomber as of now, because yeah, he bombed every other team which was trying to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about that, right? And WINDGOD stepped up in a very good manner. I mean, this match, I really hope that brings back the momentum that they're looking forward to carry forward throughout the grand finals, because at least if not throughout the grand finals, at least for today, because this was the 4th match that we witnessed. There are still 2 more matches left, with one Miramar and one Erangel in the question. So if WINDGOD can carry it forward to the next 2 couple of matches more, I really believe that by the end of the day number 2, we will be seeing WINDGOD in the top 5 or top 6 closely.
We might. I mean, as of now, we've seen a lot of teams have been picking up finishes. As soon as they get placement points, they jump towards the top pages. Or the top spots. As of now, in match standings, WINGOD tabletop with total of 13 finishes and 23 is going to be the total points. This is same as how we ended up seeing IQOOSOUL yesterday on Erangel on that 2v4, got 23 total points for themselves. So I think as of now, being the highest, the record has not been broken for the grand finals. In the semis, we did see matches of 30. Now coming to the second position, I felt bad for Dragon Esports. It was such a good game that they had keep control of, held off CS, held off CHEMIN. It was just them that they had to move around those hills and then had to take up a fight with WINGOD. But another situation was Team Tamilas and Revenant here, Necros. I think either if Revenant took up a fight early where they maybe eliminated players of CHEMIN, or Revenant as together would have moved up before Team Tamilas came closer to the compounds, Revenant could have survived. Or Team Tamilas if they weren't surprised by the players of Revenant. However, WSB, this is just like how XSpark plays this time. WSB, look at them, 9 finishes, Necros, and unfortunately got eliminated later down the line.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very good start. They cleared off so many teams that came in their way. It was XSpark, and I don't remember the exact team which they eliminated. I guess AEROBOTZ, it seems, but
yeah, Orangutan.
They had Orangutan and then XSpark and all. So even Reckoning, Reckoning was taken down by AeroBots and all. But yeah, overall they had a good start. They got a lot of finishes. They got involved in the fight with 2 to 3 teams, and they got a lot of finishes for themselves that helped them getting these 9 points for themselves. But talking about the match summary, yes, the highest rating team will be WINGOD, and every category you can see the players of WINGOD itself. Avi, the highest finishes, followed by Rex with 5, then comes WSB, Radiant and Blaze. But yeah, Blaze contribution to Revenant's points, the total 9 points that they secured was immense. 4 finishes and 5 placement points is what Revenant received from this map of Vikendi. And if Blaze wouldn't actually survive for that long, the storyline could have been different.
Yeah, maybe would have gotten the 6 points, which if they came up second. However, Team Tamilas Fox came up second. But Blind as well as IQOOSOUL remain in similar spots. However, I think IQOOSOUL did get a couple finishes here, and that's the reason they're at 93, whereas Blind completely eliminated without getting anything, and that's the reason we were talking maybe IQOOSOUL picks up points here, but they were bombarded by, again, Avi. No questions over there. Team Tamilas still try to keep their streak up, especially because they came up second, so they do have placement points, and this is the only team so far who are balancing themselves with placement as well as finishes other than Blind. Coming to XSpark, you can see where they're lacking, right? 10 placement points is all they have, but finishes just like how high Blind are. WINGOD coming in at their perspective, 39 finishes with 22 placement points, getting closer. They're already at the 5th spot, above Entity, and Entity after having a great start, Necros, they're being wiped, disappeared, hidden, shrouded. I'm not too sure what you would want to call it, and especially with WSB going out like that at the start, I'm pretty sure hurt a lot of people in this first page.
Yeah, and they've also made a comeback, like 9 points only, and they have made a comeback in the first chart. You talk about the second chart, Orangutan drops down with the consistent, I would say, bad performance that we saw them in today's day, because they were not up to the mark. They could not deliver the kind of gameplay that they are looking forward to showcase us. Medal Esports also still they're struggling in the second page, followed by CHEMIN and AEROBOTZ. Dragon Esports is still static on the 13th spot, even after having a good game. So, but they are close enough. If you talk about AeroBots and CHEMIN, the point difference has been closed up very vividly. So they will be looking forward to grab some more finishes, some more placement points in the upcoming matches, because when they do it, they might be able to convert it and make it up to the first chart itself, because one good game, a 20-pointer game, should be enough for Dragon Esports to climb up the ladder and move it to 86 or close to that, because if they just do it, I'm quite sure they will be in top 6.
This last page, Reckoning, CS, they've not been having great games. Same goes for Revenant here. Blaze did manage to survive till the end, but we kept talking about it. The fights that they are picking or the position that they're holding seems like it's not functioning well, or the story is not unfolding well for them. Dragon and AeroBots. Now, AeroBots have been a curse for a lot of teams from the very start. Any team that they try to pick up a fight, Afu is there and Afu starts putting them down. This time Shadow was there, he also decided to put them down. It didn't eventually work out, but yes, as you can see, any team that is trying to push their forefronts against AeroBots, they're having trouble. IQOOSOUL's Joker still at the top 5 players with 24, Skip still at 23, Afo at 17, Spraygod at 17 and Gamla Boy at the last at 14. No change here in the top 5 players because these top teams are unable to find much points, Necros. That's how the story has stumbled. A lot of the teams in the second page are moving up to the first page and the teams at the top not getting points.
And now it is good. I mean, you know what? When I was seeing the points table, it just felt like it's going a one-sided way between both the teams. But the teams in from the bottom, when they are rising, they're raising the competition, they're raising the kind of pressure on the top teams, like showing them, you're not safe. Grand final has just started. This is just day number 2. It doesn't work like that. You've already created a big gap and you're going all in. There is nothing that you can do. Just like what the Formula 1 season is going on right now. It's a big gap, but at this point, the previous ones are also coming up from
bring
behind.
it up. let that man drive in peace, right? He's cruising. You don't have to disturb him or even like put all the eyes on him. Like there's a saying, right? Buri nazar in Hindi that they say. Why do you want to do that, Necros? But yeah, jokes apart, I think that is going to happen here in BGM eventually. Just like how that season is long for Formula, that's going to be the same here in BGMI. The matches don't span or finish up in a day. It spans over 5 to 6 days, and that's what we are going to see here in the grand finals. It started yesterday, and now it's going to end on March 10th. Who's going to be the champion? Still under question. The fight at the top is high, but who's going to get it towards the 6th day is something that we would wait and unfold. But before that, we'll take a short break because next is coming in is none other than Miramar.
After a beautiful match of Vikendi, I've brought back Raid alongside me because, I just thought that Sam can just take some rest. But you know what? Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UltraGear. presents Skyesports Champions Series powered by AMD, Esports partner Elitehubs and gaming peripherals partner Zebronics. This is going to be the second last game that will be on the map of Miramar. But Raider, what do you have to say about it?
First of all, the fourth match, the map of Vikendi, where I thought things will be like a little bit slower. We got to see a very beautiful fight coming in, and eventually in the later part, we got to see WINDGOD outshining everybody else. Today is the day where the records are getting thrashed. Comebacks are coming. A lot of interesting teams which are not performing in day number 1, or should I say even in the semi-finale, they are starting to outshine. We started with a conversation, or you and Lucifer started with a conversation yesterday in the initial phase that WINDGOD barely qualified. They were barely there in the top 16, and that's how they have made their way in the finale. But finally, the way they performed in this map number 10, or should I say map number 4 of day number 2, that's amazing. That shows that they've got that potential. And for that reason, I truly believe the next few matches are going to be even more interesting.
Let's see where it takes us as the map of Miramar goes underway. And see it's definitely from the northern side. We see it going all between water treatment and La Cobreria. Team IQOOSOUL will be pretty happy because they don't have to face any kind of problems of getting themselves comfortably take a drop in their own location. But yup, this flight path will end in Minas del Sur, giving and keeping the eastern part of this map in some disadvantage, because the teams going in the areas of LSR, Impala, Puerto Parasio, and Los Leones might have to face some consequences, or might have to take those vehicles on an early note so that they can reach there quickly and safely.
Indeed, looking forward to see if that is going to help them or not. Because again, if you talk about IQOOSOUL, teams like Blind, as you guys were discussing, that they are kind of struggling when it comes to having that top position in their favor. They've got it, but then again, keeping in that pressure and also maintaining some serious lead is something that they have to work on. Because now Tamilas is back in the mix, and eventually XSpark is right there. WINDGOD has also climbed their ladder back at 5th position. So that really shows there are a lot of teams, a lot of players that can easily dethrone the players like IQOOSOUL's player or Blind's player. So for that reason, this particular matchup and the next one is going to be even more intriguing, because it will sum up the day. And of course, at the end of the day, if you are on the top, you can start with a good note on the next particular day as well, without having any kind of serious pressure onto you. But due to this shift in the flight path, I do see that the teams trying to reach out for regions like Los Leones or Impala or Puerto, for example, Hydra itself, they are going to have a tough time. Either they get a vehicle or they go for some spread drop locations. In both cases, they are kind of unreliable.
Yeah, I mean, even if you talk about at this point, like the areas of Minas del Valle and all, the areas of Sumasei, right, looks a lot of clustered. Yeah, teams will be getting those vehicles and they will be rotating towards the southern part of Los Leones, as what Hydra takes the drop usually. But oh my god.
Wow.
Give me a break. Come on, this is a northern circle. The teams now, they have to go all again to where it all started. The flight path started from the northern end, so now they also have to just get their loots done and rotate towards that side. And the teams, those who will be pretty happy, it's going to be IQOOSOUL and Reckoning, because they don't have to face any kind of problems. IQOOSOUL are having a split route for themselves, but if they can quickly gather themselves around, that could be very beneficial. But it seems like WSB, they are facing some problems. Or is it WSB, or it might be Blind that I'm confused about? No, it's WSB, it seems, because Revenant, they have taken some knockouts.
Well, the knockouts are coming in, and indeed that retaliates in the pressures coming in. Revenant gets one crucial frag. Of course, their one individual is very low in his HP. It's his Equinox. Trying to go for the reload, has got the S686 shotgun. Of course, the shotgun is very good in the close quarter, but then again, you get just 2 chances, and after that, it's voila, done and dusted. You got off the existence. Radiant on the other corner is also at a very low amount of HP, and Radiant actually succumbs to the injury that Equinox gave him. And with that, it's 2 finishes for Team Revenant, and now they're going to move forward and eventually go for some more frags if that's possible. Zeref is remaining. Along with that, we have Gods. These 2 individuals can be hunted down, but look at Sensei and Equinox's HP. They don't have that much of an HP. They're trying to gather as much as teammates as possible. Fierce is now back in the vehicle, and they have got an AUG, they have got an Uzi, everything that they really need to fight back against them.
WSB, they could have taken those shots, but they decided not to take a single shot or make any single sound. They've lost already 2 players on an early game, so it's a better decision not to engage and not to, involve themselves in any early clashes anymore. They had what they wanted, but now they have to face, now they have to focus on playing on the survival part. But now AEROBOTZ, not this time, not this way. CS, they have already capitalized on Shadow. That means AEROBOTZ, they have dropped down to 3-man, and they have to play like that in the entirety of the match. If you talk about the leaderboard ranking, they're all coming close. Entity have climbed up to 11th position after all those matches that have went, and I really believe that the other players of all other teams have also climbed up a lot in this way. But the massive giveaway that is going on, ladies and gentlemen, you can make sure to subscribe to this channel of Skyesports, and when we reach the 800k subscribers goal, we will be giving away 30 royal passes. As the new season is already up, it's a better chance for you to grab it.
Yeah, definitely go for it and share as much as you can. Meanwhile, when we talk about the matches, when you talk about the chaos, of course, we are going to share some beautiful moments with you. For example, Esports, a very intriguing team indeed, but from the get-go, their performance has not been that intriguing because they have suffered a lot. Would love to see if that is going to remain same, or eventually we will get to see some more changes in their play and style and eventually their performance. Because, yeah, there will be a lot of ups and downs coming in. So for that reason, teams have to be a little bit more calculative at this point. If we talk about Skips, Harsh, and eventually we have Adi and Jazzy. These are the 4 members representing Team Blind. Pretty close to them, we do have even Team Entity. But we can actually get you even more closer to the next updates of Sky Esports by sharing you this QR that you can see on the right side of the screen. You can just scan it and then you will get the group link, or should I say invite for the group, where all the latest updates of Sky Esports channel will be coming in, be it the registrations of the tournament or the live link or something like that, where you can easily have the insight of what esports is all about and how esports is booming and what Sky Esports is doing to promote that. Meanwhile, we have Entity, as I said, pretty close to the El Pozo region. For now, they are just concerned about looting because they are kind of marginally in the circle, and that's what they really need. Entity, for them to bring in a big game, they have to survive, they have to thrive. Meanwhile, XSpark is already in the move. It's not going to be one of those early matches where XSpark and Rakni are going to come face to face, because this time both of the teams are pretty cautious because they are geared up and they are putting their game on, as they do have the LG UltraGear, which has got the 240 Hz refresh rate, and meanwhile eventually 1 millisecond of a latency, which is absolutely efficient if you are a gamer.
Yeah, definitely. That's an addition that you want for your setup if you are a streamer, as well as you also play some different games. I mean, every time you get an opportunity like that, but when you are looking forward to be a streamer in that, you also need a powerful processor like AMD is bringing up on the table. So you make sure to check out the AMD powerful processors at this point. But now it seems the powerful performance is XSpark that they're putting up in the question. The previous match winners, WINDGOD, are getting thrashed by the side of XSpark, as one of the players have been taken down, and it seems like Rex might be taken down as well. Sarang with those mighty sprays have caused a lot of hindrances as WINDGOD loses two of their crucial players right at the start with this rotational clashes between XSpark. But yeah, on the Tamil desk, you also see the predictions coming up of this match, that is blind. Majorly we see them, but CHEMIN Esports are also into the question. Sarang has to be very cautious, and no, that was definitely not the thing that he would love to do. XSpark, this is a bit of chance that they might lose Sarang in this early game as well.
If that's the case, man, it will be a troublesome situation for Team XSpark, because Sarang is one of those individuals who has outshone and outspoken his opponent. Sarang goes down. Oh, that was a dreadful nade coming in. Not just that, even Shadow now succumbs to the injury because he has been taken down by none other than the God of War, Kratos. Look at that. CHEMIN Esports, they're booming high at this point, and that's why Spray God and Ninja Jord has to push back. Both of them really want to survive, and eventually if you really want the best performance, what you can do is get the AMD processors for you guys. AMD graphic cards are also going to be even more valuable for you guys, so make sure to check all the details regarding the description. You can get all the details regarding these particular beautiful AMD processors and graphic cards. Meanwhile, after decimating, should I say, XSpark, CHEMIN Esports has got some decent loots to play along with, and of course they are now trying to rotate back to some more interesting compounds where they can even fight back even better. It's water treatment region, which is actually in the question for now. It's Mac OK. We have Doom, players like Maxers and Hunters coming in from Team Reckoning. And the predictions, let's talk about that. We have seen Tamil predictions, but now we talk about the Hindi desk caster predictions. It's Captain Price who has chosen XSpark in this match. Maisie goes for Entity, and Spiro, WSB. Interesting choices.
XSpark, they're looking very much in a troubling position. I mean, Shadow, he went for a revival but got trapped out. He got taken down as well. 2 casualties have already been dealt. I don't know. I mean, just being with 2 players doesn't help you to get the chicken in until the end. That too in the map of Miramar. So they have to be very cautious. But if we talk about Reckoning, yep, they have the height advantage. They have not conceded any kind of casualties as of now. But when we talk about Hunters, he's got a total of 30 finishes, including the semi-finals and the finals, with a total of 5 finishes maximum that he has taken. But CHEMIN Esports, they're in some different angles. They've secured 2 finishes. Pretty happy with the start what they have. They will be looking forward to capitalize it on a more larger scale, because this is going to be a crucial match for them and for CHEMIN's game, because if they want to raise up, if they want to get up and climb up the ladder of the overall standings, is going to be crucial. But XSpark's Shadow, Spray God, it seems that he's taking the shots. He wants to take on a head-on fight, but on the other hand, CHEMIN Esports Venom, he's facing a lot of backlashes from a distant hill, and it's none other than Entity Gaming who wants to include and get those finishes in their name. But CHEMIN Esports will be looking forward to safeguard Venom if possible, but otherwise it's going to be very tough, because 2 of the players of CHEMIN, they have been taken down now. Toxic completely finished by IQOOSOUL's Ronnie, while CHEMIN Esports, they want to take an exit. 1 hill, there is Entity, another one is IQ.
So it's basically a third-party situation coming in where CHEMIN is now in a very big mix because one individual has already been taken down by Team Entity and now another one has been taken down, Mania the Igel, coming in from IQOOSOUL. It's pretty interesting. We're talking about the predictions because we are again tying up in terms of the choices. Earlier it was Entity and now we both are choosing blind for this game. What do you think? I want to specifically ask you, Necros, why have you chosen blind for the map of Miramar?
I mean, if you look back to the performance of what they did in day number 1, there's no doubt I'm going to go. I have went with blind because they have been exceptionally well, and specifically in the maps of Miramar. So I still do expect that this map also they will do pretty good. They are intact with all the 4 players as of now, and they will be looking forward to grab some lot of points. And IQOOSOUL, as I mentioned earlier, that they will be in a very beneficial spot because the circle is favoring them. First of all, second of all, they will have a lot of high ridge compounds to play along with, and they will have the early access for them because the drop is La Cobreria, and alongside they have got a lot of high ridges compounds that they can quickly rotate and grab a hold of them. And if they do have a hold of a compound, it's I would say there is very least amount of times we have seen IQOOSOUL getting decimated in those compounds that they're holding with a 4-stack.
Pretty intriguing setup at this point for IQOOSOUL because they've got the height advantage, as you said. They have got the zone advantage as well. They know this area very good because this is kind of the area where they usually drop in. From La Cobreria to now areas like water treatment, and along with that we get to see even Reckoning now going ham on Orangutan. So it would be very interesting to watch how Orangutan is going to reciprocate with that kind of attacking formation of Reckoning, because even for Reckoning the day has not been that soothing. They have their own setbacks, they have their own injuries to heal up too, and the way they're going to heal up is basically by getting some good points in the leaderboard. In terms of that, I do believe the struggle is going to be far surreal. It's blind, which is now trying to rotate through the La Cob region. Meanwhile, just beyond them, we even see Team Dragons. But there is a chaos going in, and that chaos is happening between Orangutan and Reckoning. We already get to see some closures being delivered. Doom down to his knees, asking for a revival. Won't be that easy, of course, but the smokes and the plethora of smokes that are here right now are going to be a very big cover. But for the gamers, for the streamers, and for the creators, Zebronics has got a plethora of different utilities. For example, intriguing RGB mouses, keyboards, and at the same point headphones are there. The Blitz Type-C headphones are also very, very amazing because you can directly plug it in your iPhones and also in your Android phones so that you can have the experience of BGMI and also get all the audio cues even before the enemy hears you.
That's for sure. I mean, you do have the chance of that, but on the other hand, when you talk about Reckoning, their position, Doom, the shots have been taken. Orangutan will going to push those compounds. First preference should have been Ash and the players who are rotating afar. The backup, Doom needs to find at least one opening, AKOP, or it can be any other player. But if AKOP stays alive, it will be very difficult for Reckoning to fight back. Maxkosh deals a lot of damage. Hunters has been finished off by AKOP, it seems, but those pre-nades has to make a connection. If it is not making any connection as such, Maxkosh will be in a very, very big trouble. But the position he is in should benefit him. But the position was read very well by Drigger. Instantly knocks him down and finishes him out of this question. And Reckoning, they're down to last 2 players.
Lovely performance coming up indeed, and now Orangutan has got the lead against Team Reckoning because Reckoning is now on a loss of 2 big individuals. Hunter's gone down, Max has gone down. It's all about Mac and Doom. How they are going to perform is something that matters a lot. But as I said, you can dominate with the precise audio as well by choosing the Zebronics Blitz-C gaming headphones that you can get from their websites, and all the details regarding that is already given in the description. So I would like to say once again, tap on it and check it out. But blind going ham on Reckoning. It's Doom who has been taken down, and even on the other corner we do see IQOOSOUL going ham on the team known as CHEMIN Esports. And it does feel like that both these giants who are actually on the top positions of the leaderboard are again in a very big competition. They are hunting down opponents, they are picking up all those frags so that they can lead the chart. Of course, go for the 100 points because now they are very, very close to it. IQOOSOUL already with 2 amazing finishes. Looking forward to wrap up the whole squad of CHEMIN because it's all about Kratos. But I would like to say once again at this moment that Kratos and Venom, these are the 2 individuals surviving. I just want to see that if Kratos is going to find any value out of this particular fight or he is going to go in vain.
Kratos is very surviving, very low HP, but Kratos, he gets one. He wants to finish it off and he manages to finish Ronnie. That was a blunder from IQOOSOUL, but CHEMIN Esports, they still got one more player, but not anymore. Manya will be drawing the final shot. with one casualty with 4 finishes. IQOOSOUL will be looking forward to grab some good spot, but IQOOSOUL's knuckle, he looks a little bit in some distress because Entity, they are around the corners. They will be trying to corner them out and will try to get those finishes if possible. But IQOOSOUL, they need to leave the compound as fast as possible. Otherwise, it can be a little bit problematic. Before Entity, this is where they want to trap IQOOSOUL, and there goes Knuckle down. And Entity will definitely try to go for a direct push. They have got a big opening and they have got a good chance. But Joker with some pre-nades can cause some serious trouble. But for now, let's see where they want to hold it. Joker, he's been completely confused. They have gone round and round, while Pukkar, he's up close and personal. What can he do with the pre-nade? Might just give some breather for Joker, but it's going to be tough as Pukkar gets him down with the AKM, and that's all going down in vain. IQOOSOUL loses 2 of their crucial players as Manya remains as the solo survivor.
Well, 93 points to now 4 points of addition with the number of finishes. They're definitely looking all good, but at the same point, I would like to say even Team Blind is facing a lot of that. Dragons was there, Team Reckoning was putting up a full stop onto this particular team. Skips is already on his knees. One of those contenders of the top 5 players. I would love to see how Skips is going to fight his way back to glory, because Adi, he's also losing a bunch of HP and he's down the ridge. So it's definitely one of those situations where Team Blind is not at all looking good, because they're outside the compounds, they're trying to find a way back in the game, and at the same moment Skips has to be rezzed back, which is not at all gonna be easy. But look at this, smokes, vehicle busted out, a perfect cover for a revival, and with that revival being done, Skips will be back in the game, and no time we will get to see another clash being developed between teams like Dragons and also the last individual that is there from Team Reckoning. It's Mac. Okay, he's the last one, he's the last ray of hope, but he's still a nuance for the teams. Ooh, Jazzy gets naded by his own teammate Adi, but Adi compensates by putting down his opponent, and with that, a safer haven being created for the players of Team Blind. But if I'm not wrong, Jazzy is already eliminated. Well, that's a sad sight.
Oh, this is going to be troubling. Orangutan on one side, Dragon Esports on the other. Blind Esports, they look a little bit confused at this moment. What to do, what not to do. It's a big question. But if you talk about the new record, Team XSpark, our third one to reach to new heights. But eventually, at this point, Orangutan, their focus is on Blind Esports at this point. Skips drops down to very low HP. He needs a lot of support from behind, but it seems he won't have the time because Rigger's need will make a very acute connection, and Scapes has been taken down and he will be out with the Molotov. But it will be a steal from Choke God from Dragon Esports. It's a big setback for Orangutan.
Well, the setbacks are not going to stop that easily. Look at this, the eliminations are still coming in and Reckoning is gone, and as we got to see Makoke being eliminated by Adi, but even after that Skips has been countered. So now it's all about Adi and his teammate. I would love to see how these 2 individuals are going to get a winner chicken dinner, because trust me, from here, the journey for Team Blind is going to be even more tough. But they can gear up, they can game on by choosing the LG UltraGear, which has got the 240 Hz screen refresh rate and 1 millisecond of latency, which is absolutely amazing. You guys can also go for it because we personally vouch for it, and all the details will be given right there in the description. Meanwhile, Team Tamilas, oh my god, Fox OP has been taken down. Would love to see what is going to happen over there. But meanwhile, Team Dragons, after getting those 2 crucial finishes, they have actually put a lot of pressure on Team IQOOSOUL. They have actually put a lot of pressure on Team Blind as well. So this team is doing a fun job of getting all those points, because yesterday they were struggling, but today they're kind of thriving.
See, every new day brings up new challenges, and I really believe those challenges makes you a better team. But not like this. AEROBOTZ, Spy. This small lad can cause so much trouble. He just runs over one of the players of Team Tamilas. So this is going to be important for them, even to just kind of get some intel of what is happening. Because Team Tamilas, after getting such a beautiful chicken in the map of Sanhok, they seems to be struggling at this moment. AeroBots, they are in a very good distance. I guess they have got one player. They caught one of the players off guard. But Entity, they're looking like hungry sharks at this point. They're trying to get as many finishes as possible from their end.
Well, in order to do that, I do believe Team Entity has to combine their efforts, because kind of at this moment they are kind of spread up, and that's why Somraj is now going to go down. Somraj has been knocked out. I would love to see if there is going to be any possibility of a revival. But look at WINDGOD, the team which actually secured a 23-point bomber in the previous game. What's happening to them? Well, the thing is, they are now in a very shaky corner. But you can also check out the Skyesports standings, Skyesports leaderboard, by going on www.skyesports.in/skyranking. Go ahead and check it out, because the top 10 teams from that ranking leaderboard are going to get a direct invite for the next IP, and that too in the quarterfinale qualifier round.
They want to go up, climbing all the ladders, and yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of points that ND need to score at this point to be in top 10. Like, they can make it up very easily, but oh, now this time it looks like still a little troubling. Little Paradox, he exploded the vehicle of Troy, and now even Somraj, he could have been taken down, but if there was a little bit more bullets left in that magazine. But by Medal Esports, they've lost 2 players. They have to take very, very sincere decisions. But Team XSpark on the other hand, they're looking forward to get some more finishes. While Pukar, he will be confirmed by the players of Medal Esports, and that's the first finish point for them.
Well, the number of finishes are piling up for sure, but at the same moment, Team Entity has to figure out how they could not lose those players. Of course, after Pukar's demise, now it's Somraj and Gamlaboy who has got those heavy lifting to do, and Troy also gets compromised by the players of Team Medal, so they are getting all those finishes for sure. Meanwhile, WINDGOD, as we got to see, Sevi was the only guy which was left. SprayGod eliminated him with the AK. He has been taken down. The whole team of WINDGOD is now shut down. So it is kind of a performance where they are a one-show go, because they were performing in the previous matchup, but in this current match, they are not even available. The top 12, top 13 teams. So that is the kind of pressure that is there in this lobby. Gamla Boy has got some serious scores he starts to talk about, but Paradox gets dropped by Gamla Boy. Was talking about this lad. What a performance coming in. Somraj instantly confirms that individual. With that, now Medal Esports is also in a mix of solos. Would love to see what happens from there. But a duo fight is going to get brewed up very soon between God, Zeref and Gamla Boy Somraj. Somraj meanwhile backs out. Gamla Boy maybe gonna go with the Urus, but no, he decides to go with the buggy. Back tire has been busted, but still, Gamla Boy survives. And all these insights, all these updates can be given to you guys in the WhatsApp by scanning this QR. You can follow the Skyesports channel on WhatsApp for the latest updates.
Talking about the circle at this point, Manya would have been very happy if he had all his teammates alive at this moment, because look at the positioning of IQOOSOUL's last player who is surviving. And at this point, when you talk about, it is like Blind Esports in the southern end, they're looking forward to grab some good points as well. Trigger and the squad of Orangutan, they're also just holding exactly in the sidelines of the circle.
Well, they're holding the sidelines, but the fact is they are also trying to make sure that there is no backstabs as such, and also make sure that they are going to be with the first one to touch the circle marker, because the zone damage is going to be immense. And when you are solos, you don't really want to miss any opportunities. But look at this, the dummy dump truck is going to be beneficial enough, but Superboy SprayGod, as soon as he gets like beyond that particular angle where Ninja Jord was trying to be prone, he instantly gets knocked out. A shot right on his head got connected by Team Dragon's individual, and that's why now Team XSpark is actually in a very big trouble. But then again, crossing and going to that dump truck is not going to be easy, as we get to see that Team Blind is also taking some hefty shots on it. Team Dragons is right there. So yeah, it's a vulnerable position, but at the same moment, I have to say that Team XSpark is also kind of in a very good spot where they can get all the informations, where they can revive their teammates, they can stay over there until the zone provokes them. But on the other corner, we have now Team CS Esports fighting against Team Blind.
Blind will be looking forward to grab some more finishes for themselves, but now this is a very tough situation. CS have got a good opportunity to wipe Blind away from this match. Contenders were really bloodthirsty in the previous 2 Miramars. In the day number 1 seems to be a little bit struggling, and it's Sarthak who finds another frag on Hirsch and will be capitalizing, and there's no chance that alone Adi can pull this thing off. He needs to take an exit from this point, but how can he? He's surrounded by not only 1 but 2 teams. WSB in the corner, CS alongside the compound. The smokes will be coming up from his teammates, and Orangutan, they might be also joining in, because the sound cues are going all the way to all the teams in the close proximity. And yes, definitely Adi is looking forward to get out of this compound. This is the best decision, I would say, that he has at this moment. He has to go in some distant hell to make sure his team survives for a long run. Otherwise, this will be the end, because you see the nades going in. Adi is barely surviving in a pixel HP.
Oh my god, this one nade can actually confirm every single particular thing. Oh wow, there goes the retaliation. Ranadeep finds one beautiful nade, but that was a team nade. Interesting. Ranadeep nades out his own teammate. That's not good, man. That's not a very good choice, to be honest. But on the other corner, if we talk about Team Dragons, they are wreaking havoc on Top Dog. And with that, I do believe Team Medal Esports is also going to get wrapped from this competition in this day number 2, match number 5. Superboy now going to rotate with the Lambo. Let's see if he's going to find something crucial or not. AEROBOTZ on the other corner is going to lose one more, and that's Evil, who has now been taken down. Harsh also gone out of the existence. Now it's all about Adi. Of course, the nades are flying over there, but at the same moment, CS can repeat that mistake or not. I would love to see if the nade is going to bounce back. Nade goes in. Sensei finds another one. It's Dora OP who has been taken down, so Team Hydra is also at the question. But all the individuals of Team CS are now pushing in a very good harmony. And that, my friend, is going to be a very big sign of trouble for Blind Adi. The last man standing, the last ray of hope for Team Blind. Of course, no position points as such, because if you are in the top 8, you get something out of it. And if you are in the top 12, yeah, nothing. It's all about the finishes that you're going to get. MVP on the other corner is going to cook up some interesting nades. Adi already trying to flee from the situation, although it won't be possible, because even if he's trying to go and jump out of the window, he is going to get shot down by some other teams. Another nade goes in. Maybe that is going to make possible. Oh, he himself takes him down. That's kind of a good scenario.
Oh my god. I really thought for 1 second that yeah, he might be getting at least one knockout, but no, it was not the case. Blind got taken down by 2 finishes that they have accumulated in this very match. They get taken down in fifth position, it seems. But Dragon Esports, they have got Entity Gaming in their radar. Will be finishing Somraj, and that's another big blow towards the side of Entity Gaming. But now the focus, XSpark, they're just behind. I mean, Dragon Esports, they do have the intel, right? Superboy is also in some different distant hill. NTT Gamlabai remains the solo survivor. So he's got a big responsibility on his shoulder. A lot of sound cues has been given. The players of CS, or I would say WSB, they will be looking forward to get some finishes from this area as well. But as they are inside the circle, they don't want to take any kind of risk, it seems. But if anyhow Gamlabai sees a chance, taking it no matter what. Dragon Esports, they're also focusing on multiple fights, the multiple rotation as the teams then moving up close inside the circle. They are looking forward to grab all those finishes if possible, because they are also moving close to WSB as well as CS, while CS compound will be very crucial for them. This game can turn out to be wonders for them if they can manage all those finishes. As XSpark, they will be facing the backlash as Spray God gets knocked and finished as Dragon Esports secures their 5th.
Oh my god, look at the number of finishes, look at the number of chaos that is brewing up on the northeastern flank as well. It's Hydra versus Revenant, and then eventually in order to be in the zone, we have Team Tamilas also guarding the zone quite fluently. Revenant finds one crucial on Team Hydra. XSpark on the other corner, and Ninja God is the sole survivor, trying to possibly survive in the game. But Team CS Esports has got everything. They've got a bit of compound to play along with, they've got full form and power. So I really hope from there the game goes on in their favor. But what is that? Dragons and Team Revenant, a combined effort from their corner. We get to see the closure on Team Hydra. Yes, the Dragons are not going to breathe anymore. Meanwhile, Dragons Esports gets another crucial one. It's IQOOSOUL, who is now out of the equation at 10 position. That means no position points, just 4 finishes. And those are the only 4 points that they're going to get. Revenant Equinox on the other corner is actually in a very big domination marker, because he himself was able to take the team and move him forward so that they can eliminate Team Hydra. That's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, we have 9 finishes from Team Dragons. Another interesting match, just like the first one that we witnessed today. Just like that particular matchup, these guys are going aggressive, but instantly, as I talked about it, we have Jim Jam going down.
Revenant are there in the backlines. I mean, they will be looking forward to grab a lot of finishes, but it seems like we'll focus on Orangutan as of now. They have got WSB on a head-on fight, but XSpark gets eliminated with a total of 3 finishes that they've accumulated in this map of Miramar. KOP will instantly land some blow with some crucial blows. Instantly wipes out the entire squad of WSB. That's a miraculous exit that we see from the side of WSB, but what a play by AKOP with a beautiful 1v2 clutch. He keeps alive the hopes of Orangutan in this game, but kept like CS Esports, they are exactly in the dead center. They have the compound. They might be facing a lot of grenades and molotovs coming in their way, but they have a beautiful chance of securing a lot of finishes. Fierce out in the open, will be getting spotted down by Superboy. Instantly looking forward to find some more finishes, but Superboy has to make a fallback as his position has been revealed. But Orangutan, they will be just knocking the door from the backyards.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm also quite feared about for Team Dragons, because look at them, they are now getting cornered by multiple teams. Team Tamilas on the other corner, it's Maxi who finds one valuable pick, but the fact is he is also on the verge of getting decimated because he is the only survivor. And Fierce getting cornered by Team Dragons. At the same point, if you talk about Aquanox, he's also going to get naded. For a moment, I was like, that nade is going to connect, but that is not the case. From the back end, we get to see Orangutan AKOP coming up with a brilliant nade. And with that, Team Dragons, one individual has been taken down. Fierce still seeking for the revival. Maxi goes in for the spray. Has not yet connected anything crucial. Although his position is pretty revealed, that's why he's getting shot down every now and then. Aquanox also wants to retaliate. There goes another nade. Let's see if that nade is going to land and put down Aquanox. Let's see if that is going to be possible. Oh, the nade goes there, but then again, not far enough to put Equinox down. With that, Equinox is still surviving, and the other guy, Fierce, is getting the revival, which is a good sign for Team Revenant.
Tamilas at this point. I mean, Maxi, what can he do? If he just tries to peek out, tries to take Aquanox down, there's a smoke cover, which is there, which is due to which he is surviving. But for not long. Definitely for not long a period of time. But Revenant, they will be facing those backlashes. Blaze goes down. It was a good moment. It is a good time for CS to step up. Drager is making the play for CS. The one thing that they have to do is to go down and capitalize on those finishes. But OG, they're making the move slowly and gradually. Blaze will be confirmed by Ranadeep's nade. And that's another finish point getting stolen by side of CS. And Aquanox, that being said, the entire squad of Revenant probably will be taking an exit at AEROBOTZ. They will be capitalizing on those finishes. Fierce is still remaining. He will be looking forward to grab some utils if possible. But these nades, this is the last nade from Leo Whitey that he's putting up, but he hasn't found any value. Now, Orangutan, they are pushing. This is a big chance for CS to take this control. If they can manage this fight in their favor, they might have a chance to grab this winner with a chicken dinner. But Fierce, he will be looking forward to capitalize on it. But Leo Whitey's position is exceptionally well. Anybody's trying to cross or maybe do some third party in this compound might be getting taken down by Leo if he has the right position intact for a longer period of time.
Indeed, but that position is also quite exposed. If you see, like Orangutan, if they're going to wrap from the right, they can easily see where Leo is, and that might actually put him down. And if that happens, the manpower, the majority that they have got is going to get compromised. So for that reason, Leo Whitey and his teammates have to be very calculative at this point. MPD gets a very big nade. MVP is now also in a very big pressurized moment, although this nade is not going to be beneficial enough. From the back end, we have Fierce. MVP is constantly getting tagged by the nades, constantly getting bombarded. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. AEROBOTZ Spy finds Leo Whitey. The team which had the composure, the team which had every single advantage that they really needed. They had the play zone, they had the angles. They are getting compromised, but it's a 1v2. Let's see if MVP can do it. No, unfortunately, that's not the case because MVP gets shut down by the DBS. Another nade goes in. This could be the big one. This could be the big one. Oh, AK! Even before going down by the hands of Fierce, AK finds that last member of Team CS. And with that, Team Revenant steals the winner chicken dinner. They were miles away from that winner chicken dinner, to be honest. But now they have got it. What a turn of events from a team who was in the center from the get-go. From the fifth particular play zone, it was Team CS which was leading the charts. They were in the center. They had every single guy down. Sarthak went down, and then slowly but surely we got to see Leo, then MVP, then the last guy also getting compromised. What a beautiful turn of events. Team Revenant, Fierce. Oh man, he timed it out perfectly.
Fierce pulled some big strings, that's for sure. I mean, if he wasn't there, it was not possible. That was the positioning that Revenant wanted, and they have made it up to this point. And the way they just pull the games, they've pulled the strings, that justifies that Revenant, the comeback that we were eagerly waiting for them. From their side that we were expecting, it is coming slowly and gradually. And when we talk about the slowly, gradually comeback that a team is trying to set up from day number 2 itself, see, we have got still 4 more days left in the grand finals, and still we have got 1 more match left in day number 2 itself. If Revenant can keep up this momentum and can find some chickenness like this, they might be climbing up the ladders very quickly. But we'll see what happens, because you know what, I really believe Fierce stepping up and finding these frags, and also if Aquanox and Blaze kind of keeps up this kind of momentum and since he gives the position, they can just make the things happen.
Yeah, definitely there is a big possibility that there are chances that these teams are going to perform, or should I say outperform. But then again, for that, the synergy has to matter. In this particular matchup, if we talk about Team Revenant, they were timing their attack way too perfectly. Although they were in a very, very, very big trouble when we got to see like Dragons putting the player down known as Fierce. But then Fierce got the revival. And at that point, I would have never thought that Fierce is going to rise back and then do this. Amazing, man.
Well, we'll see what happens next, and we'll break down this map. But before we will take a short break, and after that we'll meet you with the stats.
try to push through my past, but I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling.
But
We
with that
are
break,
back.
we are back.
Yeah.
We are both excited, to be honest.
Both pumped
Because
up. Yes.
both pumped up, because the post-match analysis is something where we kind of get the idea of what happened, because there are a lot of fights that were brewing up in the map, but then again there was just so many fights that we were able to capture and we were able to talk about. So for that reason, pretty excited to see what these stats have to tell us.
I mean, there are a lot of things. I mean, at least my prediction did not happen. I thought Blind might be just doing it.
Same,
I
man.
thought
Blind, we both were predicting
I
the same team.
yeah. We're on the same track, and it seems like luck is not enough. He was at least for this map of Miramar. But nevertheless, we have some new things coming up. But before that, we just go on to the MVP. It's AKOP. He turned the tides for the side of Orangutan in a very drastic manner. But yeah, he could not get his team home. Again, that run of Orangutan coming close to the chicken dinner, but not getting it continues.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened yesterday, and that's exactly what is happening today as well in the match number 5. So yeah, the struggle was there, and that's why this guy is the MVP, and going all out is going to be in the name of AKOP again. When it comes to final elimination, it was fierce. Was waiting for the right moment, swinged at the right moment, and eventually got everything. That everything is basically the winner chicken dinner. On the other corner, when it comes to best companion, it's Ranadeep. I doubt how he is the best companion, because I remember the moment when he naded his teammate.
Yeah, well, I mean, that moment, I was like, okay, fine, it happened. But now we talk about the match standings. It's like Revenant taking 9 finishes in total, 19 points. I was like, the last finish still is in my mind. Fierce was definitely like, I've got to kill this one, and now after that, I will be looking forward to get another finish point so that I can secure the chicken. I bet he was not aware of that there is no other player left.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was like, basically, I'm going to scout for another guy, and then eventually put him down. But the screen of Winner Chicken Dinner came in front of him. That's how he knew that, yes, it's done, guys. And with 19 amazing points, 9 finishes whatsoever, he is now, or should I say the whole team is now sitting at the top of this match standing. On the other corner, Orangutan gathered a lot in terms of their finishes, exactly the same number as to Revenant. But look at Dragon Esports. They went down at like 6th position, but they've secured 10 finishes. That's why they're in the 3rd position in the leaderboard. That is going to massively impact their standing in the overall standing as well. But of course, a very interesting performance coming in from the individuals coming in from Dragons, and that's why the team highest finish is going to be in the favor of Dragons. Meanwhile, when it comes to highest finishes of an individual, it will be by the favor of AKOP. But AEROBOTZ, I don't know what is happening today to the team, because if you remember, in past 3 matches we got to see Afu coming up with 100% team contribution, and in this scenario, in this particular match number 5, it's Spy. So the players are coming up with individual contribution. What are the other guys doing? They're trying to create the opportunities, but then again, it's not working out. We never want to see best contribution being 100%. Like, if that is the case, he is the guy who got all the finishes. But what we really want to see is basically like 25%, 60%, 50%. That means the other guys also did something in terms of finishes.
I mean, the finishes being the key factor, it's like they're just trying to put up a good show, but overall it's going to impact in this way, and it's very hard to see. We just saw that IQOOSOUL and Blind both were so close of reaching the 100-point marker, but it seems like the competition is just not happening. The top two teams are struggling to make even more than 5 points in single match. 97, 98, 1 point difference. Blind Esports for like 3 matches, they are just stuck in that 96 to 90. In 3 matches, only 2 points. So that just does justify that the early game contest that they're indulging themselves in is causing them a lot of trouble. But that being said, Orangutan, they have a climb. Revenant, they have a climb, and WINDGOD still, it's like they're in the top 8, but they have dropped down.
The positioning definitely has been impacted for sure. Dragon Esports on the other corner has climbed a lot, so look at them,
nice
pretty close to the first place, so that's a beautiful jump coming in, and their focus is also purely on finishes. That's what we can see after seeing those elimination points. I mean, 42 elimination points and just 16 placement. It shows that the emphasis should be there on the placement points as well, but again, the point system just provokes you to get many more finishes as compared to the placements, because you can't really go for the top 3 positions every now and then. There are going to be certain setbacks, and those setbacks are there for CS Esports and Reckoning. Although there is a massive buffer of 19 points between CS and Reckoning, and it's just one match where CS Esports is going to compete and get something crucial so that they can jump to the first page. Because if you see, from CS Esports to the table topper of second page, Dragon Esports, there is not a very big difference. It's just 9 points that can be compensated in one particular match. But saying that for Reckoning is just not possible, because Reckoning is way too far away at this point, and they've got 30 points. The table toppers have got 98 points. Wow, talk about the buffer, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of buffers that are going in the overall standings. But if you talk about the top 5 players, IQOOSOUL's Joker will be on 25 finishes, alongside if you talk about Skips, he's following with 23, Spray God on 18, Afu on 17, and Gamla Boy on 16. So it remains kind of, I would say, unchanged as such, and Skips and Joker, they're in some real close contention. I really thought that the debate which is going around the internet is like Team IQOOSOUL versus Team Entity among the best 2 teams, that they will be contesting each other for the major trophies. But it seems like Blind has come into the question, so now it's IQOOSOUL versus Blind as what we are seeing in Skyesports Champions Series. Once again, in the previous edition of 2023, it was the same, and in 2024, it is also going the same in the grand finals. But let's see who wins it. For now, it's Team Blind who is sitting on the top, but we have still one more match remaining by the end of day 2. Whether they're going to finish it, whether IQOOSOUL will finish on 1, or whether our Team Blind will finish on #1, that still is a big question.
See, the thing is, like, the picture is way too big to talk about at this moment, because there are 25 more matches left, and in terms of who are the 2 top teams contending for the trophies, I do believe IQOOSOUL is a very good competitor, Blind is a very good competitor, but I do think that in this mix, there is a possibility that even Hydra is going to come. There is a possibility even Entity is going to come, because they have some crucial players to talk about, and eventually, if you see, whenever they get their momentum, they are just soaring high in the lobby. So for that reason, I do believe the next 25 matches are something that we definitely have to watch, and then maybe give our analysis about how the teams are going to be the contenders of the trophies. So for sure, the journey is going to be very intriguing. Really have to see what happens next. But now it all trickles down to the last match of day number 2. Well, why this match is very important? It's basically to make sure that you are on the top of the leaderboard, make sure that the next day that you're going to start, that is basically day number 3, is not going to be full of pressure. That pressure will be there for teams like Reckoning and teams like CS Esports at this moment, because they are kind of on the lower note. But for Team IQOOSOUL, for Blind, they can make those mistakes in 1 or 2 more matches, because there is still a serious buffer of them, a serious buffer of like 20 to 22 points between them and third position team.
Well, all the questions, the answers will be coming up very shortly. But before that, we will be taking a very short break. And on the other side, we will be coming up with the final game of day number 2 of Grand Finals.
Well, folks, once again, welcome to the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by, of course, AMD. And a big shout out to our e-commerce partner being Elitehubs.com and our gaming peripheral partner being Zebronics. And we do have Lucifer back on the desk. So, Lucifer, did you enjoy the last match? Of course,
I
I
did
believe
indeed.
you did.
Yeah, I did not expect their Revenant to get a winner chicken dinner. And we were
Mhm.
even earlier talking about teams who had made mistakes, right? They would want to recover and make sure, especially that blind yesterday having a probability of 4 chicken dinners and they did not get it that day. They would try for it today, but seemed like there's been a complete change. And as we did speak, right? Yes, I mean, at the start of the day, or I think towards the third game is when I mentioned this, when we started discussing also on the point was uh teams right as now in the second pace they are fighting for points and they are the ones who are jumping
Exactly.
in. WINDGOD came, now Revenant has come through after the previous games, and I think Team Tamilas was already there.
Dragons.
Entity did start off, and Dragon, yes, Dragon getting closer with points. And I feel like looking at this, teams on the top, not 8 but I would say from the 3rd till the 6th 8th position, they have to worry about things.
Yeah, definitely. One good match, everything will change. And for that reason, we definitely have to look into the fact that which particular map is going to come up next. And it is going to be one of our beloved maps, the OG Erangel, where everything is going to be calm and poised, I believe, because everybody is going to hunt for the heads, but at the same moment, loots are going to be even more important. Really have to see how Erangel is going to unfold, because as we were carrying our conversation with Necros as well, that the last map matters a lot in terms of the leaderboard, because if you are able to maintain your composure and get some good points on the leaderboard, you are actually at a very safe spot. So with that, yes, the beginning of a new interesting journey in the map of Erangel is going to get started, and I truly believe that in this match you will get to see some interesting fight, some calculated fight, to be honest. Strategies will be implemented, and I again want to see my favorite zone, the military base zone.
Oh, okay. I was like, yo, my favorite zone, where are we going? But let's go underway and check out where the zone is going to be happening as we
Let's
are
go.
starting Erangel, the last game for the day, and the flight path right in front of the screens. The flight has taken off. It seems that we are starting northern, and it is going to be a western favored flight path that we are seeing this time towards Zarki. Wait, actually it is from Zarki, yes, starting off from the western edge, but then going through Pochinki towards military base. So somewhere towards the center from the west is where this flight path seems to be.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting flight path, because you do have access to areas like School, Gatka, Georgie Pool, and at the end you have areas like Pochinki and Ferry Pier coming to the mix, and eventually, yes, of course, the military base is right over there. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of places where teams are going to drop in, but for XSpark to reach out to the regions of Yasna, it's going to be a very big challenge, and for that reason, XSpark can either drop in very early or they can drop a little late by taking the vehicles from shelter and then moving to Yasna Polyana region, where of course, there are going to be certain other teams gatekeeping them. But for that reason, XSpark has already dropped in, and they've decided to go for the Northern Territory and then eventually rotate back to Yasnaya, where AEROBOTZ Esports can come into the mix, where Reckoning can be into the mix, and we have already seen some flying shots yesterday in the later part in the triple story building of Yasnaya Polyana. Let's see if the recap is going to be soothing enough for today or not.
Medal came in, CS in Reckoning not having great games so far here on day 2. But again, there's one thing that we have to talk about. I think around match 2 and match 3, we did see Blind or IQOOSOUL very close to reaching the half century, right? And it is match 6 of day 2, and still we haven't seen either of these teams getting to the century mark. And this kind of strikes a little bit of a worry for me if IQOOSOUL and Blind again get eliminated super early, meaning there's going to be trouble for both the teams. And Team Tamilas right behind them with 78 points can find a way to get closer to 90. WINDGOD, they got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves, and again starting things off, Savitar finds one knock. He's looking forward to maybe even a finish, and his teammates also helping out as Hydra officials have big trouble.
Well, the trouble is brewing up, that's for sure. Team Hydra versus WINGOD, I would love to see what the result is, but IQOOSOUL has also this time decided to rotate a little bit earlier, and eventually they are trying to move forward to the regions of Yasna. Between the regions of Yasna and the school region, there might be some clash, and the contention starts between Hydra and WINGOD, and we already get to see that Hydra's one individual, preferably Spray God if I'm not wrong, has been taken now. Yeah, that's the guy who has been slayed now. Spursh and the other individuals are already fleeing back from that scenario. Looking at the play zone, it's not going to be one of my favorite one, but indeed it is going to be one of those competitive play zones where the players are going to struggle a lot to reach out to areas like Gatka or maybe Georgie Hill, the Everest, wherever the fight is going to be there in the later part. That themselves is going to be a very big challenge. But after getting the first frag, now the Tesla is on, and WINGOD is also rotating back to shelter.
Yeah, they just get quick 2 and then immediately run away. I think the decision was like if
Yeah.
they go for a hunt, and especially this being the start of all the fights, maybe there can be casualties. And with those casualties, exchanging casualties at the very start is not a great sight. So even Hydra at the same moment, Sins along with his teammate move out. But right as of now, I think game on for WINGOD, because them getting a chicken dinner, what if they get the second, they make it to the top, but you can make your gaming experience to the top with the vision that you can experience by LG UltraGear monitors. You can check out the monitors in description. I mean, again, 240 Hz, 140 Fur, why would you want to go back to 60, and also with 1 ms? I mean, you don't even have to be worrying about delay at all. But I think right now a delayed performance coming in from CHEMIN is something that we did not expect here, Raider.
CHEMIN has now got the very big chunk of the Yasnapalan region. XSpark barely coming to the mix. So let's see if XSpark is going to fight back or CHEMIN is just going to survive over there. I think it's just one individual which is crossing the roads and he's trying to loot this particular compound. It's going to be Sarang. And not just that, even the other guys like Spray God and Shadow are also coming in a closer quarter. Although CHEMIN's that individual has got already the information, it's going to be Toxic who is cooking up a nade, waiting for the right placement so that Sarang can be taken down. Meanwhile, the call out has been given, so that's why other guys like Redox and Kratos are already on the move. They are trying to come up with a very big cover for the teammate. Spark Sarang, I think that he might be getting countered very soon because he does not have any helmet. And the West is also at level 1. This is definitely going to be something which is going to pressurize him a lot. And it's a 1v4, guys. That too a 1v4. Because Shadow, Spray God, all those individuals are a bit far away. But they've decided to commit. They've decided to push in. Spray God, even before that, is already compromised. So that's why now the other two guys, Spray God and Ninja Jord, had to unfortunately bail out from that scene.
It's a hurtful fist that came through from the side of CHEMIN as a melee attack to find that first finish. And yeah, that is something that they'll not be happy. Sarang is one of the crucial assaulters as well, as close as to Spray God. I think these two have been phenomenal when needed for XSpark to save themselves. Yes, Shadow also chimes in. Yes, we know that Ninja Jord is the most crucial assaulter, the frontline one. But at times, as soon as Ninja Jord falls, it's up to Sarang as well as Spray God. And Shadow also makes use of their chances of assaulting. But right as now, looks like both of them, Ninja Jord as well as Spray God, move out, leaving Shadow at the towers. And I'm not too sure what Shadow's intentions are. He could have actually gone back, reunited with his teammates, and maybe changed to a different compound. He also doesn't have great loot. A couple of weapons, yes, I think the M4 he had on hands. But come on, it's the very start, right? I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have much util to play with.
Of course, I mean, we got to see even Sarang being barehanded, had got some weaponries, but then again, if you talk about the healings, if you talk about the nades, all of those situations were not at all looking good. But looks like Team Dragons is actually on a stroll. After ripping apart the players in the previous game and getting 10 amazing finishes, this team has already got some interesting angles to play. But caster predictions, let's talk about this as well. From the Hindi desk, we have Captain Price predicting that Orangutan might be able to sweep it out. Revenant goes in the hands of Maisie, and on the other corner, Spiro predicts that Team Reckoning will be the one which is getting the winner chicken dinner. Pretty interesting choices, but I do believe Team Reckoning, from the get-go of day number 2, they are trying to actually get some survival points, although that has not been the case. But from Tamil desk, we have Vadi and Sharp going for Team IQOOSOUL. Meanwhile, we have Sri and SJ voting out for Team WSB.
WSB had a good game on Vikendi. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it inside the circle. All kudos to WINGOD over there. I think IQOOSOUL, not a great day. We did comment about their consistency on day 1, but today it doesn't seem to be the case. Like we even initially spoke, right? Teams look like they're getting to the century mark, the triple digit mark, and they've not made it. I mean, I'm not too sure of the predictions as of now, but we'll wait and watch for how it functions, right? Reckoning their performance day 2, not at all great. Same goes for Orangutan. Revenant, however, in the caster's prediction that Maisie made, did get a chicken dinner in the previous map, which a lot of us didn't assume, and therefore now looking at this prediction, maybe they have something to say. But CS as well, right on our screens, MVP has been an MVP at a lot of the fights, but CS Esports at the bottom 2 right now in the overall 16 teams that we have. And CS, they have to have a better game, and I'm not too sure if this is the better game that they're going to have, and then maybe boost their position in different spot in the overall standings. If that doesn't happen here, Raider, as he's punching the air, that's what he'll be able to punch in the overall standings, just the air, nothing much in points.
let's not give them the hard time, man, because there is still a long way
I
to
agree.
go. Maybe there are things going to change 25 more matches, including this one. But let's talk about the prediction of our own desk, the English desk. Lucifer, you have gone with Entity. I'll ask you what's the reason. But even before that, we have Orangutan coming in from Necros, exactly what Captain has decided to go with from in the desk. And I am going to choose XSpark.
I mean,
So, yeah.
initially, I think you went for Entity and I chose XSpark in Erangel when we started the day off.
Yeah.
And now it's just the counter.
Other
of
way
it.
around.
Yeah. And the main reason that I chose Entity was I was sure that Entity is going to have a good day today. And yes, they did when it started off. But after that, who's to say it has been good, right? They've not had great performances. Yes, they came immediately, jumped to the top 5, but after that they've been slowly pushed down 6, 7, one after another. They're losing positions. Dragon, however, today has been a great day for them. I mean, yes, not a chicken dinner day, but a day where they've been accumulating points, finishes, placement.
Yeah.
Everything. And I think this is a good strategy that they've been doing. And yesterday as well, once they crossed the Novo bridge, one thing that they had to be worried about was a fight with medal. But today it seems to be that medal fight is not going to be there, and easily they'll be holding the compound for themselves.
See, one thing that Team Dragons has done is basically they have already covered the 50% of the job in the leaderboard. They were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard yesterday. Now they are sitting at the top of that second page. And maybe even before ending this day number 2, they are going to climb back even more, and maybe they are going to get a spot in the first page. So that's how beautiful and how productive of a day Team Dragons have had. On the other corner, let's talk about Blind Harsh 05. This individual definitely is good enough, but at the same point, his number of finishes has been 44 throughout the semis and including these 11 matches, 10 matches should I say. 11th is already going
Skips.
on. It's amazing.
Skips.
That Mirado has got a very good and a very beautiful sunroof.
Yeah, it's overextending. For a second, I thought it's a steel fence that he's
ramp,
carrying around. Yeah, or a ramp that we have vehicles, right, in other games. But right as
Yeah.
now, it looks like a game between WINDGOD as well as Revenant, where both of them have taken a toll on damage, but none of them get knocked. However, Blaze, he's also moved up close to Fierce. Now, Avi, I'm not too sure if he has the idea. However, his teammates are moving in close, but closer is going to be the play zone. It is right now doing damage to them. Now they have to get inside the circle. Revenant are closer, they can keep them, but I'm pretty sure they would want to move in another direction and make sure that the update of Revenant going in a different direction is what they would want. And for our viewers, for the updates of the upcoming tournaments, if you want it, all you have to do is scan the QR code right there, and you will be in the following us on WhatsApp, and there you will get to know all the upcoming tournaments irrespective of the titles. And on top of it, make sure you're going to be at the top of the registrations whenever there's an open tournament coming through.
Yeah, that's something that you can really cherish, guys. But meanwhile, I would love to see what Revenant is going to cherish. Currently, they are cherishing the play zone damage. Meanwhile, also for the gamers, for the streamers, for the creators, for our lovely viewers, we have got Zebronics covering us all with the gaming mice, keyboard, gamepads and headphones. And also, the Blitz Type-C headphones are going to be even more better, as we do see that our audience is coming in from BGMI, and eventually you can directly plug it as it's a Type-C headphone in your phone, and then you eventually enjoy and get all the audio cues that you really need. Links, of course, will be given right there in the description. Meanwhile, Hydra, after losing those two initial Spray God and Dora named players, now they are left with just Sins and Spurge OP. It's definitely going to be a very tough journey from here till the end. IQOOSOUL, meanwhile, climbing the Everest.
IQOOSOUL closer. 3 points, Chicken, they'll be at the triple digit mark. Blind 2 points, they'll be at the triple digit mark. Climbing the Everest, as you rightly said. How do they play it out? Today is XSpark's birthday, and therefore we've not seen him playing a single game. It has been Nakul who's played in his position. Something that I'm pretty sure maybe they're also getting ready to celebrate a birthday. Yesterday was Thug's birthday, and they gifted them a tabletop position. Today is XSpark's birthday. Let's see what gift IQOOSOUL present. And I think this is the discussion that was happening on the Hindi desk when I checked out later on the stream, that they were mentioning this. Let's see what changes today, but as of now, I think Ronnie yesterday did get them closer to getting a winner chicken dinner on Miramar, which was the last second map of day 1. Today, can he do that? The circle, as we did initially see the flight path start off at the western edges, this is still at the western edges. We are looking forward to how it eventually concludes. IQOOSOUL, good decision that they've taken control of Everest, because if they didn't, Blind were ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, they're not just fighting in terms of the game, they're fighting in the leaderboard as well.
Yeah.
With a gap of just 1 point, these two teams are just in a cat and mouse chase at this point. As you rightly said, the IQOOSOUL, to be precise, have got the Everest in their favor. Now Team Blind was also very close to it. That really shows the mindset these IGLs have got from both the teams. Both of the teams wants to take the zone advantage. Obviously, the rate of success when it comes to zone prediction and zone undertaking zone is basically a little bit higher when it comes to Team Blind. IQOOSOUL on the other corner goes a little bit aggressive, and that's why they kind of stay outside the zone or on the edges of the zone, not in the center. They don't really like to be in the heart of the zone. But this time they've got the Everest. Whenever you have the Everest, you have the all-seeing eye in your favor. But that, of course, emphasizes the target on your back as well, because you might be taking a fight on the Georgie pull crates, and there is somebody who's going to snap you behind, snap your back from the back ends with some beautiful AR sprays or some snipers. Although we do know that the current meta does not support any kind of snipers, be it the Mini 14s, the DMRs, or the OMS and the Mosin Nagats or Kar 98K or M24. Those guns are kind of forgotten guns. Those are the good old days, I believe I have to say. Currently, it's just the DBS, the AKs, the M4s, the UMPs that are being utilized a lot. And for that reason, every single guy, if you see, has got a 90% chance that he's going to carry a DBS and a M4.
I mean, we could at a point even call it 100% for certain maps. Everybody just carries around their back with M4 as well as DBS. Very rare size that we should see different weapons coming through. Let's quickly talk about Orangutan today. I think this is one team that we predicted. There were a couple of predictions as well. I think even Necros made prediction of Orangutan
Even I
getting
did.
a chicken dinner. You made. And they've not gotten a chicken dinner. That's something we did discuss in semi-finals of how they're playing. Oh wait, Orangutan didn't get chicken dinner. Maybe they're planning for one in grand finals. But day one was an okay-ish day for them. Did perform well, did get points. But day two, nothing. It seems like there's been a big downfall for teams. And day three, I think here Raider is going to be very crucial for every team, because on that day it is going to be a situation where teams have to start making their comeback, start getting points. Otherwise, already we see that 20-point difference with the first and second. That will conclude who is going to become our champion. I'm pretty sure nobody would want to see that, but right now Medal do not want to see NTT on the labby. They're driving on them and finishing them off, and now yeah, it is a drive through where you don't collect orders but collect finishes.
You collect the heads, man, you collect the bounty, and that's exactly what is going to happen for the team known as NTT, because Somras, the IGL, is now done and dusted. WSB on the other corner taking some good shots from the church towards the Pochinki squad house. Would love to see if there's going to be some certain connections coming in, but your connection with your game can be even more brighter, can be even more interesting, because you can dominate with the precise audio. You can choose the Zebronics Blitz C type headphones that are already given in the description. You can check it out. Meanwhile, what we are going to check is basically this beautiful fight, which is kind of a cold war, to be honest, because there is going to be certain shots which are going to get exchanged, but nobody is going to really initiate until unless there is a clean knockout coming in. Kamla Boy on the other corner, swinging around with a buggy, does have an idea that there is a particular team pretty close to him, and it's going to be Team Revenant, if I'm not wrong, which is now way too close, and that's why Kamla Boy is just going to drive back to his teammates.
Ran from Medal and now stuck on the sides of Revenant. But Revenant as well, we have not seen them overextending. At certain times do want to take control of the circle. Sometimes works, sometimes hasn't. Right as now, they're looking forward to where the players are. Aquinox crucial. Right before this, we were having a discussion of how the players of Revenant are taking charge of things, right? The roles of them. Because Aquinox has had the Assaulter, IGL roles. Blaze has been Filter IGL support. All of things. And with them coming in, Fear's also an Assaulter. Sensei calling shots. How do they make do of it? And Fear's already, as he calls the shots. No, it's Sensei. But he's the one who assaults, does damage, and has already dropped Gamla. And now looks forward to Pukar as well. A grenade in the same direction. Throws this, and I think this should find the connection. The third one, right on their laps maybe, and the vehicles are coming in. But wait, actually Pukar picks his teammate up, makes him sit in the buggy and wants to drive away. But the vehicle, I think the tire burst, and him trying to save Gamla does not work. And now Pukar unable to maneuver his vehicle is what I think, because one of the tires were there, and you can see Aquinox is trying to chase him. And yes, there is Pukar who went inside the building. But do they push up? Because if they push up, there is Medal who's trying to do damage, and now another wheel being burst. Aquinox, he's trying to maneuver his vehicle away from danger. It's going to be tough, and calls in his teammate, leaves the buggy out alone and takes another one.
Actually, it was not the tire burst, it was the boulder that he got stuck in, and that's why he lost Kamla Boy. But yeah, again, that tactic is actually quite intriguing. If you aren't unable to shoot down the opponent, you can shoot down the vehicle, and that's why you get the deflated tires, and at that point you can easily gatekeep that particular player. That's exactly what the players of Team Revenant was trying to do. In retaliation, of course, Entity did the same, and that's why there has to be a very good insight of calling the cavalry so that they can fight back, so that they can retaliate. For Revenant, yes, they are at a safer spot. They have got some beautiful, beautiful frags as well, and at the same moment has got the full 4-man power. They've got every single insight. But for you guys to have the insight of what Skyesports is cooking, you can actually scan this QR and follow the Skyesports channel on WhatsApp for the latest updates regarding the IPs, regarding the tournaments, regarding the registrations, so that you are the first one to register and eventually secure that slot, because of course there are limited only.
Who's not on WhatsApp, right? The first thing that you reach out to somebody is on WhatsApp these days. So yeah, better as you even follows on Instagram. Sometimes if you miss out on information on opening Instagram, just like it crashed yesterday out of nowhere, I'm not too sure how many people were worried that we don't have a life anymore now that Instagram is not working as you wanted. So you can use WhatsApp, reconnect with your friends, and also reconnect with Skyesports to see what's happening. But right as now, Circle wants to connect all the players and the dots and see who finds the better advantage. The Circle still shifts towards the Everest, keeping it almost towards the center, where IQOOSOUL very early on, I think in stage 1 or towards the start of stage 2 itself, took the Everest control and are still there.
Yeah. Of course, like it has been like 5 to 10 minutes, this team is still holding those angles, and they are quite beneficial with it because they don't have to really move. They have to be a little bit more dominant with their play, which is kind of not the equation that IQOOSOUL loves to go with. Although we got to see in yesterday's Sanhok, exactly like this situation happened, where kind of an Everest of Sanhok was climbed in Camp Alpha region, and from there Team IQOOSOUL was getting all the heads, getting all those finishes in their favor. But meanwhile, when it comes to this particular map, of course it's a little bit open-ended, and all the teams can also climb onto the Everest. They can come up with a drive-by, and that, my friend, is going to be a very big challenge for IQOOSOUL to deal with, because initially in the first stage and also in the second stage, there was not a lot of teams which are aiming for that Everest. But now, when the circle is going to get shorter, there are going to be a lot of teams who are going to like stay clear from that region, or maybe shoot down that particular region. So for that reason, I think IQOOSOUL now has to figure out what they have to do next. They have to be a little bit more concise with their play. If they are getting spreaded in the Everest region, like it's a very big mountain, 100 and 200 meters of a distance has to be covered. If they are going to get spreaded apart, they might actually get completely decimated by the opponents.
AEROBOTZ, Afu, this man has been so crucial here on day 2 for AEROBOTZ. The reason for their uphill climb, the reason for the finishes that they've gotten. This man has always stepped up. As total of 44 finishes cumulative of both semi-finals and grand finals, and this is something that we did see in Championship 5.0 in the semi-final stage at least. So that's what I want to see if Afu is going to be able to replicate along with his teammates. I think in semi-finals, AEROBOTZ looked together better as a squad, were closer to chicken dinners. Yes, did not pick it up, but I'm looking forward to something from AEROBOTZ as a chicken dinner here, but it's getting tougher. However, a little situation which is getting better, the visions being cleared or the sounds that they're hearing being better, is from none other than Dragon, because when they started they were at the bottom. I'm pretty sure the bells of bottom compared to the bells of 9th position is way better, right, Raider?
Exactly, man. Everybody wants to climb a bit, and Dragons, they have done a phenomenal job today. Of course, they have had their own setbacks, but the way they are climbing back in the leaderboard is good. It's quite insightful, and it's quite hopeful for that particular team and the fans for Team Dragons. They know that this team is slowly trying to climb back in the ladder. Exactly like that performances were AeroBots as well. But Reckoning, a team which is sitting at the bottom, currently having 30 points in their favor,
I think
well, this team is actually in a very big trouble, because of course, close to them, it is going to be Team WSB. From the back end, we get to see the 2 other individuals of Team Hydra. So if they try to rotate, they might actually get shot down. But you can gear up, you can put your game on by choosing the LG UltraGear gaming monitor, because it has got 240 Hz of refresh rate, and at the same moment, 1 millisecond of latency. So there is no excuses, just apart from your skills.
All you can say next time is sorry, my PC turned off. But if you're looking forward to better PC parts, your one-stop destination is going to be Elitehubs. That description is also there. We've got you covered in all fronts. Why do you worry?
Yeah.
But Reckoning, have they covered their teammates in all fronts? It is going to be tough. Max Kush rotating out. He was close to an opposition team. I'm not exactly sure which one, but that pink dot that we did see. However, they all regrouped together. And at the edge of the circle, WSB will be slowly moving in. Hunters is ready, on contact. Max Kush rotating out. And now they're slowly getting closer. It is going to be Hydra Official. Hydra Official have only 2 players. They had a very early casualty with WINDGOD. And now with them hearing sounds of vehicles of Reckoning, they should be worried. But however, this is, I think, of all the maps, comparatively a better time that Reckoning have, because they've survived the longest, I feel. In other maps, we did see very early eliminations of Reckoning coming in from the very start. Like after 5-10 minutes, Reckoning is out of the map.
Talking about the survival, Lucifer, look at this. 16 teams, 59 players, and the 4th zone is about to go down. Oh man, this is one of those moments where we'll get to see so much bloodshed, so much fights in the later part that it will be intriguing to watch. We will be missing a lot of fights, that's for sure, because there are going to be multiple angles where the fight will happen. And look at this, a fight being initiated by Maxi onto the players of Team Revenant, and they are just doing a phenomenal job. Their performance looks good, as your performance can be by choosing the AMD powered graphic cards and AMD powered processor. That's what you can get. All the links, all the details will be given right there in the description. Or you want to visit a site where everything is already given for you guys, you can go ahead and check out elitehubs.com, where every single requirement of a PC being built is going to get covered up. But for Kratos, Shadow has already got him covered because he is going to put him down. There you go.
Team Tamilas very close at the edge of the circle towards Gatka. Revenant very close to them as well. Keeping sights checked, Maxi is seeing some jumping jelly beans out there. Can he spot out Sensei and his team is something that we have to wait and see. In the meantime, IQOOSOUL for so long have kept Everest control, but do they have any fights, or is the circle going to shift away from Everest on stage 5 and IQOOSOUL going to have trouble? On one end there is Dragon, on another end there's Orangutan, but Trigger with the DBS so further away, is he worried that somebody's close up? Okay, finally changes. As I was questioning, maybe he heard me over there. Heard me over there. This is something we try to entertain. Oh yeah, I was about to say that this is something that we do to entertain ourselves when there's no fights. And thank you, AEROBOTZ. As we see, they immediately pounce upon XSpark but get exchanged. Shadow trying to save his teammates. Evil from afar tried, but no, the DBS shots from Shadow. So good. Now Shadow, yes, he has to be playing this all alone because already Spray God's been knocked and AEROBOTZ are fighting from two different angles. Now Shadow versus Shadow, it seems like it is XSpark Shadow who's feeling better. Can AEROBOTZ Shadow do something on the other end? Closing in distance is going to be Afu, and Afu puts him down, and this is why we kept saying AEROBOTZ, Afu, super crucial for the team.
He saves the day again, man. What a play. And of course, he was able to keep his opponent so engaged that the opponent was not even able to get any single finish of that particular team. So it's a good sight to watch. Meanwhile, if you talk about IQOOSOUL, so far so good. They are still surviving with the full 4-man power, but now the zone has taken a different shift. And with that, Team IQOOSOUL has to now rotate for a 200 more meter distance, and then only they will be in good covers. Revenant is moving in, and that SLK shot could have been very pristine, but eventually it was Manti who gets a 1v3 on Team Revenant. And with that, the sign of Revenant being so Revenant is done and dusted. They have been taken down. Now Team Blind, they are facing the same wrath against Team WINDGOD and Team CS. It's a combined effort from both the particular teams that the table toppers are getting shut down at this moment. Although Team Blind might be able to fight back, but it does look that Ranadeep on the other corner is going to put one down from WINDGOD. It's Avi who has just now been knocked out, and this gives Team CS Esports a very big opportunity to push in and get more.
Circle moves away. Look at it. It goes towards Ruin. IQOOSOUL for so long that they've been sitting. It's not going to work. However, WINDGOD's fight, they continue it not just on Blind but on CS as well. In the meantime, IQOOSOUL, the team that were holding them, Orangutan, they try to fight with them. One of their players have been dropped. Blind skips. Along with so many damage coming in, they bring back their players. Adi as well as Hirsch is still surviving, but their utils are being exhausted. Rex, close, he came up because of the edge of the smoke, could not see him properly and also went down prone to patch himself up. IQOOSOUL on the other end, they were trying to think and fight with OG, but they've been pushed by Dragon as well, and Nakul decided to go up. Munna was ready for them, and the Munna strikes. Can Munna find a lot more? Joker now trying to swing left and right and finally puts down Munna, and this comes down to Jim Jam Jod, who's behind Manya right as now, done the damage, might even find the finish, but Ronnie goes for a revive, spots on the TPP right now, and there can be an issue here if Jim Jam doesn't push up, and he decides to push up. Joker tries to provide cover fire and it doesn't work. Joker is also down. It's down to one last player on IQOOSOUL, whereas the WINDGOD are now facing casualties as well.
Oh my god, so many players are faltering down at this point. That's what I was talking about initially when we got to see the survival was there. Team Blind goes down. There you go. Blind is not going to survive anymore. It's going to be Team WINDGOD which is going to get the upper hand in it. Apart from that, if we talk about Team CS Esports, they were struggling a lot. Reckoning! Kaboom! Goes Doom! With that nade, of course he's going to get eliminated. Now, if we talk about MVP07, he is moving right there with the buggy. The HP is not there, man. The HP is not there. Wherever he is going to go, he's going to get shot down, that's for sure. A lot of people are going to spray him down. IQOOSOUL Joker gets taken down by the play zone. Of course, the effect of play zone is going to be detrimental at this point. Karthik goes down by the hands of play zone as well. IQOOSOUL, the other two individuals are surviving and now going to push in onto players of Team CHEMIN and Team Hydra. Although it's just not looking fruitful enough. Hydra Sense with the M4, Hydra Sparsh with the M4. They don't have the idea that the players might be hiding in the basement, but now they've got the insight. They are trying to shoot them down. IQOOSOUL already with 6 finishes. There is one thing that I can predict at this moment, and that is Team IQOOSOUL has crossed the 100-point marker and they have crossed Team Blind. So good sign for Team IQOOSOUL. And on the other corner for Team Blind, it was a kind of a situation where they could have not done anything because they were stuck between Team Hydra, they were stuck between Hydra, CS and also WINDGOD, and that trio of the teams made it possible for Team Blind to go down. Team IQOOSOUL, they are also in a very tough situation at this point because they're kind of holding a center compound. WINDGOD is coming from the left area. Hydra is right there in the basement. From the right corner, we have Team CHEMIN as well. So plenty of teams are in a close circuit.
Number advantage, there's Medal, AEROBOTZ as well as WSB. WINDGOD have lost a player, CHEMIN have lost a player, IQOOSOUL have just 2. Somehow Manya as well as Ronnie made their way in. And Hydra Official also have 2 players left with only 1 player of a team. I'm not too sure who, but we'll eventually see of how that functions as of now. Ronnie and Manya holding out in the houses, knowing where Hydra Official players are. They did dump a lot of grenades, put down smokes, forcing a fight, but Hydra never budged. They're still safe. WINDGOD on the other end, slowly they have gotten the circle control. They can't deny it for all. And look at it, 3 teams are in the same line of fire. And out of them, they've spotted what team which has a number advantage. Medal trying to do damage. But look at this from the left edges, or wait, the right edges is going to be WSB who try to move up. And now WINDGOD have to find a way to stop this from happening. But wait, Medal actually chime in to add capitalization on that fight. Put down player from WSB. But in the meantime, exchange is happening. WINDGOD come in, they try to pick up. Arman goes down. Top dog immediately gets finished off by Rex. And now WINDGOD taking advantage of this. WINDGOD back on a double-digit streak of finishes. 10 for them. Make Rex getting 4th for himself. Lovely. This man is not going off right now. He is not letting anybody go off his sights.
What a play from WINDGOD. I mean, after getting a setback in the map of Miramar, these guys are back and they are back in the bang, man. What a performance. Look at them already securing more than 10 finishes. They're looking forward to get many more. AEROBOTZ unfortunately is going to go down. There you go. Team WSB gets a major chunk of it. Raiden becomes the last one standing out of that corner. He's also going to rotate, of course, because the play zone is going to push him a lot. But the whole total play zone advantage is currently in the foots of Team WINDGOD. And WINDGOD, what they can do is just basically gatekeep that particular scenario and get everything out of it. Manya and the other guy that is there from IQOOSOUL, they are trying to gatekeep Harsh and also the Sparsh guy coming in from Team Hydra. It's just not going to be easy for them. But then again, they have to do it. Otherwise, there will be a potential backstab, which nobody loves.
WINDGOD Rex tried his best, but it's going to be Venom striking a fearful grenade and Raiden is down. WSB will be eliminated from here. There's nothing much they could do. CHEMIN, they are in the game still. Redox is knocked, but his revival will be done. However, right in front of them is going to be Ronnie and Manya from IQOOSOUL, along with the Hydra official Sins and Sparsh, I guess. Sins spots a player, drops, and takes down Ronnie as well. Sparsh gets both of them with the help of Sins, and that is going to be IQOOSOUL being wiped. Wait, actually, I thought Manya was also. It was just not. Manya is still here. What Ronnie did, like he was hiding, right? You remember in that Miramar game, I guess? He kept silent with the fights, and I'm pretty sure Manya would try to do the same thing, but finally Manya will be spotted from Sparsh, and that puts an end to IQOOSOUL. It comes down to CHEMIN, WINDGOD as well as Hydra official. Imagine Hydra official lost 2 of their players very early on and they're still surviving this last fight.
Lovely performance indeed, I have to say, at this moment from Team Hydra's compounds, because they maintain their composure. But look at this play zone. CHEMIN is getting pushed up back and forth by the play zone. They're like, what we can do, we can just run back into the circle, but Rex is going to pick the heads. And of course, I do believe that there are going to be certain knockouts coming in. Since meanwhile is going to go for the heal battle, so he is definitely going to make sure that his team gets the 2nd position, and voila, that's the case. WINDGOD gets 2 massive winner chicken dinner today, 14 frags. Now this is the record, guys, and to my anguish, the records are being set right there in this stage where the last match of every single day is happening. In day number 1, we got to see IQOOSOUL setting in the record of 23 frags, and in day number 2, it is going to be Team WINDGOD with 14 amazing frags. Of course, even before going out, Sins was basically like, yeah, I'm going to get 1 more for the team. I'm going to hunt 1 more player down. And eventually with that, Team Hydra secured the second position and some serious amount of finishes. But WINDGOD, these guys, these lads, they have performed way too good today. In just 2 matches, they have secured approximately 40-45 points, which is, looking at current point system, way too good.
Oh yes, it is big time, and especially for a team to come up from like the bottom of the semi-finals of SCS 2024 to the top right now of how they are playing, and all the lobbies that they are been fighting on, they've always kept getting points. Now this is how we saw the first day where a couple of teams tried to get points, but WINGOD have been consistent and getting a second winner chicken dinner like how Blind did. I'm pretty sure they're going to be up for the top contention in the overall standings. But what a play coming in. In one game we saw Avi, in the next game we end up seeing Rex. Savitar we spotted in the semi-finals. Now Max has to come in and he's also done this in the semi-finals. But what a team it is coming down to. This is why I had hopes and potentials thinking about WINGOD, but their qualification looked dicey. But now look at how they have found their way to victories. The way we kind of thought, maybe it was just grenades early on, but right now Rex proves with his spray, right, that weapon also we can make use of, and we'll show you how the capability that we have. And the circle advantage they took, right, the circle shifted from the Everest towards the sides of Ruin, where WINGOD were ready, and WINGOD capitalized on that advantage, and that is the reason we end up seeing WINGOD getting their second chicken dinner. And it is just about placing, right? They also had casualties. They did not have all their 4 players standing. CHEMIN had 4 players, Medal had 4 players, Blind had 4 players, and all these teams which had their 4 players all got lost by the hands of WINGOD.
So when you start by taking a team which is on the top of the leaderboard, you kind of tend to completely take down the whole lobby. They started with taking down Team Blind, then taking down some chunks of Team IQOOSOUL as well, and slowly but steadily what you see is in the leader part that they absolutely obliterated the whole lobby, like taking down CHEMIN, taking down players from Medal Esports, because Medal was also there with the full 4-man power. So there was a big possibility that this team could have outshined teams like WINGOD. But then again, what a performance. And after pushing teams like 8-Bit and teams like Enigma from the semi-finale, now these guys are trying to push even more better teams, because yeah, they're doing some wonderful stuff.
Yeah, look at the highlights. That tells you how intense this game was. It all started with XSpark as well as AEROBOTZ. Fight which was crucial. Then Team Tamilas versus Revenant, where Team Tamilas do survive and Revenant go down after a chicken dinner that they had. Yes, there was one player who decided to push up, but Manti was ready for him. After that, IQOOSOUL, an unfortunate exchange of frags as well as their own casualties that they had, caused trouble for them on Everest. And for the long time that they kept holding Everest, I think that's where the issues strike. But then WINGOD, of how they played towards the southwestern edges with the sprays that they did, the grenades that they threw, making sure they took down Blind, was phenomenal. And especially for Hydra official to clear this house out, right, because it was first IQOOSOUL trying to overpower them, did not work, but Savitar towards the end spots Spush first, making the other 2 players a little bit of an ease as the Rex swings out, gets 2 more finishes for himself as he finishes off CHEMIN. Now since yes, he tried his best to try and get an extra finish for himself, as he was the last survivor for Hydra official, but come on, man, WINGOD, you saw how amazingly, like, individually their players were doing justice and fights in 2 different directions. Savitar keeping hold of Hydra official, Rex keeping hold of CHEMIN players. What is this synergy that they just showed us?
It's a tricky discipline, man. They were waiting for the right period. Like, they could have shot down CHEMIN earlier. They could have tried, at least they could have given their position, but that was not the case. They waited a little longer. They knew that the zone is going to push, that they knew that they have got a very sweet angle to play with inside the play zone. So they just waited, to be honest. And time was the one thing that they had in their favor. Play zone along with that was another thing. So when the play zone pushed, CHEMIN was already on the barefoot. We got to see Venom, we got to see Kratos, we got to see Toxic running all the way into the play zone. And what they received was a welcome gift from Max and players like that from WINGOD, and that's how CHEMIN went down. And after that, of course, a little bit of an overcommitment, and that's how the player were put down. But right now, we do have an interview session also coming in, so let's cue into that.
बहुत जोन फेवर नहीं हो रहा है, हम हमेशा जोन के पीछे भाग रहे हैं. ऐसा सिर्फ एक वीकेंड या जोन हम पे आए पूरा, बाकी हम लोग सिर्फ भागे जा रहे हैं बस. फाइट्स भी ढूंढ रहे पर वही लेट जा रहे हैं, जोन का डैमेज हो रहा है तो फाइट्स भी लेट हो रही है हमारी. वही थोड़ा जोन हल्का भी फेवर करे तो हम कन्वर्ट कर ले, और सबकी थोड़ी मिस्टेक्स भी हो रही है बहुत.
हमने देखा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा रेवेनेंट स्प्लिट में खेलना पसंद करती है, लेकिन स्प्लिट जब काम नहीं कर रहा है तो क्या आपने ऐसा सोचा है कि कुछ अलग से आने वाले दिनों के लिए रखेंगे? क्योंकि आज के दिन पे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आपने जंप जरूर लगाया है. कल आप 15th पोजीशन पे थे, आज आप थोड़ा सा और ऊपर आए हैं, लेकिन वो पहला पायदान अभी भी बहुत दूर है. तो कुछ नया आपने प्लानिंग किया है आने वाले 4 दिनों के लिए?
नहीं, हमने ऐसा यही है कि अभी थोड़ा हम लोग और फाइट्स के लिए जाएंगे, बिकॉज जो पॉइंट टेबल है प्लेसमेंट लाके इतना फ़ायदा नहीं है, बिकॉज इतना मिल नहीं रहे, तो थोड़े हम लोग और फाइट्स के लिए ट्राई करेंगे, थोड़ा हम लोग पॉइंट टेबल और ऊपर आ सके।
अच्छा ब्लेज, ये सारी चीजें तो बात होती रहती है, पर ये नए पॉइंट्स टेबल आने के बाद, पॉइंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन आने के बाद, वो टीम बहुत अच्छा कर रही है जिनसे किसी ने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था। जैसे मैं विंड गॉड की बात करूं, उन्होंने फिनिशेस बहुत निकाले, 16th प्लेस पे वो टीम क्वालिफाई हुई थी, आज बैक टू बैक 2 चिकन डिनर निकाले हैं। आपके हिसाब से क्या लगता है कि उन्होंने ऐसा क्या चेंज कर दिया कि उनके लिए सिचुएशन अच्छी जा रही है?
आई थिंक उन्होंने अपना प्लेशर थोड़ा चेंज किया है, बिकॉज पहले विंडगॉड बहुत जोन टू जोन खेल रही थी, अब देख रहे हो वो थोड़ा फाइट्स के लिए ट्राई कर रही है, वो इनिशिएट कर रही है फाइट्स, और उन्हें कन्वर्ट भी हो रहे फाइट्स, तो वही है, उनको थोड़ा बूस्ट भी दे रहा है।
राइट। रेवेनेंट फिलहाल के लिए तो अगले इवेंट पे जो हमारा मोबाइल ओपन रहेगा उसमें ऑलरेडी काफी ऊपर है, चौथे पायदान पे है अभी लीडर बोर्ड्स पे। तो ये लीडर बोर्ड आपको कितना अच्छा लगा?
आपका आवाज़ नहीं आया।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये जो लीडर बोर्ड सिस्टम है स्काई स्पोर्ट्स का, कि आने वाले टूर्नामेंट्स पे सारे इनवाइट्स उसके हिसाब से होंगे, ये आपको कितना ज्यादा बढ़िया लगा?
लाइक बहुत सही, इसमें एक्चुअली मालूम पड़ता है लाइक कौन सी टीम कंसिस्टेंट है थ्रू आउट टूर्नामेंट्स में, सो बहुत इफेक्टिव है वो। लाइक यू कैन जज लाइक कौन एक टूर्नामेंट परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है जो नॉन स्टॉप पॉइंट्स निकाल रहा है टूर्नामेंट्स, तो दिखता है चीज़ें।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ब्लेज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं आपका दिन इसी तरीके से बढ़िया जाए। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच, बाय बाय।
बाय। चलिए, ये ब्लेज थे हमारे साथ जुड़े।
Well, with that insightful interview with the Hindi desk, Revenant actually told us a lot of insight that how
Yeah.
they are struggling and what they can really do to overcome in their particular stages. And one thing that I have to add on is just basically 12 matches have passed. There are many more matches left. I give my best wishes to Team Revenant and teams like that. They can easily outperform the other guys, but then again, strategies have to be involved. And for that, we have to stay tuned for the day 3 as well, because in day 3, maybe there are going to be some certain shifts, because as you said as well, that it's the day of comeback. From there, the comeback has to start slowly but steadily. The teams have to start giving their best and eventually get as many S points as possible.
They have to, but let's now quickly talk about what went underway in the last game as we see in front of the screens. First, we start off with the MVP. Once we saw Avi, and in the second winner chicken dinner, we end up seeing Rex. 6 total finishes, 42% contribution, MVP rank coming in the 3rd position. And I think with this, WINDGOD might also make their way towards the top 5 players list. And again, this was the last game of day 2, right? The match 6 of the grand finals of SCS 2024. Now, this should boost the confidence for WINDGOD, whereas even Revenant, when Blaze spoke, right, as he said, like we have our strategy, but sometimes it's not working. Whenever the zone moves in our favor, like it happened in Miramar, they got the winner chicken dinner. But when it moves away from them, that's when the problem strikes for Revenant. Whereas because their players are split apart, and therefore what happens is when they're split apart, meaning they have to figure out a way how they can fight for their own players, or if not, they cannot fight, they have to end up leaving them as a casualty. I think that's where Revenant are falling a little short, whereas WINDGOD, I think they have changed their strategy, going super aggressive, finding fights, winning it.
Yeah, have to see what happens tomorrow. But even before that, let's talk about the grand finale, day number 2, match number 12. The best companion of this game was Shadow. AEROBOTZ Shadow with 3 assists and 2 rescues. He definitely did the best for his team. Final elimination came through fierce, and eventually when you talk about going all out, there are certain changes in the stats, I believe, but other than that, WINDGOD's Rex, this individual comes out to be the behemoth. That's for sure, because if I'm not wrong, WINDGOD was the one which was able to secure the winner chicken dinner. On the other corner, Team Revenant struggled a bit in this particular game, but apart from all the other situations, we have WINDGOD now coming up with a record that has been set in the finale of highest amount of points in one particular game, that is 24.
23 was what we saw yesterday by 2 different teams, but today 24. 1 point extra we end up seeing. CHEMIN come in second. Now, we were speaking about CHEMIN for a long time, that their performance on day 2 doesn't seem to be good. Finally, on the last match, at least a little bit better. But for sure, 100% IQOOSOUL will be feeling super happy, right? Ecstatic, because they got a total of 10 points with 6 finishes and 4 placement points. They will reach the century mark and deny Blind from taking the top spot. Blind also get themselves the century, but they do not get the top spot, because 10 points is what IQOOSOUL get, but Blind only got 2 for themselves. In that exchange that happened with CS being there on one end, with WINDGOD fighting with them on another end, and Blind completely getting oppressed. Reckoning again, still not a great show that they had. Dragon, however, the lift-off that they had today did not conclude in the same manner towards this last game.
Yeah, totally agreeing with your points. Match summary when it comes to that. We have ice finishes coming in from WINDGOD. Of course, the way this guy was absolutely amazing was quite intriguing. And not just him, even Max was also on the line, as we do see at #4. Max is going to be there, and at #3 we have WINDGOD, Savitar by Encore is there. I wanted to see another guy from WINDGOD. That would have been a complete roster reveal for this team. Other than that, team highest finish is going to be in the favor of WINDGOD. Best contribution is going to coming in from Team Tamilas Manti OG, and the best rating will be, of course, in the favor of Team WINDGOD. IQOOSOUL now bags 107 points, boasting a triple digit, and eventually they are now pushing Team Blind Esports down to the second position, and Blind has got 100. That's a good thing. Team Blind is also now there with 100-digit marker. That's a good sign for them. But WINDGOD, look at the jump that these guys have got.
Yeah.
They were nowhere to be seen from the start of this day number 2. They were nowhere to be seen on the first page, but now these guys are here in the top 3. What a massive jump.
Yeah, same goes for Team Tamilas. They were slowly moving back towards the top, but with a chicken dinner today again on Sanhok, they secure themselves a position on the top spot. XSpark consistent in finding finishes. Yes, their games have not been that great in terms of placement. They do keep finding finishes in every game before going out. Entity, however, they got one chicken dinner, jumped to the third spot immediately, but now they've been dropped down to the 6th because their next games have not been working. Same goes for Orangutan. However, AEROBOTZ, you saw, they have the 8th position. AEROBOTZ, Afu today was literally unchanged. He was going all out on anybody he spotted, and he was the reason XSpark also got eliminated in this last game. Revenant come in close at the 9th spot. Again, rotation issue coming through that they couldn't keep themselves with the play zone crunching. They had to take a head-on fight with Team Tamilas, which they did not win.
Yeah, pretty much interesting line of story for Team Revenant as well. The way they are climbing back in the picture is quite intriguing to talk, but Reckoning is still stuck at the bottom of the food chain, like 31 points. Initially, if I'm not wrong, even before this particular match happened, after match 11, we got to see in the overall ranking that this team had 30 points. Now they have 31. So the progress is there, but to be honest, this progress is not going to cut the deal of being the champion of Skyesports Champions Series, because journey is going to be even more tougher from tomorrow, as we did saw that today the teams which were there on the second page, they started outperforming. Dragons, talk about them.
Yeah.
You talk about teams like at this point Orangutan, they were also trying to outperform each other, and there were multiple other teams who were trying to get some good points. For example, WINDGOD is there. We have Team XSpark coming into the picture. We have AEROBOTZ. These teams, they are struggling, but at the same point, they are constantly making sure that they get something out of their match.
Now you can see the top 5 players. Joker still takes the top spot with 26 finishes as a whole. Skips with 23. But Rex, he takes up the WINDGOD spot for himself. We did see I think Avi coming in. Unfortunately, Avi did get eliminated in the previous game. Therefore, it was Rex, Max and Savitar trying to play around, and they do win it. But 20 finishes, he takes the third spot. Afu not far behind, just one finish away. Same goes for XSpark Spray God with one finish away. Contribution, however, seeming to be around 30 to 40% for all the players, meaning every team that we see here have been playing the team game. It has never come down to that one last player who just keeps taking finishes in his name, right? Entities, Gamla Boy, I think we saw him, but now you see he's been pushed on because Entity after that first game did not have good journeys ahead. We'll quickly talk about the finishes. This is a point to talk about here. I think the teams from the first page to the second page, even with CS Esports, as you can see, CS have 9 finishes on Erangel, 17 on Miramar. This is again a whole finish, meaning the number of 4 maps of Erangel that we have seen Miramar. But whereas you see Reckoning, they have 9 each. It looks like balanced over there on finishes. Reckoning is the only team I kind of right now seeing that they're not having a good journey at all. CS, even though they're at the last second, meaning the 15th position, right, they're still getting finishes, and they're around 36 finishes if I'm not wrong, meaning if a good game happens where they're able to get double-digit finishes, they should also be making their way to at least the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, that chart definitely showed us how the whole situation went down. But now let's talk about the phases coming into this beautiful tournament. Initially, we got to see the qualifiers started from 7th Feb, out of which, in there, I believe we had more than 1,000 teams registering, which were divided in 64 groups. From there, top 8 teams qualified. Then from qualifiers 2, we got top 4 teams. Then from qualifiers 3, we got our top 2. Slowly but steadily, now we are back in the finale, which is again going to run for 4 more days. After that, we'll get to know who is going to take the massive chunk of this prize pool, which is 10 lakh rupees, where the champions will be getting 5 lakh rupees, runner-ups will be getting 2,50,000 rupees, and eventually third place will be getting 1 lakh rupees. But I want to ask you, Lucifer, which team do you see at the champions position?
two teams as of now, even at the end of day 2. Either
Okay.
blind or
They're going to share the
IQOOSOUL.
prize, huh?
It feels like, because last time also it was blind and soul, this time it's blind and IQOOSOUL, and it seems to be a fight for the third spot. Still a difference of 25 points we see here, Raider.
Yeah.
Right, I think yesterday we spoke about this. There was a clear 20-point difference. Today an additional 5 points has been increased, 25 points, and it is not the same yesterday's team at the third spot. It's a different team today, WINGOD coming in. But you can be that different team and get yourselves a chance to win a massive prize pool in Skyesports Mobile Open. All you have to do is follow us on Instagram at @Skyesports Gaming to see when the open qualifiers start, when the registrations open up, so that you fill the forms, get your team ready, and pack with action. Because the next time when you come to the grand finals, you stand a chance to represent your team in the Skyesports leaderboard. And with that, you directly stand a chance to get an invite, right? The top 10 teams get an invite to our next Skyesports IP. Now, this SCS 2024, whoever comes in the top 10 of the leaderboard, I'm not talking about the top 10 in the SCS 2024 overall standings, in the Skyesports leaderboard, which is a cumulative of 23 SCS and 5.0, along with SCS 24, will get a direct invite to Skyesports Mobile Open. That is the next tournament, which starts from March 20th.
That will be the quarterfinale qualifier stage where these particular top 10 teams are going to get the direct invite. So for that, yes, the hardships are going to be there. The performance are going to be there. But along with that, what lovely viewers of a family of Skyesports is going to get is basically a massive giveaway of 180 RPs. But that has been divided in 3 phases. At 800k subscribers, 30 RP giveaway is going to get unlocked. At 900k subscribers, we will be getting unlocked 50 RP giveaway. And at 1 million subscribers, 100 RP. Wow.
I mean, I think this is an opportunity where it is always a win-win, and here at Skyesports, that's what we look forward to, a win-win situation. You just are not a viewer, you also end up winning something at the end of the day. You win on learning how your favorite players play, how your favorite teams are functioning. On top of it, you learn the strategies. That's another win. It's not easy to see tier 1 strategies out in the open in games, and if you're able to see this, along with having a chance to win royal passes, I think that's the best of all worlds, not just both worlds, right? So you should try your hands, get yourselves the royal passes, but it'll be only enabled or opened up when we hit 800k, and from there, if your big hearts open up and you share it to the worldwide and we hit 1 million, as Raider said, big wholesome 100 royal pass giveaway is going to happen.
I mean, from the get-go of this tournament, like from day number 1, we were talking about the triple digits. So you will get the triple digits in terms of RP. But for that, you have to share. You have to tell your friends that please subscribe to the channel, because, of course, you get every single insight about how the IP is going on or how the next particular tournaments are going to get followed up. You get to see your favorite players outshining each other. And at the same moment, you get to shimmer your skins in your game.
I hope they do. I hope they're ready for it. But now, if you want to conclude how the day went, right? We predicted that this day should be a chance for teams in the top 8 to fight out to get points, but day 2 was not the case. Day 2 looked like a day of comeback where teams were fighting on day 3 or day 4, and all the teams who were looking at the bottom did start climbing up. However, I feel a little bad for Dragon. If they had a better performance in the last Erangel map, the position that they had climbed to towards 12 and towards the 10th position, they could have kept that, but because it did not go well, they were dropped down back to 14 because some other team started climbing up. Unfortunate, but we'll wait and watch of what happens on day 3. For that, you need to be stay tuned with us, hit that subscribe button and the bell icon, because we are going to be coming back live tomorrow again. Until then, take care, have a good evening, and see ya.
to push through my past, but I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never care for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. Will they even notice? Never care for all that I know. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping close. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn.